Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And it is crucial. Shane, he's got to get that opening.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's day number 2. It's a great PUBG weekend. We had a fantastic day number 1, and unlike last week where the points got reset on day number 2, the grand finals have it a little bit different. For esports, they kind of run away with it slightly, but the teams are clawing their way back. So from everything from the drops all the way through to those deployable shields in those last games, it had everything now to offer. First and foremost, before I bring back the amazing casters, it'd be worth actually taking the time and get yourself on the Twitter account for Bing Esports. Bing Esports will be giving away some fantastic merch, some retro merch, and I love a bit of retro, but make sure you go give them a follow. It's all going to be live on Twitter shortly. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get these amazing casters. Welcome back, Toby and Felix. How are you guys doing today? Hola.
I mean, amazing.
Oh, mate, day number 1 was insane. And look, Toby, for me, let's start with FUT Esports, because I think I've actually taken a bit of time to digest those 88 points that they put on the board. What a day 1.
It was absolutely phenomenal. 3 wins, and pretty much all, except for the final game, almost all their matches within the top 5 as well. Pretty damn impressive, and a consistency that I don't think we've ever seen from this roster before. And then, I mean, just to add on top of it, the 20 kill win that they had as well was just completely out of this world.
Oh, insane, insane. Yeah, let's have a quick look, though, after day number 1, because we do have the leaderboard. It'd be nice to remind everyone of the scores on the doors. And yeah, as we mentioned there, obviously 88 points. Wow, wow, wow. But look, Felix, there's still a lot of teams in it, though, because this is day 2. We still got 12 days. Apart from FUT Esports, who else do you think is going to be able to claw back that lead?
Yeah, I mean, 12 days will be a lot, but at least 12 games, that is correct days, indeed. Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. Despite that massive performance from FUT, as you said, Twisted Minds could still very well make that happen, overtaking FUT even today, in theory. But you cannot underestimate how good of a day Twisted Minds also played. So this is... both of these teams, this is not the usual average point split that you can expect on these states. So I'm thinking... there is no way these two teams are going to continue playing like this. At least FUT not. Twisted Minds, we'll see. I mean, that's a split that could still happen another time, and you know, in a grand final day. But at least for FUT, I mean, that is a one-time performance. I cannot see that happening anytime soon again.
Oh, I feel like you're giving the commentators curse now. They're going to go put a couple of 20 points back on day number 2.
Then so be it, honestly. I mean, I'm up for it, honestly. I'm so up for it.
Oh, mate, cracking days. And it wasn't the only one. Obviously, we saw back-to-back 20-point games. So from both sides, those teams were really good. Now, look, Toby, obviously, before we move on slightly, I want to talk about FaZe. FaZe closed the day really, really well, and I had a chance to chat to him last night after. And I think they made the decision that they don't want to play Edge anymore. It didn't seem to be working out for them.
Yeah, it's, again, I mean, as we talked about coming into yesterday, coming into the qualifiers, and as we saw during the qualifiers, the Edge game has changed. I mean, the approach to how to play Edge has completely changed, especially with the addition of emergency pickups. There's just so many more teams now in the middle at like points in the game that usually there wouldn't. So I think the pacing for some of these Edge teams is gonna be different, which is also part of the reason why I think a team like FaZe is gonna try and vie for more central spots.
It's about getting that aggressive stance, and hopefully they can come in today doing the same. Also, we get a chance to look at some of these highlights that we had from yesterday. Now, Felix, was anything that really stand out for you after day number 1?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be 180 yards. They started off really strong. We just saw it in the highlights. They had that massive game on Taego, but they really played in through the edge very consistently, and yeah, also got the chicken dinner in the end. And then, you know, the next 2 games after that, they were able to fight a couple of teams, were able to get another couple of game points. But after that, it's been pretty much nothing for them points-wise. So I'm expecting to see 180 once again starting off the day strong, but or at least I'm hoping to, because the way they've played the last 5 games, essentially, that just can't continue like this. Otherwise, they're not going to have a chance at top 5, maybe even top 3, if that is even possible at this point.
Yeah, it felt like that Taego was kind of their map. They were holding that high ground so well, and they stopped multiple teams because that West pushed from multiple teams, and they were the ones standing, remaining, and actually taking the chicken dinner. But then soon to follow was that for Esports, because they started picking up the chicken dinners back to back after that point. As we transition though, Miramar was a good game for me, especially seeing these teams, because that's where we really got to see the edge play, Toby. And obviously this was a bit of a controversial clip because obviously the points can mean prize, and that was the first time we saw Entropic though. They stepped themselves out to deny the points. I think the only time we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, it was a, I mean, I don't necessarily want to call it questionable, because they clearly, I mean, knew what they wanted to do, knew what they wanted to end up doing in that match as well, and did exactly that. They got what they came for, and realized that I don't think there's any idea in feeding more points across the board, and smart decision, because that would have just been FUT Esports with even more.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, team, just on the clip is one I want to mention anyway. Win or Die, going to get the opportunity to again have a quick chat with them. They just keen to do exactly what they were doing yesterday. They kind of like the consistency of themselves getting through to that final placement section. They just want to work on the late game. But Alex, I feel like they're not the only team that need to work on the late games. A lot of teams falling apart now when it comes down to that sort of middle segment of a round.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's always the toughest part of the match, especially in a lobby where, as we said, this isn't PGS. Some of these teams have never played against each other. Some teams don't know the timings on each other, the positions they want to play off of. And as you said, there's even changes between the days, as you said. I mean, you were talking to Faceline, for example. That domino edge-to-edge playstyle that we've seen in some of the games, yes, it hasn't worked out. So they will change things up. That once again, in turn, also means all the other teams, talking about Pod, for example, that usually play very centralized, will have another contender, and that changes from day to day. It's very tough to adapt.
Yeah, no, it's hard to... Let's have a quick look, though, at the total lobby. For those that are joining us, though, on day number 2, it does want a bit of a reminder, because the rotation did offer something a little bit different for the first time, where we had these 3 set phases. Obviously, the teams that qualified through on phase number 1, as we can see on the left-hand side, phase, push and shoot, DA, FUT, Twisted Minds, and Ascend. As I mentioned on the intro, it was all reset though when it came down to phase number 2. Points reset, we've got another 6 teams go through, and then the final 4 push through on phase number 3. It's worth though, let's have a talk about the rest of the table though, Toby, because I don't think How are having the best start, but they've had a couple of problems.
Yeah, I mean, when you're missing out on a player like Ruin, of course, I mean, nothing against Apocalypse, he's a phenomenal guy, a great player too, but Ruin really has been a playmaker for the Howl roster as of late. Whenever fights have been going the way of Howl, if it hasn't been Lhasa who's been in there, Ruin has usually been the one that gets the initial frag in those fights, and they kind of missed that yesterday. So we'll see how things go today. I'm not sure exactly whether Ruin will be back to play here today or not, but I hope for them that he is, because yesterday didn't look good.
Yeah, he's going to work on that sort of micro play. Anyway, the map rotation though that we've got for this team is slightly different from yesterday, because this time we got 2 Erangel compared to the 3 we had yesterday, but we still have that wonderful Taego. Still feel like teams are getting used to this one, Felix, and as we saw 100 ADR, they were the controller for me on this one. I'd be interested to see if they can do it again, but other teams had a chance now to go look back at the VOD, so I kind of like this map. I don't know what your thoughts are on Taego yet, if you are decided, Felix, at the moment.
I mean, I love the map, but it's also become clear, in my opinion, that we saw that yesterday, for example, in the end game, that some sidelines, some positions, some end games just haven't been played yet for some of these teams. And I thought yesterday was really interesting. You could see that DA, for example, they weren't, I believe it was DA, in the late game, they were on the southern side, and they couldn't quite decide which edge. Are they going to come into the eastern side? Are they going to come into the west side? Where are the sightlines exactly? Where are the exact positions people could play this zone out of? So they weren't sure on what to commit to and what kind of position to play off of. And that just comes with experience. And that's what's going to be the most interesting. Which of these teams are going to put the most time into Taego? And I mean, moving forward, there are some rumors that we might see Taego more often. So that means, obviously, some of these teams will put in more time, and they will therefore obviously get more points in Taego. It's gonna become very crucial putting the time in.
I feel like, talking about time, I'm running out of time because it looks like Toby is rapidly catching up. Wow, what a day you had yesterday, Toby. Surely that must have been a huge influence from Foot, right?
I mean, kind of. I mean, yes, T-Bone did play well, but in 2 of the 3 wins, T-Bone wasn't alive. So I feel like I could have gotten even more had he been able to live through to the end of those matches. But yeah, it was definitely a good catch-up day, but it ain't done yet. Still another 10-ish points to go.
Oh, 100%. Alex, did you make any changes on your captain? Did you swap your captain? Because that's all we could do in the grand finals. It's not like it was before. We could change 2 out. Did you get a chance to go in and change? Or were you sticking with yours?
I was thinking about putting Perfectix as the captain just because his performance yesterday was phenomenal. But then again, Resko also had an amazing day. He put up 11 kills on his own, and they did only manage to get 7 placement points yesterday. I don't expect that to stay that way. I think Ascent today is going to be more, how do you say it? I want to say more confident. Confident probably isn't the right word because they are confident, but maybe a little bit more strict on how they want to play the edges on phase 3 and phase 4 in terms of making sure they don't lose a player and get into that late game position because they just haven't been yesterday. I'm very certain they're going to fix that today.
Yeah, they've got to keep those numbers up, but Ascend are definitely, for me, one to watch going forward. But another one to watch was our competition that we had running yesterday, the final day. We got the opportunity to pick our amazing mouse pads today, and I think we can bring it on screen. And I was dubbed out, though, but obviously the picks have come through, and do you know what? Out of all 3 as well, I'm still happy the G-Coin won, personally, boys. But Toby, how comes you picked yours, mate? What was the inspiration behind it?
It's just clean. I like a good mouse pad that doesn't have too much going on. I don't want it to be too distracting, and just the orange out there on the left, kind of sunsetty vibes, and then the PUBG logo in the middle. I think it's as clean as they come.
And Felix, same question for you, mate. Is it a World Tour inspiration for you on that one, or again just a?
I mean, it's amazing design, first of all. The map, I wish there would have been more, maybe esports teams in there, but still, the logos are perfect. But what really stuck out to me is, on the top left, you can barely see it right here. It says, join my clan, it's tech team, aka TT, which is such a cool little detail. He's going to have that mousepad on his desk, and it's just going to say, join my clan. That's such a cute, creative kind of design. And yeah, I mean, props to you, Tech TV, and have fun with the mousepad.
Well done, guys. Obviously, for mine, it's just a reminder. I just need to get buying some more G-Coin. And if you want to get the giveaways, get involved. But there's too much stuff in this store that I need to get. So I quite like it. It's a reminder. But again, well done to everyone. Obviously, the team will reach out to you. Make sure, if not, send out DMs in chat. And they will ensure you get the free mouse pads sent out to you guys. Obviously, it'd be worth mentioning now as well, as I mentioned on the intro, get yourself on the Twitter. Bing Esports, though. You want to get following up because we have some good giveaways. I think you guys, well, I got a little cheeky look at some of the stuff, but some of the retro merch that Toby, the guys, have out for offer.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I always like a little swag in some of the PUBG styles and aspects that they go in. The more retro it is, the better off we are. So hopefully the right fixes will be found, and they will too be fans of the more like kind of a retro looking vibes.
Look, let's have a quick reminder of the PGC points, because it isn't just the prize pool that is up for grabs. There are points on the line for these teams. And as we spoke about yesterday, obviously some of these teams looking to secure their spot, Felix, in towards the global stage. But as it stands, this is where the teams are. And for me, it's a couple of teams that could easily work their way up this table.
Yeah, this is especially interesting, seeing as Howl is first. But they are currently on the very last place. So we were saying as we went into the grand finals, 2 of these teams could potentially almost safely secure a spot in PGZ, which was Ascent and Howl. But yeah, as of right now, I mean, Ascent surely got the chance now. If they put up a banger date today and back that off with the performance tomorrow, not a problem. But for Howl, I mean, this is going to get really rough. Like, if they want to secure it with this tournament, I'm sure they're going to make it throughout the year anyways, but still, you want to make it as fast as possible so that you can just, focus on your own stuff and not have that pressure in mind. But yeah, I mean, currently in 16th place, I don't expect them to finish there, but it's gonna be rough. I'm expecting to see a better performance, but yeah, you still have to work your way up with a lot of points.
It's worth mentioning, though, obviously on that screen there are some teams that didn't make it through to the rotation finals. So they are going to be eager on watching this one, because there are a couple of teams that could maybe leapfrog ahead when it comes down towards the global scene. But look, that is it from me, boys. Game number 1, I can hear from the production team, is queued up. I'm going to take a seat and watch. I'll leave it over to you guys. Game number 1.
And just like that, swoosh, mark is going, and we are ready for Taego once again. Now, Felix, we have so far somehow been able to get 4 games in Taego, which have had completely different areas of the map represented, and I'm kind of liking that, since it's still such a new map in competitive esports. It's still such a new map for many of these players to roam. Not that they haven't been here before, but under like this specific rule set, against this competition, Taego is a new place to be. So show us the whole place. Let's go somewhere east, I feel like, today in this one, because that's really one of the few places we haven't been yet.
Yeah, we've seen that one circle with Na'Vi across that riverbed, kind of, on the eastern side, but that hasn't really been too far east. So yeah, I'm totally in the same boat as you, Toby. I want to see something far east, maybe even something far south. Both of these have been seen in the qualifier, but obviously these have only been streamed on community streams, so I mean, it's understandable that maybe some of you guys haven't seen these, but they are also very interesting circle. Maybe even far west. I mean, just south of Harpo. Maybe that's something that would be interesting to me as well. But either way, something that has become clear, and I want to get your opinion on this, is that, as I said yesterday, it's been kind of become clear that some of these teams don't necessarily know all of the places that are yet to be played and how strong they are in some of these end zones. And I'm talking about phase 6, 7, and onwards. Yeah,
it's again, you can know a map, and having played them obviously in ranked, in public games throughout the year, you get to know the map. But it's how do you utilize it in a squad scenario, not just in a squad situation in a ranked game where you're stomping the entire server, but in a ranked situation where your opponents actually know what they're doing. That's a whole different vibe, a whole different game, and it doesn't matter that you know kind of an area. I mean, on Erangel, these players, they can call every single rock in their sleep. Every single little dent in terrain they can call, because at some point they have been prone there and not known what to do. Or not been prone, they may have been shot by a guy who was there, going, oh wait, that's a spot? And we're still only finding that out now. But look at this first circle. Wow. That is interesting. We're going back up, most likely at least, to the northwest island, but no one's around.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, because of the plane path, no one really was able to go all the way across, but I mean, they could have, but no one really long shooted or opted for the long shoot option. Ascent is maybe, with this circle pop, gonna probably, yeah, I'm thinking they're just gonna rotate on through, so that's probably gonna be the only team on the northwestern island. But it also means all these bridges are gonna be absolutely stacked, and we do have the first casualty already.
Oh, it ain't never fun to go out early in these ones, but Loop didn't make it as far as he had hoped for. And that's now the second time that Twisted Minds take casualties early on Taego. Last time was in the qualifiers, but they kind of worked their way around that pressure. We'll see if they can do the same thing here today as well.
It's such a weird feeling losing a player early on, because whether you want to or not, it's always in a 3-4 scenario. Maybe in the very later stages of the game, not so much anymore, but at least in mid-game, it's such a huge... It affects your confidence so much, and I'm talking about negatively impacting it. So, yeah, not gonna... I mean, these guys are experienced. I'm guessing it's gonna be to a lesser degree for them, but just in general, as a player, never want to have that happen in the early game. And, yeah, you can never underestimate the impact it has on your confidence and your playmaking ability as well.
Let's see here. After all, we are very creative with how we win and how we lose. On top of that, we are loud. I mean, really loud. I guess that's... we don't get to hear them, obviously, too often. We don't have the team comms, but who knows? Maybe someday we'll have to listen in and see how much they're yelling during the games. But I feel like whenever teams say they're really loud, usually those are also the teams that we aren't really allowed to showcase too much on broadcasts, because what they tend to yell isn't always too broadcast friendly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always love some good team cons, so in case anyone from After All is listening right now, or any of the fans, reach out to them. Make sure they upload some of these videos to YouTube. I always think this is the most interesting content as an PUBG Esports fan, seeing some of these comms. I know Ascent has been doing it. I know the comms are obviously in German, so the majority of you guys won't understand it, but still interesting nonetheless. They do have subtitles on there as well, so make sure to check out some of the PUBG Esports content that are being produced by the teams as well.
Yeah, speaking of Ascent, here they are, rotating on through. Not in a hurry. I mean, obviously Ascent has kind of already, I don't want to say mastered, but really kind of engaged in the whole emergency pickup kind of strat. And I think that has just, I mean, while they were slow on rotations earlier, decisively so, that's just given them even less reason to hurry. Like, even less reason to stress. Like, no circle, no matter how bad, can be that bad for them. And speaking of bad, well, DA, we saw them yesterday set up a bridge camp. Now they're trying to do so again, but casualties on both sides. I believe it might just be Lyron alive. No, there are two here. It's just Rustamar, though, alive on the side of BBL.
Yeah, Michael got flashed out very early on. Rustamar returns it, though, and Lyron, just as he gets in the vehicle, gets shot out almost immediately, and Rustamar takes him down for sure, and that just leaves Code Marco, and I think his position is known as well. Rustamar walks down the ridgeline, though. He's got plenty of angles to peek Marco now from, as he makes his way towards his teammate as well. But, yeah, I'm not sure if he's got the better chance here. Rustamar does have the revive on one of his teammates in just a couple of seconds. Maybe the nade's going to do damage.
Let's see if it does. If it doesn't, Marco really wants to get this kill, really wants to get this over with. They want to reset, they want to get ready to rotate forward. This Absol is wrapping it right behind him. Smash got rest, but got taken down again, and there you go. Marco able to win it, but as I was just saying, you're hearing now the vehicles coming in from behind. Deploy the smokes, try and grant yourself some more cover. You are gonna be in trouble, mate, and he can't commit to it. Simply can't.
Oh my goodness, Code Marco, what an absolute amazing peek that was through the bottom of the little what's it called? I mean, I don't have a call for it, but I guess the fake wizard tower, the little shack there, and gets the knock with a nade on to top it off as well. And wow, really great stuff from Code Marco. I do see one of the rise coming in now, if I saw that correctly as well. So yeah, we'll see how many of these will actually bleed out. There's another bleed out for BBL. So BBL, they won't go out of this round empty-handed, but it's definitely not the start they wanted either.
Yeah, no, not what they would have wanted. And here's Physics' vehicle. Well, luckily for him, he didn't make it all the way to the compound like his car.
Oh, at least someone got a free car.
Yeah, true.
Just take it.
His teammates got a vehicle to work with. That's always something. Back to Howl we go, and as you can see, still no Ruin to be found. Again, not gonna take anything away from Apocalypse. He's a phenomenal guy, but I feel like Ruin really has become one of the kind of the highlight players for the team as of late, kind of enabling the rest of his teammates in the server too. I'm curious to see how or if Apocalypse will be able to do the same here. Spiro spots rocks, but should be able to live to talk about it.
Yeah, he sure pin. We'll see a couple of shots towards that Twisted Mind rotation as well. But nothing too troublesome happening. I'm saying that, but Spyro breaches the combo where pushes, and that's going to be an easy pickup. Zorf takes him down as Spyro gets eliminated as well. And that's the second casualty in phase 1 for Twisted Minds. Yeah, it's kind of. I'm not sure on the timing of it, because I feel like that was a really deep kind of a. Yeah, it didn't seem like that was the original plan, is what I'm saying. That Spyro originally wanted to breach that compound, but there were so many teams up in that forest, so he kind of had to at this point. Yeah,
I'm trying to find somewhere to lay low and wait for the rest of the players to get there. Maybe overstepped his boundaries by just a little bit. And again, that's something you pretty much never hear me say about Twisted Minds. But here we are on a map that very few people know, and for good reason. So those small mistakes are bound to happen.
Oh, shots from Horizon. That's going to be an easy pickup. And Hurricane goes down almost instantly. He does get spotted. Ruzen has to be careful. The ridgeline to his left. He tries to make it out of there somehow. Somehow the ridgeline above him or behind him hasn't peeked us. I think there was some kind of support from his teammates going in, but now Sen comes into the party as well, and there's good shots going in against Ruzen. He will be taken down, and even though that is very far, the opportunity for the flash I don't think is granted just yet.
Nope, not just yet. So Win and I will try and, I think to some extent, kind of backtrack and play this one a little more safe. Now they know they have 180 asset right in front of them. Leosh is still not really in a position to to properly assist. As you can see, they're in a 2-1-1 split, and Leos needs to get going, needs to find a better angle from where he can have more impact in this fight.
Definitely. And they are still looking for it, though. You can see despite Hurricane being taken out, Ubuki on that ridgeline was just about to take another peek, but he does get bullied away by Ascend. Ascend is really helping out Winner Die at the moment, even though Existence on the other side could have supported his teammates as well, but nothing so far.
It goes quiet for a little bit, as Hicks is constantly maneuvering around, looking around, trying to make sure that no one's got eyes on from further away. And I'd be surprised if 180R are gonna up to stick around in this area for too much longer. I think this is just one of those kind of lay low sort of places until that next circle pops. And even if it does stay in this area, it's very open. As you can see, Hicks, as soon as he turns around, the entire west side of that hill, I mean, he's exposed from like a billion angles. So I don't think this is an area they want to be sitting in whenever more teams start getting closer.
I'll quickly want to touch on the set because we're seeing that compound right now. That was the compound, if I remember correctly. Either it was... Yeah, it has to have been that compound where Pard won the very first Taego round, I think in phase... Must have been phase 1, right? So I'm interested to see if Ascend is actually gambling on the next circle shift to somehow go west and then potentially have similar kind of circle shifts as we've seen on one of the Taego rounds already. And if that happens, and that kind of just happened, they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, now we just need one more swing on the southern side, and the water should push the circle up towards us. Yeah. But of course, we still have the potential of a northern shift on this one too, which would force us into new territory. And again, with how many teams were south, which is practically all teams of this one when it first shifted up towards the northwest side, look at how much space is still up on the north side of this circle. I think Putt, if they opt to go all the way north around, are going to be in for a really good rotation.
Yeah, Howl overrooted Ascent on that one just there. You can see the timing on Howl was immediate after the circle pop. But they will be running into trouble as well. Oh, 180R almost got the full setup for that rotation, but unfortunately Apocalypse is able to make it out of there. Beamy actually supporting them on the rotate as well. Beamy gets the flush as well. Oh my goodness, Beamy. That's a very long shot. Beamy gets another one. Oh, Beamy! That's not a short range at all. Beamy, another headshot. That's the third one in about 15 seconds. And if Ford continues that performance from yesterday, I don't even want to think about that right now. But they're already starting this one off very strong. Beamy is going to be glowing with confidence.
Yeah, you do not want to be stood still when some of these bold action players start getting warm. Him, Clip, other players of the like. I mean, they are so damn dangerous when it comes to these bold actions.
Yeah, usually we see Clip on it, and at the moment it's going to be Beamy on this one. I'm not even sure if that was intentional. I feel like it was probably much rather a case of he just found that in his compound and picks it up and probably going to switch to a DMR later on, but...
I think it's just Danish players. We need good stuff to start. They've all learned from
Danish
the
PUBG
bold
culture.
Grandmaster Woogie Boogie himself, and now we just need good stuff to get in on the DMR action as well. We will be the country of bold action snipers. I think that's a good one.
I mean, it's very satisfying. All clears though. I wouldn't want to say a clown's car, but they are very low on HP in that vehicle, and it is 2, which is the majority of the team that is remaining. But they will find another spot. That's a pretty good spot, actually. These are the kind of positions I was talking about that maybe some teams don't know yet, but that's a pretty good spot right now. As you were saying, especially, if this goes south, then a prime spot right now. Let's go over to Howl as they make their way into the north side as well. Levante, unfortunately, doesn't expect Matt to be standing just below him, and he gets punished for it instantly. Matt is going to pick the first one.
Yep, you can see Howl, though, they have to be pretty careful here because... Again, similar fashion to what we were talking about with the ADR just before. Now it's actually ADR shooting up towards Howl. So a lot of open lines of sight here for some of these teams to backstab one another. So I like the fact that Howl are constantly moving. As you can see, as soon as Schofield sits still for just a second, Hicks lands a couple of shots on him.
Wow, that could have actually been enough for Pod on the other side. As one of the players up from Pod was supporting on top of the ridgeline, while the other two were driving up the hill. But they didn't spot him in time. Going to the south side, and Tropic has made their way to the south side. We've seen that plenty of times. They do like that rotation. They have made their way on these kind of circles through the south side on almost all of the rounds on Taego so far that we've seen. And the same can be said about Face Clan, I want to say, even though the sample size has been a little bit lower there. Face Clan also. Lots of space being conquered by them on the western side. Oh,
think if you're an Exalt fan right now, you are pretty pleased with this circle, because we know the next one, of course, is going to try at least to shift us away from as much water as possible. So Exalt should be set very well in that compound, and you can see that's where they're all starting to rotate now. They know that the next circle is going to come towards them. So so does everyone else, though. So let's see now. We haven't really seen a whole lot of emergency pickups being deployed just yet, so this might just be the case of it starting to happen.
I'm not sure why Pod is playing that far out on the edge, especially since they have played this exact circle in phase 1, and I want to correct myself, because I earlier said I thought it was Ascent's compound right now that Pod won from. I think it's Excel's compound now. And that's usually we see Pod way more centralized, way more hardcore oriented. That's not the case right now. You can see Exalt, as you said, prime position to shoot at some of these rotations as well. Howl's just sending it in right now. It's just straight through the middle. Are they going to find something? They should surely, because the western side is almost entirely clear.
Yeah. Meantime, down towards the southern side, you have push and shoot, try and drive straight through Ascent, and that is clearly not working. Now, Mika does get found, so some casualties on their side, but a lot of damage being done from him as well, and trying to prevent him crossing on through.
Yes, but Ascent doesn't have the flush yet. That's being covered. Excuse me, Ascent hasn't been flushed yet, and when we're talking about Mika, so Ascent's still full man strong. Not a problem for them. Chris has made his way on towards the forest on the other side as well, and towards that big ridge line. So they do have an entry as well. Not a problem for Ascent right now, even though the circle doesn't shift in their favor necessarily.
Yep. Now DA fall in. Just moments from Howl doing the same thing, I think. Again, teams are still trying to find the better places to play from, the smarter areas to be in, and right now I think Matt has realized that this ain't one of them.
Yeah, it really isn't. I thought Howl was in a really good spot over there, but Excel just bullies them out. I didn't expect Excel to push out of there as much as FaZe did, because FaZe, I mean, obviously, they had a lot of space over there, and sure, Excel does as well. You can see it's almost entirely open space all around that compound. Yeah, correct.
One in, doesn't found anything, but they're well aware that they have Perfectix sat inside, spotting. Ooh, with the Grocer as well. Batul's taken up from afar.
Okay, that's a headshot as well. He confirms it correctly. I mean, something's happening to these headshots all around at the moment on this first very map. I mean, we saw clear, we see Corexi now. The snipes are just on point.
Yep, sure are. Corexi lops one more nade in there. Again, they know exactly where they have him. It's just a matter of him not really wanting to make the fully committed push when he's on his own, and I don't hold him forward. While Perfectus is alone, he's a beast of a player, so don't want to take it too lightly, don't want to take any chances here. Wait for the teammates to arrive and then deal with them together.
Yeah, I can't... Look, that blue zone grenade, if that would have been combined with a push, I feel like FaZe should have already made a move. No, don't you? I feel like that's taking way too long for my liking, and I'm not sure. That isn't FaZe-like to make these kinds of delays on the pushes, but, well, they will find it either way, so I'm not going to complain. Corexi with their last one, the Groza. It's being put to use here right now. Corexi, my goodness. I saw plenty of people having him on his fantasy team, and they're not going to be disappointed in match 1.
Not at all. Chris falls as Win or Die tries to push forward, but once again, it's Mika able to stand up and defend. Issue for him is he wasn't able to do so for long enough, so Win or Die will come out victorious in that fight as Ascent falls in 13th.
And that's Ascent down out in 8th place right now on the overall leaderboard. But you can see right below them, it's AA, it is ADR, it is Orcless. All of these teams with a good round could potentially overtake them. Sure, BBL is out, and maybe DA is out as well. That's good for Ascent because, you know, they have the space on the leaderboard to make something happen in the next round again and not drop down too far. But still, not the situation you want to be in. Not with Ascent, not with their recent history of just dominating these kinds of lobbies.
It's not been a dominating fashion we've seen from Ascent in the grand final so far. While they have had some good showings throughout the matches of yesterday, overall it wasn't quite to be. A 3rd place with 6 kills was really the pinnacle of what they were able to deliver yesterday, and then 3 of their 6 games outside of placement points. So we'll see if after Taego is over and done with, if they can turn that ship around here for the rest of the games today.
We will see that in just a matter of hours, essentially. Either way, Entropic, southern side, they do have one solo in their bags, but I think until it's phase 6 or 7, I don't think they should be too worried about this, unless they do get plenty of knocks in from a different team. Don't think he's going to strike anytime soon, is what I'm saying. And Entropic, pretty good play again. I mean, this is a pretty good setup. They've got all all the space in front of them essentially is walking distance, and they don't need any car rotations, which is exactly when a traffic is the most scary. By the way, is there someone in the car right below me and he doesn't notice?
There is, and there's a lot of other people with eyes on them as well. Salty's playing behind the car right now, so while they are with space on their side, there's also they have kind of joined in on the snake-infested forests here. So we'll see if they get to punish them or not, as Naileup is still knocked and Mexi almost taken down too.
I thought it was going to go down for sure there, but as you said, Naileup is knocked, and he's that Western anchor. And even though I'm not sure if FaZe is going to push out all that weight, just look at the FaZe Clan split right now. I've got the map stream open. FaZe Clan controls a quarter of the circle right now, all throughout the south and western side. It is absolutely absurd how much control they have, and they fought for it. It's not gifted to them. They fought for it, and they made it work.
Yeah, I mean, once they cleared out the compound, Fex was playing that west side pretty much throughout the entirety of the mid game, and once they knew that they had the compound cleared, they don't care to sit in it. They'll go up on the hills instead and play aggressive from there, and that's exactly why, as you see here, that they have the amount of space that they do.
Hey, now, okay, so it's going to be an overland shift. It's going to be a different circle, at least, to what we've seen in Phase 1 of the qualifiers in Taego, but it is a very similar one. Foot, still. We haven't really talked about them so far in this game. Very clean, very early rotations as well. Foot, 4 men strong inside the circle and the northern side. This doesn't look to be like a 20 kill setup kind of game, but it just looked like it's going to be a setup for them that also promises them the late game very easily.
Oh yeah, definitely. They've kind of been backfilling the majority of this game. They've been taking fights from afar, haven't had to deal with too many up-close threats, and now kind of just taking what they're given. Exalt, they saw them leave the compound, immediately AT drove down and took the spot from them as they grouped up in the compound that Exalt now has, and then they just slowly backfilling off. But now in the meantime, towards the east, slowly getting closer and closer to one another. After all, needs to make a play, and Enum would have really loved to find that knock there.
Yeah, because they need to clear them out, essentially. I mean, they don't need to. I mean, Win or Die has to push out of this anyways, but they should. That gives them a lot of space to focus on the rest of the map right now. And look at that blue zone grenade. Look at that blue zone grenade. We might just see a knock coming in against the Ruse, and he does go down. And surely now the push is going to come through. That is one of the first knocks we've seen with the blue zone grenade itself. Surely it is the first one. It's one of the first ones. And that utility was just perfectly placed because they can't hold out of this left or right side. They have to run out of to the front or to the back. And that's where everything was covered either way.
Not a whole lot you can do in that situation. Hiruzen will go down, so now just extends left, and after all, well aware of exactly where he is. But again, similar fashion to what we saw with Correxy earlier. They don't want to over-aggress on it. Let that blue zone nade do the damage for you.
Excellent. Oh, he's got that first aid off in time. Okay. It was well timed. It was well timed. Good job. Good job on the time.
There is the snake. Salty peeks on over, finds Mexi instantly. And just like that, the snake-infested forest proves to be, well, quite lethal. As in Tropic, where they were looking good before, and now down to 2.
Salty. Somehow he's dodged all of these nades. Ivers now with the Molotov is going to take him down. Not a problem. Bitfix goes out in 10th. And Tropic pick up another kill point.
But damage has been done already. I mean, for Entropic, they were coming in with quite a bit of space to maneuver, quite a good position to be in now. Ivers and Lurkeruk sat far eastern side, and in just a moment they're going to be visible to FaZe as well, so you'd have to imagine that they're going to be down and out in not too long, unless if they opt to aggressively wrap up in this direction.
This is very interesting. Arclis has been really calm all throughout this game, and I was talking about their rotation very early on because I thought it was a very smart spot that they played. I think a lot of people don't know about. And look at this, they're still 3 men strong. They lost one on rotation earlier, so that wasn't a spot that eventually they don't know get taken out of this round. And yeah, they're reaping the benefits right now.
How the hell did Extends just shoot one through?
I don't even know which angle.
He's in the building.
Tell the box, right? Yeah.
I have no clue how the Animan went down. I don't think the Animan is quite sure how he got knocked there either, but at least he's going to get rest. And I think, honestly, at this point, you just go down to blue. Oh, tries to heal through both blue and a blue zone nade, as if things couldn't get any worse.
I mean, he's even healing through this, isn't he? Right now, that's not his dying. He's still moving around. But we want to touch on the fight that we just saw. Mexi going down to the solo also secured FaZe Clan a pretty good entry now, as they have been 4 men strong. And even though that circle shift was the anti-FaZe circle shift, this is what they wanted. You were saying they don't want to play edge as much, but with this kind of control, that has to change now. Oh, James has to be careful.
And look at that. I mean, Extends found the knock on Lurkerux just before he went down. So really making the situation for Entropic even worse than it already was.
Oculus, I think they're debating on whether or not they should push this, because it is a 4-man, and I think they know this, and I think FaZe should know as well that Oculus, as soon as they see the the tags and the kill feed, if it does go into a straight confrontation, that this is only a 3-man. But they do have to hurry up. The next circle, once again, I'm not too sure on the play player in the middle of the center, but it's going to get rough for them.
It really is. It's open enough that you do not want to be up there without some utility. You especially don't want to have to run into it with teams next to you. So I think for FaZe, if possible, try and clear out what's happening down here and wait for Oculus now and after all to fight one another, and then third party. You need to be the only team on your side of the circle in this situation.
Western somehow spots on Enan, but Enan's still going to get the first one. Enan, is he going to get the second one? He's looking for it, but they're getting shoulder back, and that is a cleanup against Oculus. FaZe and AA, after all, obviously, is who I mean. We'll just shut them down. They're in the middle of it all, and Oculus, despite that great rotation, not seeing a dime in this one.
Yeah, and FaZe needs to continue. They need to take the fight to after all now as well. Gustav, nice angle down below. That's level 3 helmet to protect him on those peaks. But that nade, no, gonna be close. Covers. I say that, no! The second from Eden finds him.
And it's a quick trade coming out from both of these teams as the blue zone continuously pushes, as they will have less and less time now. Kirksey doesn't really spot a player from AA just by the rich, and it is Enan who's trying to get these shots off, but James straights him out either way. Denimon still's got that huge row. James, he gets the second one. Can he get the third? He pushes this one out, but one is, the third one is a bit too much. Klim will shut him down. It's still a 2-on-3 as Gustav surely is going to bleed out here as well.
Yeah, went for the flush and it came to bite him, and now, just like that, Fex is all alone. There are so many points for FaZe to find down here, should Fex be able to find the confirm, but look at this now. PUBG Esports taking the points away from FaZe, who did all the work to try and get this one confirmed. Maybe Fex can pick up Corexia here? I'm not quite sure. The thing is, they don't know exactly where Klim is.
Yeah, Klim is kind of playing this down low as well, but he's got the opportunity for the rest just as much as Corexi does, but yeah, no. So Corexi's gonna bleed out. Excuse me, Fex does, but yeah, not gonna happen. So he's into actually gonna get that res. Is it gonna change him out? I'm not so sure, because that edge is still very tough, and Foot still got plenty of sightlines they could potentially take if they choose to now get into the next circle.
Yeah, well, there is trees, there are rocks for cover, but as long as PUBG Esports has this hillside that you can see that they do over on the other side of the little valley there, and as long as Exalt don't have to leave the compound yet, it's very hard for anyone to really get a proper position inside this circle. So I think once Fex and Hibago, I would assume both of them die, and Klim as well, once they die, that's when you start seeing Foot try and kind of push into this open terrain, because this fight down here has to happen at some point too.
Yeah, we still gotta talk about how much this round is Foot's round to lose. Klim is actually gonna take that 1v1. They will take him down. Hibaku actually, it wasn't been Klim. Don't let yourself get fooled. Hibaku got their last shot, and AC is gonna take him down in return though, but that's still worth it. That's another kill point and more placement points on the board for AA as well. So they will, in the end, AA is the one to win that whole southeastern skirmish in the forest.
Pretty impressive considering that they were the ones with the, I don't want to say worst position, but they definitely had a pretty big fight ahead of them. Good thing for them that PUBG Esports helped out a little bit. Two blue zone nades kind of thrown on top of each other, since they don't really stack the way they wanted it to. It doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. And now Exo, smokes deployed. They have to go somewhere. Pick your fight. Do you go to Pot or do you go to PUBG Esports? I think I would have picked PUBG Esports too, but right now Rox is hitting all the shots he has.
Yeah, I mean, next I didn't think it was going to be that hard for them to get out of the compound, but the sidelines are just too good. And Part, how are they not getting shot by, how are they not getting found by footballists right now? I think PUBG Esports is still trying to solidify their position inside the next safe zone before they take this next fight. I think they just want to play this one as safe as they can.
Yeah, playing for the win here. They got 3 of them yesterday. Why not start off today with one as well? The only map they didn't win a game on yesterday was Taego, so why not find the Taego here and then have the dream come true, all 3 maps conquered within 2 days of Grand Finals.
T-Bone, he's had one hell of a performance yesterday, and he shuts down both of the After All players again in this one. Oh my goodness, if T-Bone starts to continue his performance today as well, I mean, there's no stopping this team, and it's already looking like another win. Pin is going to take down Exile, and that just makes it a 3-on-3 scenario. Yeah,
we'll see if Pot can somehow come out victorious here. They have the hilltop, they have the arguably the better position, but I wouldn't want to go up against a PUBG Esports who's feeling this hot right now, because they have been completely on fire. We saw it with Beamy early with the headshots he was able to land with the bolt, and now, obviously with him being down and out, he ain't gonna have much impact. But Vard yesterday, absolute beast, and T-Bone and Nate C as well, played phenomenally.
Absolutely. Look at Vard's luck. He's pretty much got the biggest angle on all of the part players, but the zone so far, sure, it favors Foot, but they still need to hit these shots, and it doesn't look like it's too easy right now. Foot, once you let the zone do most of the work, you can see they're not making any unnecessary peaks. They do respect part way more than I expected them to, actually, in this late game scenario. So no knocks, no damage even is being traded out here. Vard's been spotted very briefly, so he has to heal up. That means Foot is definitely going to take even more time to make sure they get up to full HP.
I mean, look at the position that Pod are in. Their position is only good because they have the high ground and they have the rock. But, well, sorry to be the ones to spoil it, but you have to get off that rock in just about 1 minute's time. So I think that's why FUT Esports ain't in a hurry. And also, I love that that is the FUT Esports we're seeing play, because a lot of this roster has been known to be somewhat eager. I don't want to say greedy, that's not the right word, but somewhat eager to close out end games in the past, and at least been on teams that have been famous for trying to do so and failed. So loving that they're now saying, you know what, nope, let's slow it down, let's get the secured points, let's play the odds in our favor rather than take unnecessary risks.
Definitely. You can see what AZ was doing right here in terms of unnecessary risks. He definitely didn't want to peek the Zishan. He was just peeking his head to make sure the enemies are still in the position he expects them to be, which is this big rock right here. And, well, now he's actually tried to go for a shot, but it continuously doesn't mean he's actually wanting to take the shot. It's more about information play at this point.
Yeah, just take a few shots, make sure that you know exactly where they are. Vard now would have really wanted to hit that one on Nagatori, but saw the second one as well. Has some nades still to work with also, but he's going to be in a 1v2 down here, and I think Rux might be able to get the angle on him in a second. Yep, it's trying to force him back now once again.
This isn't even too bad what Pod is doing right now. Somehow they found some footing in this next circle, in this last phase, towards the southern side. They don't have the ridge line, but they can still very much hit the shot. Vard is opening things up, though, and he's still got the ridge line to potentially go for the second one. No nades anymore in hand, but this might still be enough. He should see Rogs, and the meanwhile, Rogs is going to put down T-Bone, makes it a 2v2.
Yep, goes for T-Bone, finds the flush as well. Now 2v2, just like that. Vard, 1 HP!
1 HP!
Able to back off, but he cannot get tagged by that blue. He has to keep moving on the inside. One hit would be him down and out, and then we're all on 8C to come out victorious here. They haven't found the flush on Pin just yet, so there might just be a chance for the rest to come through, but I don't see how that happens.
Smoke grenade launch on hand. Vard is going to try to go for some more spades, and this situation has just been turned around completely. Pod has suddenly got the best positions in the game, and they are able, at least Rox is, unless that nade does lots of damage. I wanted to say, or even takes him down. They should be able to have the advantage in terms of who has to move earlier out onto the open, but the smoke's out there. Vard still looking for that Hakatori player on the eastern side. But he doesn't go for the revive yet. He sees Rockstone, takes him down! Headshot to top it off as well. And that brings it back 2-on-1. Foot back with the advantage.
Vard finds one. And now it's just Hakatori trying to make the crawl on forward. It was looking like it was going to slip away from FUT Esports. But let's see now if Vard Nades can bring this one home. Blue Zone Nades lopped on forward. That flash is going to keep Vard blind for at least a good 5-6 seconds. He is out of play. He's out of effect. But Hakatori also doesn't really have any more room to maneuver. He needs to move on to the forward.
Oh, he spots him right center. Hakatori takes down Vard, though. And this brings it back. 1-on-1 scenario. How close can this get? And look at this. Rox is even able to maybe potentially forward some of the information on towards that 8C, on towards that last FUT Esports player who is 8C. But so far, he doesn't see Hakatori! Oh my goodness, how in the hell did they win that late game ending? That position to wrap around the western side and somehow find a footing in phase 9 just turned that situation completely upside down.
What a game. What a game. Welcome back, Mark. What a game.
Wow. Oh, guys, I was there feeling it. It was going one way, and I was like, come on, Pod, work your way in. And that's where that Pin and Hakatori come through. And I know Vard actually mentioned him yesterday, but Vard instantly said no to them on that push round, but they're able to clutch that chicken dinner in the end.
Yeah, I mean, so, it's amazing that edge play, as you said, like Vard and Hakatori, they were shooting each other for quite some time, and I was thinking, Vard, the longer he's gonna let this fight take out, and the less time he's gonna have on that ridgeline, that's gonna get for him, but he still made it work.
Well, look, I need to just take all of that game number 1 in. There was a lot going on, but we do have a lot of highlights, so we're gonna throw out the highlights, take a quick break, and we'll be back before game number 2. Hey guys, welcome back after that short break. What a game number one, Toby, because Pod really needed that win and they delivered at the end.
I don't necessarily, I mean, okay, so Pod did need that win, but to kind of underline it more, I feel like everybody needed that it wasn't a Foot win more than Pod needed it to be their win, because the entire server is currently playing one of the most insane games of catch-up I've seen in a very long time, and thank you, Pod, for keeping it interesting, at least for a little while longer.
Yeah, unable to clutch the win. I think Foot had it in grasping distance, though. Let's have a quick look at that leaderboard, though, as it stands after that first game today. And there we go. So, currently, as it stands, obviously, yes, Foot, who were in grasping distance to try and get it. I was about to say updated. Trying to do some quick maths in my head. They're at 102, but yeah, look, for me, as we mentioned with Pod, they did jump themselves up. I think 3 spots, actually. They moved themselves now up to 11th place with that chicken dinner. Felix, though, it's very good, lot of action, and as you guys were talking during the break, that zone ending was slightly different than what we had, but I felt like you guys jinxed it. You didn't really get that east ending you wanted.
No, we definitely didn't. It was all the way towards the western side, and in the pause, we were just debating how close it actually was to that very first one that we saw from Pod. That they also won. Look, this is the interesting thing. Pod actually won in phase. If you're looking all the way back to the playoff qualifiers in phase 1, they won the very first Taego game that we saw there, and it ended like 2 kilometers north of it, but it isn't far off. But this time around, it was a completely different scenario. Pod played very edge-heavy, and I was saying that in Phase 2 and Phase 3 onwards, the spot that Erangel usually had in that game, that's where we expected Pod to be. And they still won that round, despite having a completely different scenario now for this round, for this ending. Fought their way all the way through, and yeah, I mean, props to them.
Can I just add real quick to add to the insanity of the current Foot Esports lead? They're 11 points away right now from having the amount of points that second and third has combined.
Wow.
I mean, that is I don't even like it's they have more points than the bottom 5 teams combined, just off of like quick math. They must have.
Yeah.
That's insane. But and they almost won that game too.
Yeah, that's how close it was. They had those couple of games as well the other day where they were the ones really farming the kills, let alone placement, before they put 3 chicken dinners on the board. So definitely that right-hand side of the of that leaderboard was suffering a little bit. But as we look at the player stats, it isn't a Foot roll. It's actually a lot of other teams and new names starting to appear, Toby, in our player stats.
Yeah, it's the teams that fought on the east side. I mean, after all, we're out there farming players, and then Extens was trying to farm, but currently, unluckily for him, he was kind of locked in a small house for the majority of that fight, so didn't get to move a lot. But from that position, he got 900 damage, so kudos on him. And then for Gustav and teams, a lot of knocks, especially up on that hillside in the end. There are a lot of knocks to be found, but couldn't quite get the flushes with him.
Yeah, no, East was outstanding play, and obviously we mentioned on the break, but just before the break phase, they definitely wanted to not play the edge this time, and Felix, I felt like they kind of delivered that. You saw them come out that compound and really get aggressive towards a lot of the teams on that south corner of that map.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that game in particular can now speak to how much they've changed their game style, because honestly, like, they were pretty fast on the rotate towards the western side. From there on out, sure, they cleared the compound, but they didn't have to rotate that far off, so they did, in terms, to some degree, play edge anyways, or they were kind of forced to in this round, because they didn't have to rotate much. But yeah, as you were saying, they were very aggressive early on. They punished all the teams in their surroundings, not only Howl in the dip early on, but also in the compound that was very close to them across the street, and that gave them so much space, and that was just a face masterclass up until that point, where they had to push up towards the forest, where it just got too crowded on their edge.
Masterclass it was, and space is what you guys now need, because game number 2 is going to get under the way, and I'm going to take a seat and make you guys transition to the middle. See you guys in the break for game 3.
Whoop, and just like that, we need some sort of fun sound effect on that transition. What is the scream? Yeah. Like the Wilhelm scream, as Mark is just kind of thrown into the back as the next game gets going. In any case, we're 20 seconds out of the first of 2 Erangels of today, and I'm not gonna lie with how well Foot played this one, because again, while they did give space to Pod, I think they did the right thing in doing so. We have seen a team like Foot get greedy for the wins and end up losing. Now, they didn't win in the end anyway, but I much more like them losing the way that they lost this one than had they just gone full YOLO without really assessing the situation first, then dying because of that.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, I still felt like they should have won that game, just based off how much space they had. And at what point? That's the question I was asking. At what point did they lose? It must have been Beamy, right?
I mean, Beamy pushed center to try to take, like, really, like, full control of the circle, and died before they were able to rotate up towards him. So I don't think there was
that's what I missed.
They could do trying to avoid.
Yeah, so that's the only point where I wasn't sure on how that happened. But they're probably gonna kick themselves in at the end of the day, because that probably was avoidable, and potentially could have secured them a full 4 men in the end. But either way, we are going into the next match and talking about Erangel circles. If this is a military circle right now,
it's not.
I don't know. It's not, right? But it could. I mean, it could be like centralized south and then shift down south. But we have seen that to a similar degree yesterday, even though with a different plane path.
If the first circle has to hit the plane path, then we would need like a quadruple hard shift south. Then yes, maybe.
Yeah, it's totally possible, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess if with everything we've seen in this tournament so far, I don't think it's impossible anymore. But I would not put my money on it. Let me put it that way.
No, not me. Well, I don't know. I saw someone in chat yesterday predicting it. I think 2 circles before it actually happened. I think it was Iba, actually, predicting it 2 circles before it actually happened. And I was like, that is just no way she actually...
If this ends in Novo now.
Yeah, predicted this to go all the way down south. But yeah, it ends Novo now, sure. Okay.
Yeah. Imagine.
Are you going to put money on it? Are you going to put some PUBG merch on it if it actually happens?
You know what? I will put a PUBG t-shirt on this one going south. The thing is, what do I win? Do I win like 100 PUBG t-shirts if it does? Because I don't think I have space for that in my closet.
Yeah. I mean, it's... Just buy a bigger closet, to be honest.
You know what? That is the solution. That is
Isn't
the
it?
solution. Why just clean out your closet if you can just buy a bigger one? That is...
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing.
9 billion IQ strats. Coming
Thank you.
From Felix right there. In the meantime, now FaZe getting the loot game going. They've just been blessed with this shift, and quite a few teams will have to get their rotation game on. The thing is, this is the first time we see one of those southeast hard shifts in on Erangel where emergency pickups are a thing. And I am very curious to see now the likes of Win or Die, the likes of PUBG Esports, Ascent as well, how they're planning on rotating in, because, I mean, emergency pickup into multi-power, knowing that whatever team is down there is probably set in a wide 1-1-1-1 split, that is maybe not the worst play, and you'll probably have vehicles down there too.
They have actually done that. That was an interesting thing. That was one round where Ascend actually, they split it at 2-2. They had 2 players actually looting multi-power to start of the round, and then 2 players in pre-morse, and whatever side it shifted on, the other 2 would group up via the emergency parachute. So we've seen that. Not the exact scenario. We've seen a similar scenario on one, you know, on a similar game where they actually rotated off into multi-power with the emergency parachute. But I quickly want to touch on Entropic, because that was an interesting topic. We usually saw them 3 inside Yasnaya, and we were talking about the vehicle situation. Now they've got Mexi outside of it. Now they're getting more comfortable that ADR is probably not going to like aggress on them in the city and potentially force like a 4-on-3 or 4-on-2 fight. And I think that's a very interesting pick as well, because Mexi up on the compound north of Yaz is going to secure them another car for the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to spread out. Of course, with the first couple of games, maybe even the first entire day, as we saw yesterday, they aren't sure exactly what ADR's game plan is. Yeah. They might have talked to them and gone, guys, we shouldn't be fighting each other, remember that. But you don't know until you're actually on the server. And now, when they didn't fight, as you're saying, then they can feel more comfortable to start flexing out.
Start flexing out. That's what football is just doing on this whole lobby. They're just flexing on everyone. 102 points. I still can't believe it. It's just looking at the leaderboard. Something just feels off. Do they have like a ×2 multiplier or something like on these rounds?
I will say this though.
They don't, but
I mean, now of course, PUBG Esports isn't the former heroic roster as a whole, but we have seen it before where heroic came off to insane leads early on and fumbled them. Now, those leads weren't as big as this one currently is. I'm just putting it out there that as much as right now it looks like PUBG Esports are going to come out victorious here, which they very well could if they continue playing the way they have been so far, we have seen it too many times where that team that's far ahead gets picked up by the rest of the server, and therefore we can't really call it quits just yet.
Yeah, we really can't.
Bike. We need more bikes in esports.
Do we though?
I feel like we do.
As a few,
you know what?
yes.
If we are to bring in things, then the bike is pretty. It's a pretty chill thing, you know. It's not like BRDMs or Panzerfausts or anything.
Yeah.
Not trying to give anybody any good ideas here, by the way. Just so you know.
It's gonna happen now. You did it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Joey. You just ruined competitive play. Thank you. Great rotation coming in from AA. All of that is another very good spot that's now being taken up as the center of the circle. All around that multi power area is being crowded now with with all the players, all the various teams. FaZe has now split something towards the far southern side. Push has made their way in towards the compounds west of multi power, and Howl is playing a big split up towards the lumber camp. So yeah, I don't really see a whole lot of reason for anyone else to just rotate on through, so I'm guessing we're going to see the rest of the teams play fairly edge. And
there is exactly what I was talking about just before, for a team to kind of commit on the early push down here. And also just a quick info for those of you guys sat out there watching, feeling like maybe those shots you see fired and the audio you're listening isn't completely in sync. It is a little bit of an issue. It is known by production. You don't have to keep on spamming it, and production is actively working on solving it. So don't worry, solutions are being worked on. Just keep up the good spirit and pray to Gustav that he doesn't get pulled up on by all of Oculus. And for Oculus, pray to them that they get a vehicle. Because now
they don't have a vehicle, right?
Yeah, no, well,
there is a vehicle spawn just east of it, so like they could in theory have a vehicle soon, but still, yeah.
I'm not sure if it's been claimed yet or not.
It's still very it probably should be, because there are a bunch of teams up in Malta, not only BFG but also FaZe, and also yeah, it's very hard to cross out of the compound to even get to that vehicle in the first place. Either way, Twisted Minds, they did have a great day yesterday as well. Well, let's not even continue talking about that, as Michael gets called off on the rotation. Yeah, stacking that Eastern Yasnaya position. They must have known this, right? I was thinking right now, is there any other way any other reason for them to be stacked up like this? They must have known this rotation was going to happen. That surely is a calculated play coming out from 180R, and they will be rewarded. Michael goes down.
Yep, it's a smart play on their side, and for BBL, I mean, while of course you can never assume that teams have rotated out at a certain point, I think, let alone the fact that you have a city with two teams looting it, should just be a warning of, no matter the situation, let's stay clear of that place unless if something, unless if like the circle goes there or we're forced to go there for whatever other reason. I feel like BBL could have rotated this one smarter. Again, obviously they couldn't know that ADR was going to be there, but let alone the fact that you have a city with two teams in it means that one of the two teams, or both, are going to be slower on that rotation, or on that looting phase. So just don't risk it.
I'm thinking what BBL is going to rotate in now. Because as of right now, they will have Exile in front of them, they will have Twisted Minds in front of them. If they want to make too much ground in too short of a time span, they will be rotating into teams necessary, like 100%.
Can I just say real quickly, I feel like this is not a great use of emergency pickup, because they're going to get picked up now. There you go. They're going to get picked up with a 1 minute and 15 seconds still to go until the circle is going to pop. And look at what's ahead of them on the map. Look at what they could have safely rotated into in vehicles with minimal scouting having to be done, because it's pretty easy to scout your way out of Yasnaya. Now they're gonna maybe go all the way down to multi-power. Maybe they're gonna, I mean, I have no clue where they're gonna go. But why not wait until you see the next circle pop, and then you can decide whether you're gonna go for something or not. I know that there's might be a chance that it's gonna be taken by that time, but at least wait for like 35-40 seconds longer. Because I feel like if this one shifts south, now they're just like, well, that was kind of stupid, wasn't it?
Yeah, I 100% agree. And also, most of the times, what you see 90% of the time, as the circle shifts, unless it goes completely sent up and towards all the teams there, but then at that point, it's still good information, there isn't going to be a new position that's able to be played. I mean, the good thing about these circle shifts is, why you want to do them in the first place, on towards the circle pop is that it shifts towards playable area where potentially good positions aren't taken yet. Now, you know that right here, you can just... It's a given that all the good spots are taken. On the new circle pop, that might not be the case, and yeah, that's why I hold out of agree as well. This is what Winner Dies doing maybe a little bit better right now, as they are up in the air and will be going in with the circle pop. Well, okay, this is not going to change too much now with this shift, but still, there are some positions down in Pavka, for example, down in Military Power that could still be taken, and teams that could have been there now in phase 1 might have just rotated into Percenter, so it's definitely a safer rotation doing it on the circle pop.
Okay, so under ADR are now fully committing to the side across, which makes sense because that's one of those spots that you would be split looting, and I believe, yep, Taegos will be able to get away from there safely. So smart approach in the end of it. But again, I mean, had this circle not gone towards the southern side, they wouldn't have been in the best position. So I guess, I mean, in the end of it, it's not exactly the worst place to be. And also, I love the fact that we saw just before Spiro jumping out of a plane as well. He was alone though. It happened pretty much exclusively on the map feed, but jumped out of a plane while his team was still up towards the northeast side of prison, just to see what's happening down south, while his team was slowly creeping down. Then, when he didn't like what he saw, flew back north, got picked up, and now he's up there again. So they pretty much just spent an emergency pickup to sort of UAV the south side of the circle.
To UAV this, yeah. No, it's totally
I like
true.
that. I like that though. It's pretty smart.
I like it. Yeah, I like it as well. I quickly want to touch on Ascend right now, and also Foot Esports, because they're kind of both in the same boat. They're one of the only 3 teams, or 2 of the only 3 teams, excuse me, that are not inside the current safe zone, and they're taking it extra slow. I mean, Foot Esports, there was... Even when 180R was already on the ground, I think that's when they were just passing by Iznaya. That's how late they were on that rotation. They will now finally make it into the safe zone. They'll play this one out of the Pavka. Little do they know, Axel is having the same thought, even though Axel has focused themselves on towards that eastern side, and with Artix got an entry point towards outside the city as well. I'm not sure if Axel expected a breach to be happening this late, and as you can see, Fate is going in without the engine on, so they are setting themselves up to potentially greet Foot Esports here.
And there's no way if you're Foot that you should expect there to be a team set up and camping this place. Hopefully, for Foot, they'll hear a footstep sound or something that can alert them, because if not, then they will be caught very much by surprise. Which, again, I mean, I guess is for the best for the rest of the server, because they're all trying to catch up to them. So if we can wound them a little more early on, that would be that'd be great for everyone else. But for Foot, of course, they would want to get that warning in advance.
Look, I like what T-Bone's doing here right now. I know we're not having focus on him right now, but T-Bone has gone all the way around to spot if that building is taken, and I think he might have just seen the vehicles. So that just gives Foot all the information they need. So no matter what Axel's doing here, if T-Bone saw it, and I think he did, the angle should have been enough. See the vehicle here, then he surely knows there's someone inside the city, and Foot can prepare for this.
Yeah, but does the shack block off the angle? I'm not quite sure if it does or not. We'll have to wait and see. Still 30 seconds to go until the next circle pops as things go quiet once again. I mean, again, there's plenty of space in this circle with how many compounds on the southern side and how you can play in and around the hill up towards Lumberyard. It's very easy for 64 players to be in this first circle. Issue becomes now, especially if this next circle includes water too, we could go from space for everyone to maybe space for half of the circle. I have other teams, I should say.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'm very excited for this one. Usually these don't tend to go down south. It will on this one. I mean, there's lots of water towards the northeastern side as well. Even though it isn't the water shift you kind of were expecting. I mean, yeah, no, I gotta correct myself. You were expecting these to go down south. We've never really seen this one end north of prison, so that is kind of the most likely shift at that point. Either way, that also means there's going to be even more teams rolling in down south. The compound in the very south is open now. I'm not sure how fast Pod is going to realize that, because surely there's going to be more teams wrapping around down south from the western and eastern side.
T-Bone, for everything dear in your life, do not take a sip of coffee right now. Or a sip of tea, which you probably would because you're British, you're drinking tea. Do not drink anything hot. No hot beverages near your computer right now, because you will get jump scared in just a moment. In the meantime, Solve meets Spyro, finds a knock on him. Once again, Twisted Minds a bit of trouble early on, but they have made space for themselves, so they should be alright here.
What do we say to the god of death? Not today, is what Spyro's saying as well. Even though he gets headshot and absolutely blasted off there. What he wanted to shoot on towards Entropic. He will be revived. Lukaro's opening things up against AA, who have made themselves at home here. Right around that bunker. Lukaro's gets shut down by Klim, though. How the hell did that just happen? And Naylor gets shut down as well. Klim somehow turns it around. Double knock from his side. And Irish suddenly is the last player alive. He gets headshotted on the rotation already. That might just give AA the opportunity, if they do find the angle, to wipe this off clean.
Yeah, I mean, you say somehow. I say great timing, great positioning for Klim there. He was sat below even when a teammate gets knocked. He kind of used Denim as bait for a moment there to allow Entropic the idea that they were safe to make the push on down. But little did they know, he was sat right down below them and takes out 2 instantly. So smart play. A little baity, but if it works out for you, then I guess your teammate isn't going to complain.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about complaining, that headshot was huge, vastly unnecessary is what Hugh is going to say about this one. And Matrady is caught off guard by this vehicle having almost no HP and is exploded now as well. He's going to have to stop out on the open. But he will have the support of his teammates that both safely made it through despite the headshots that were being put out by FaZe Clan on that southern side. Who, by the way, still haven't had to move too far. They have focused up on that little 3-stack just east of Milta, but that's, I mean, one of the buildings they looted in the beginning of the game anyways.
Let's see now, as Twisted Minds are starting to, I mean, they must have heard the vehicle coming from behind, and T-Bone did go down, by the way. He, hopefully, again, he didn't drink any warm beverages, as we saw him and Moldog be right next to one another earlier, but he did fall. So for the rest of PUBG Esports now playing through on foot, I'm pretty sure Twisted must have heard those vehicles come in.
That is such a tough circle shift for anyone that's not in the circle right now. Anyone that's on the circle right now is pretty much forced to either reach something because there's no further positions able to be played. There is the Wizard Tower, but FaZe is surely not going to let anyone take it. I mean, there's only really Ascent who could potentially rotate in there. And even Exalt has to move out of military power completely. Look at this. BFG's now rotating out. That's going to give them the opportunity to get in there, and Oculus is doing exactly that right now. But Exalt is in a different boat. They will be potentially be greeted by Oculus who've just arrived at that location. That's going to make things very hard for them.
You do not want to be leaving military power from the east side when all your teammates are on the west. And I think Salty just learned that the hard way. Tried to, or should have maybe, tried to get out of the compound on the other side. Because there was an entire team waiting to greet him on that side, and Oculus gets himself a freebie off of it.
Look at this, one of the DA players actually tried to make it into small military power, but he didn't quite make it. And look at this, oh, Hugh gets caught off guard as well. Nakup finishes that one off. And look at this, Foot, finally!
There we go!
Finally, you might get some spice in the overall leaderboard situation, because they will be limited very early on. And who is it going to be? It's going to be Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's one of the teams that I think for PUBG Esports would not want to have
How did he survive?
catch up. Not just how did he survive, but how did he survive with so much health now, finally? More starting to get chipped off as the hunt continues, but Quetba able to back off. Able to stay safe. Issue for Lyron is he's all on his own down there, so would have really wanted to get that first knock.
I hope he's got like a smartwatch on right now, because I want to see his heart rate just jump from probably what is like close to 100 to like 140. That was a jump scare if I've ever seen one. Unfortunately for Lyron, he's not going to pick up the kill point. Something that I feel like he definitely should have. And look at this, Oculus is now clearing this one very methodically, but they have to be careful not fighting too long, otherwise Exo might just pull up on this.
Yep. As this fight goes on, Twisted Minds fight up in the north side of the zone, but here on it, again and again, they know exactly where they have him. One more should do it. As a matter of fact, it's going to be the nade lie when does end up going down. And Code Marco, for those of you guys who thought that there was only one player alive, I can tell you now that Code Marco's alive. He's in a shack in Milta, so there's that.
Yeah,
not sure how they got, not sure exactly how they got this far apart, but that happened.
But Doodland's going to be taken out, as they will fight win or die here on this edge. Lou's still looking for that frag toward existence, but he can't spot him out just yet, and he has to pop that first aid as well. He is going to need these bodies as well in order to survive. He's only got that one first aid left. It's not going to be enough to make it into the what's the blue zone. From this point onwards, existence just behind the car. Lou is going to go for the bait. He did find 3 first aids, but that's just about all he found. As existence is going to take him down. That's Lou out of the round as well. And I was talking about, you know, maybe things got more spicy. Entropic out, Twisted Minds on a very tough edge with only 2 players. Maybe not even Spyro was going to make it in. Maybe the hopes have just been shattered as well.
Yep. Chris falls as well. As Ascent tries to creep further forward, but in this pile of players up here towards the Olympiad. Only so many can fit on through. And for Howl now, they're having to deal with the rest of the ascent players. If they do here, they're just going to run from one fight into another. Good thing for them is at least they found Killikai.
And that's going to entry things up. Apocalypse gets the knock on the flash. 4 kills for Howl. They have started off today's games in a different fashion. Way more concise, way more strong, way more fight-oriented. And it's the second time on our own that they start things off with more than just a couple of frags up until phase 5. Let's see how much more they can do. They still have to kind of a long way ahead of themselves, as fighting down this ridgeline is never easy.
Really isn't. Twisted Minds with just 2 left alive. Gonna try and see how long they can stay alive. Mika not able to do the same thing here as Ascent falls in 14th up in the start. It's the day here that Ascent had hoped for, but we'll see if they can turn things around coming into the next, or final I should say, Erangel of the day.
Yeah, Ascent really had not only tough circles, but also just tough fights on the edges. They didn't feel like... I didn't feel like any of the last 3 or 4 games, including yesterday, they had any chance at having an isolated fight and playing to their strengths. So they've just kind of been stuck at some of the edges.
That's what happens when you have, I mean, actual edge teams stay on the edge instead of just taking emergency pickups to go center, you know? when the edge teams opts to stick around, that's where the fights ensue, and it's such a tricky area to try and fight your way through up here. And I guess that's part of the reason why ADR opted to commit to the southeast early on. It was a gamble, but with how the circles have been shifting since then, it's paid off for them.
Yeah, definitely. Twisted Minds has found an entry, almost an entry on that side. And look at that, Perfectix. What a shot! Plaza gets immediately blasted. I was saying they have found an entry. There's only one more player, and they should know this, tracking the kill feed, that there's only one more player left in this compound. Sure, shots are being taken in from shots are raining in, excuse me, I want to say, from BFG, or maybe even further down southeast. This shouldn't be a problem for Spyro to catch up. And yes, you can see he's already almost the compound. Look at this, Howler's rotating in though.
Yep.
Oh, and Spyro's in a perfect position to potentially catch this off guard. Do they know that Spyro's there? They're focusing at the door. Spyro's just gonna let them pass. Where are they going though? Oh, Spyro's just
Oh, no. This is horrible timing, and those nades coming in now ain't gonna make things any easier at all.
I think.
He's gonna throw it out, gonna lob one more nade forward. Doesn't find the knock somehow, but they're all tagged. They're all wounded. Matt isn't rest yet either, and Schofield is down to 1 HP. Had Spyro had more utility to work with, this would have been perfect, but they have to go to the fight now. They have to go for it. Spyro finds 1. If he can get anything additionally, peeks on over, goes to the second as well. Will be taken down in the end, but a lot of damage done to Howl. But look at where they're sat, just on the edge of the circle.
Oh no, my goodness, from out of all the plays, it's going to be Apocalypse saving the day. I thought Spyro was going to be able to do so much more with this position. What a smart play, though. Props to Spyro for letting all of them pass and then trying to make something in, you know, by running into their bags. If only he had more utility, as you said, if only he had more utility. But look at that zone, you already said it. I mean, they're as far off as it could potentially be. That's one hard shift I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that is as Oakless favored of a shift as I think I've ever seen a hard shift that almost touches the edge of the Milter Power, or small Milter Power facility. And the thing is, had Milter Power just not been in, this would actually have been somewhat fair for everyone to have to fight through. Now the challenge becomes, how do we get down to Milter Power? Because we don't win if we don't get there.
Yeah, I feel like you don't. Unfortunately, I really feel like you don't. I'm not sure how AA is going to be able to make a run on this one. I mean, even FaZe Clan is potentially just gambling on killing any of the players that have to run down this hillside. But as I say, they're actually going to smoke them way across. They want to get entry on towards that southern side from the compound 180 yards playing in right now, but even Parter's gonna greet them. James gets immediately shot down. Hicks is there to greet him just as he exits the smoke. And now it's Gustav running out in the open. I'm not sure if he's been spotted or not. It doesn't seem like he's been shot at. On focusing him correctly, but there you go. Suriken will shut it down as well. I mean, that's just tough. As I said, that circle is tough for anyone outside of it.
Yep, not easy at all. Moldog now with the flank around, finds the double onto Howl, and Schofield. Forced to try and back off here. It's so difficult to fight through these bars. As you can see, a lot of the bullets kind of being tanked by the fence lines there. It's not easy, but here comes After all again. How do we get down to this position? How do we get to the walls? Well, the best way to do it is take the fight straight on.
And oh my goodness, look at this breach. It seems like this is working. The first fight is finished. Suddenly it's only Schofield and Larger left alive. And even though, excuse me, only one player from Exod is in here as well, so that very much makes it possible for them to just go in. But 2 more knocks going the way If I do believe Exalt, as Denimon gets flashed out too.
I love how Solve is just backfilling this as a solo going, you know what? You fight down there, I'll just prone right here and do nothing more in the meantime. This fight, well, it was gonna take, like, bring down a lot of players with it. I don't think anyone in this area with the amount of smoke, the amount of third-party potential from other teams, could ever expect to take this fight without taking casualties. The good thing for Orclus is they haven't really had to, like, overextend to overcommit to it. And have just been picking people off from afar. And now, with 4 still alive, again, liking that they're backing off here. Don't want to go too aggressive.
And Klim will finally eliminate that last XR player. Still not a great position, but they salvage as much as they can. If they do get that net res up, it's still very much possible to make something happen with the duo. As you can see, it's not only Arclus in this compound, it's How, but they are only on a duo as well. AA is not out of this game yet.
No, and this is a pretty good catch-up game. Not only did PUBG Esports die early, but tops, I believe there's only one in the current top 8 that is still alive, with 7 teams still remaining. So a lot of these bottom teams are going to be able to catch up quite a decent chunk of points. Schofield wanted to go for a smart play there, but forced off. Can't even get the rest up on Lhasa either. He's going to have to play this one alone.
Oh my goodness, it was so close to actually taking out both of the Howl players, but Schofield surviving with a sliver of HP. And after all, is now left standing as 2 still, despite that breach. I thought that was a little bit more there. Oh, they're going to spot out Solve, and that's going to make things interesting because Solve can't really move. He has to stay open. So if they double peek this one, let's see. After all, she'll take this frag.
They have to peek it. They have to peek him. There you go, Ibago. Double headshot connected. Solve falls down. 7th place for him. As after all, now at least they know of one spot they could potentially go to if they don't want to head into the or further, I should say, into Mini Milta, but the circle is closing in as we speak, so they got to make that play now.
And the interesting thing about this is Arclus, as much as they want to clear out their backside, they can't, because Pod at any moment could just run in, and they've got the information on Pod, so they can't really swarm around that small mid area. They have to be cramped up in that building. I mean, there's worse things than this, looking at the circle, surely, but still, it doesn't allow them to really necessarily play off the position they have.
Oh, it's a tricky position to be in, as now ADR, well, it's been a quiet game for them. They parachuted in, and then they have been farming teams up on the hillsides, but they haven't had to really fight too much up close. So, again, what was a pretty risky commit early on to the parachute game proved to be worth it, as they now sit on 5 kills this game.
I was thinking they're going to go this way. Schofield, oof. Did they not spot him? Schofield is just going to let them pass as well. Schofield could push it. Oh, and the deployable shield coming out! The deployable shield coming out! I absolutely love it. Did Ibaku see him now? No, he still didn't see him. He could jump and see him, but apparently he didn't.
If he sits up here, he's going to be in for a surprise. I mean, obviously Schofield hears them right across, but with the smoke
they know it, right?
And obviously.
Oh.
Yep. Clem able to get his kill number 5, as after all continues to kind of skyrocket their way up the leaderboard here. It's been a good showing for them. They started off the day in 10th place, and now set in 3rd.
And as I said, after all, they're not out of this round yet. I mean, Arclus, sure, they've got 4 players left alive. Beef Cheese got 3, but look at this position. It's not as clear-cut as you might think it is. All of these teams still have to fight a lot, and sometimes even better staying on the edge in these kinds of circles, because they tend to be really chaotic. With these, a lot of these positions are really judgeable. Like, you can't really judge how good Arclus' position is right now, despite them having a center.
Yeah, we'll have to get out of there eventually, that's for sure. The game is going to end inside of the perimeter, though, so they have to get across or around this wall eventually. Taego's nice angle with the MK12 in hand. Able to do a lot of damage. Finds a knock onto Levante as well, but can't get too greedy because now Ibago is peeking from the other side.
But Ibago gets shot down immediately by Ronix. MK14. The headshot comes through. It's only... excuse me, Clem gets shot down. It's only Baku now left alive on that wall. And as the circle is going to move in just about 10 seconds, that res is something that is definitely very risky. He's going to go for it anyways. BFG is still playing that wall. And as you see, the sightlines on Pod, as soon as Anodea is down, will surely be used to their advantage. Tech is another one onto Hurricane.
Yeah, Bitfix can't really do a whole lot to try and play aggressive until they have secured, or being completely cleared out 180 ounces. They're the only ones who have to make a move. Currently, they need to worry about them. Issue is, after all, are now solidly within 8 distance, and Bitfix are feeling the hurt from it.
I thought there was going to be a second knock surely coming in from AA after that first great nade. took him off his feet. Physics has to be revived immediately. Now the zone's still hugely in their favor, but no one is coming right now. There's another nade. How did he survive that one? He's still living, and Physics has just been revived as well. I don't think there's any utility left, otherwise they surely would have thrown it. But AA keeps on giving.
Somehow, this game, despite how much they've been shooting, look at this, 880 damage for Taegos, but 0 kills. I mean, they've been dealing a lot of damage to people around them, but they haven't been able to claim a whole lot of points off it. And of course, top 4 is guaranteed, so that is points going their way. But given the position they were in early on in this match, you would have thought that more points would have come their way.
Yeah, you really would have. Not the thing that's happened so far in this game. Somehow still alive on that wall as well. Surely with a worse position though than BFG. But I say that, but BFG still got AA to worry about. That's so bad for them. Now Tekis is finally opening things up. Hibaku, when is he going to go down? It has to be a matter of time at this point.
They have a good angle up here, but there's also only one they can really peek from. They have to try and spread out to utilize more of this roof and Quet Pop from down below. Let the players up above throw the flashes, let the players down below get the kills. Smart spread of responsibilities, as after all continue to crawl their way forward. Again, Bitfix has to get inside. The game ends pretty much on where Kutba is currently sat.
Yeah, they can use that high position top of the buildings until pretty much the very end. So it's gonna be very ironic though. Makes it a 3-on-3. Now, if he finds another one, this whole goal on taking AA out of that ridge, out of that wall, might just shift on towards taking out Oculus now, but the zone is closing, and BFG, they're going to have to find a solution on this one.
The only place they can get in without having to vault would be up towards that east side, and now that's in the blue as well. So Ironic does manage to make his way on in, but Physics is still yet to make that transition. Jumps up on the US, will have to get on over. The issue is in that corner, I don't believe they can continue further forward. They need to go up, but further down the line. Where they're currently sat, they can't get around. I think Physics is going to die to blue if it doesn't get out from there.
Yeah, I think BFG is pretty much done at this point. Oculus is surely going to hold all the angles, but they do have to worry about both of them. And I don't think anyone's covering the outside of it right now. Look at this. Klim takes out Tekis Weston against Hibaku. One team is finally dealt with, and that's after all. And that means BFG has at least secured a second place. But I don't think there's anything in them. More, at least, in this shot. Not more than the second one. Surely.
Say that. One more going down. Nope. Just Physics left alive now. He's been seen outside now. What do? Have one guy hold, maybe two guys hold, and have one stat safe inside. Physics, though, does find one. Will get taken down by the Vector in the end. So, Oculus, a team who as well did not have a good start to this tournament. Able to turn things around here in game number 2 of the day.
That was clearly a battle of mid-table quite early on. I think BFG would be disappointed that they lost Salty, as they did give away that meal to power. But Felix, for me, like, I was looking at the zone. When's the last time we've seen a mini power finish?
Yes, especially since it was inside Melter Power. I think the way the zone shifted in the first 2 phases weren't necessarily super surprising, but then at the end of the game, that circuit shift definitely. That was something that we haven't seen in a long time. And Oculus, I mean, 13 frags. That's exactly what happened in this position. I was worried for them because, as I said, that position doesn't necessarily, again, guarantee you a whole lot of control if the teams are already pushed on small Milta, because you have to focus on lots of different angles. But they made it work out anyways, especially since they cleaned up all the kills in the late game.
Toby, for me, I know they didn't get the win, but definitely worth mentioning after all, because they leapfrogged ahead of a lot of teams on that leaderboard.
I mean, then they kind of took matters into their own hand, right? They had to find a place to play from when they were set up in the forests or in the hills in the kind of mid to late game situation there. But then once they heard the fight commence between Howl and Exalt, I believe it was, on the backside of Milta Power, they're like, this is our only chance. We have to send it now. And had they been 5 seconds late, Exalt would have cleared it out and then they would have taken the fight to them. But because they time it right, they get in at the right. I mean, yeah, they get there when they had to and manage to claim the space off of them. So smart timing, smart commitment to the push, and good result off of it.
Yeah, it was all about timing in towards that Milton Power time. And the MG at the end, we'd have a little MG at the end, but they couldn't quite clutch it. But I'll tell you what, guys, we are going to go for a very quick break. We'll get a chance to look at the highlights, and we'll be back very shortly. Hey guys, welcome back after 2 fantastic games for day number 2. I think we best kick things off with that leaderboard because it was definitely a mid-fight as these teams were kind of leapfrogging themselves up in towards that. So let's have a look at this game leaderboard first. Or maybe not. Or not.
Ooh.
Well, I know how it's been. Production might be clicking the buttons, but okay. If we're not looking at game leaderboard, let's talk about that the last round though, Toby. I know we touched on it very briefly, but after all, though, very, very strong for them that game.
Yeah, it was a great finish for them, a great 2 games they've had now in order to kind of climb back up the leaderboard. And look at, I mean, while we were looking at PUBG Esports and seeing how far ahead they are, look at how close everyone else is. 7th through 3rd right now is just 6 points apart.
And that was all about that game because once obviously Foot went out early doors and we saw Twisted Minds sort of take advantage of that Phalanx, but after the big teams went out, really it was that mid-table fight. And again, as we said before, that Milwaukee Power ending was a bit hectic for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I gotta give credit, as you said, to After All in this one. I think they were the only team that didn't initially have a position up on the southern or at least eastern side of the big street. So they were the only ones that really made it down the hill, and that's quite the achievement. Honestly, it's pretty hard. We were all saying like, how are they gonna make it down? They breached the correct spot in the map, pretty much the only spot they can breach. They made it with correct timing as well. And sure, it doesn't seem like that big of an achievement since they only had 2 players left alive after the initial breach, but already making it down there in the first place, not immediately being shot out, not immediately dying to any of the nades that came up on the road and on the rotation, is pretty good.
Yeah, it was a well-timed and executed transition because it was a long distance for them to hit. Obviously, look, total kills, total damage, total knocks, no surprise really after obviously bringing up. But as I said before, BFG for me, I think they might be a bit disappointed leaving that zone to go to what they thought was going to be the main ending, where we do see a lot of endings there, but it's not too bad, Toby, for them. Tekker's still putting the damage, getting the knocks, but they didn't quite get the kills.
No, I mean, and Clem is the opposite end of that. He's been finding all the kills. 10 so far, huge performance. Found the most knocks as well, so he ain't just stealing kills. He's actually able to put up the damage needed himself as well. Sat there in 2nd place as well. So good for After All. They're able to come up to a great start here today. We'll see if they can keep it going.
Yeah, no, After All definitely had a good start to the day so far. Look, we had a bit of fun yesterday, guys, and there's the time that I get to have a bit of fun again today because I do know the pro or the wanted that we have decided to hide away. So
oh, no.
I know we get to have a game now. I'm going to say the chat did get it a lot quicker than we did yesterday. But if you are in chat, obviously you can call along as well. But we're going to play the wanted very quickly. And look, hey, let's go Phalanx. Who do you think this is first?
My favorite saying is, that's the way the cookie crumbles. I enjoy cycling, and I used to do judo and jiu-jitsu before PUBG. That is interesting. So he's into sports, obviously. Not only cycling, but also martial arts. Look, first thought, no idea. Honestly, first thought, no idea. But I do feel like I've heard that's the way the cookie crumbles. I just don't remember who from.
That's from the movie with Jim Carrey, Bruce Almighty.
That is very, yeah, I was about to say that. Toby, any guesses?
Maybe it's a saying. Maybe it's a saying before as well, but I just know it from the movie. I'm gonna go very vaguely with either a PUBG Esports player or an Entropic player. I think it's gonna be. I've never seen T-Bone ride a bike, but I'm gonna go T-Bone anyway because he's. I cannot imagine seeing T-Bone doing judo. It was T-Bone. What?
It's T-Bone.
What?
I thought you'll get that straight away, Toby, because he's in your fantasy. I was like, oh no, that's going to be a bit of a giveaway. And obviously, yeah, favourite weapon SLR, favourite map Erangel. I guys didn't quite get it done. I love coffee. Russian and Turkish players have a better offset. Well, looks like the Russian players and Turkish players are not having an advantage this one because PUBG Esports is leading the way currently as it stands.
T-Bone does martial arts? I did not know that.
Don't mess with
Next
T-Bone.
time I meet him, I'm gonna have to have him show me some tricks, you know?
Don't just jump out on him, though. Just don't.
I'm not gonna do that. He is clearly the superior fighter because I don't know any martial arts at all. So there you go. The more you know. I was not aware of that.
We get to learn a lot more about the players. I quite like that segment. Obviously, congratulations to anyone obviously calling out in chat. And look, it'd be worth mentioning as well, don't forget it's the time to go give them a follow at Twitter at PUBG Esports. Get over there, give them a follow. There are competition. There are some retro merch up for grabs. Now, we've done our first Erangel. We need to get ready now for our next Erangel. Any early predictions on this one, guys? I know we can't see the flight path yet, but any teams you're looking to take the win, Falex?
I mean, yeah, just based off of probability, I should probably go for Foot, but then again, I mean, that would be just absolutely absurd, especially since they already had the chance of taking another win already. So, what I want to see is, I know I might be biased here, but I want to see Ascend and I want to see BB out. Both of these teams, they haven't had too many situations where they could have potentially gotten the win, and I feel like, I mean, it has to come at some point, right? And the way they've been playing so far, I think they're going to switch things around if it doesn't work out today, but I feel like it does, especially for Ascend and BBL, since they're so strong fraggers. So, I mean, maybe a little bit less hard shifty, maybe a little bit less water in phase 1, and I could see them go very far.
Hopefully a military circle for me. I'll be one looking for. Toby, again, yourself, any teams you're hoping to take a win in this game number 3?
I mean, Twisted Minds had themselves a 20 kill win yesterday. Then they had a 12th and an 8th place to follow. So I feel like for their Erangels, as inconsistent as that day was, their 20 kill win was pretty insane. If they can do anything to replicate that today, that would be pretty interesting to watch, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to see another 20 point. Well, worth mentioning as well, I don't know, I've got a bit of OCD, guys, but I don't know with this overlay if it's just me, but the maps kind of join up. We've got roads connecting from Taego to Erangel, and it looks like we've also got connecting roads somewhat a little bit with Miramar. Surely it's not just me that spotted that.
Interesting thought, but yeah, it's I mean, maybe someone put a little thought into it as well, actually. Maybe it was... No, it can't be right.
It does work a little bit better tomorrow.
It only works like a couple of times. You're reading into this.
No. See, wait till tomorrow, guys. Miramar.
It's one of those conspiracy things where you can like structure it to really make it fit your narrative. I feel like there's as many cases where the roads don't connect as there are where they actually do.
You wait till tomorrow. I'll be sketching it out on paint. It's definitely the better way around when we've got Miramar in between Taego and Erangel. But we do only have we only got one more Erangel left for today before we do get our 3 Miramars. And it was good also to see, definitely worth mentioning, it was actually the first time we saw that deployable shield, Toby, and after all they double stacked it up, and I felt the little shimmy to the wall was a little bit of a giveaway, but I do enjoy seeing those deployable shields now coming out.
Yeah, it is definitely the first tournament that we see it being put to use, and already we're seeing multiple cases of it being incredibly effective. I'm not gonna lie, I did not think much of it when we first saw it announced. I didn't think much of it when I first heard it was going to be competitive play. I thought that's just one of those things that's just going to fill up your backpack. People ain't going to prioritize it, but we're seeing now already how much use it can have, especially out in those open areas to block off or to protect vehicle tires in specific situations, to help kind of extend those car fort positions you have in the late game. Very effective, like a utility piece, and one that I still don't think we've seen the end of in terms of how creatively you can use it.
No, definitely a handful of players are starting to use it differently compared to others, and obviously, Alex, for me, the push down, I'd love to have the team comms to see if after all actually had those deployable shields before they made that crash onto Milter Power. They must have had it at some point before making that move, but how far early on did they have that before actually getting it into their backpacks would be key, really. I'd love to understand a bit more about the teams and the team thoughts around that utility. We have a quick look though back at the qualifications though and how these teams came into play. So a quick reminder for those that have just joined us. Last week we had the phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3 where each day the teams got an opportunity to contend, but after each day the points were reset, and on phase number 1 we took 6 teams, the same as phase number 2, but we only took 3 teams on that phase number 3, that final day, 4 teams on that phase 3, because it was a last all. It's definitely worth mentioning a couple of teams though, because Pod, Alex, for me, they actually started phase number 1 and they managed to qualify at the very end there.
Yeah, I gotta say though, Pod, they've never been the candidates where you were too worried that they, you know, let's say it like that, they didn't really have a bad phase, right? Phase 1 and phase 2, they still had lots of end game endings, they made it to the late game quite consistently. You've been saying that about Pod. They had their ups and downs as well. They just couldn't pull through. They didn't have that one round where they just popped off. Until phase 3 came into play, and we all remember that very last game where they, I do believe, won the round as well, and that's how they qualified in the end of the day as well. They made it to the late game, and then they changed their playstyle to a little bit more aggressive. They had the situation for it as well, and I love to see that change. So deservingly in the grand finals as well, they're putting up numbers.
Yeah, definitely good number. I think they kicked off the today with that win on Taego, so very well deserved win for them. Look, we're taking the wait for the final players to get in the lobby as I hear from production. Let's have a quick look though at those PGC points, because it's not just about the money. Some of these teams are fighting out and duking out for some of the points on the board, and as every game goes by, some of these get closer and some of them get a little bit further away, Toby.
Yeah, it's, I mean, if you're Foot currently with the lead and already in 4th off of the points you're able to claim during PC Spring, you're very, very satisfied with both your position currently on the leaderboard, but also where you have Howl, and with Ascent having a couple of less than optimal games now to kick things off. I mean, if Foot can catch up big time to both Howl and Ascent here for the 2nd out of 4 PGC point tournaments, that will be very great for them.
There's definitely as well, Felix. Look, let's talk about those missing teams. Polish Power, Na'Vi, Enforce, all teams, Ding as well, didn't quite make it through, did they, towards this stage of the final? They surely got to be watching the teams that are contending at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we do have 2 more tournaments to potentially make something happen. It's not the end of the day that they're not here, but they still gotta think, like, how the situation after the tournament is gonna be a different one, looking at this leaderboard, and then I think then they will really start to worry, especially talking about Na'Vi here. They're already pretty far up, talking about Polish Power. These teams are very much in the run, and I'm not talking very much in the run, they're very likely to potentially qualify to PGC. At least that's what we would have thought before this whole tournament. Now it's gonna be pressure on them. I think that's, especially for Polish Power and Na'Vi, kind of the first time now talking about this PGC run where they will have pressure in their backs. It's gonna be interesting to see how they deal with it.
Yeah, it's about the other teams now to try and take ahead of things though. But yeah, Twisted Minds, they are in the driving position now potentially to leapfrog them and get those PGC points. But don't forget, obviously we do have the prize pool as well. The teams in the competition are duking out, and it is 3 days. We are in day number 2, and game number 3 is about to kick off. So it's time for me, guys, to say goodbye for a couple of minutes, and I'll see you guys in the break next time.
And there he goes, off to a brief, it's not really a break, even though Mark ain't here on screen the whole time. Believe you me, he sat back there watching the games and doing everything he can to prep for those next segments coming on through. Now with Alex, one more Erangel to go for today, and by the end of this game we're going to be halfway through the grand finals, and I would say kind of as a halfway point, even though I know we're technically not there before until after this game is over. But what are, if we kind of remove the whole FUT Esports massive lead story for a second, what is the biggest surprises to you in this grand final so far?
I gotta say, how? I mean, it kind of has to be, right? Them sitting that far down. I mean, sure, we've talked about the Apocalypse storyline. You know, the coach has to play for Ruin, but still, I mean, that's a massive lineup. They're the ones that, you know, are on the very top of the current PGC leaderboard as well. And I mean, I want to say they're certainly so too. So I mean, it's gotta be how. That's the biggest upset. I would have expected them to be at least in the middle of the pack by now.
Yeah, I think, while I agree with you that I would have wanted to see that too, I think alone, like let alone the fact that Ruin isn't playing, makes me less, if not really not at all, surprised. 16th place, maybe not to be expected, but bottom, like 10 to 16th would not be too surprising with Howl missing one of their star players. For me, it's BBL and Ascent though. 12th, 13th, I mean, we can talk about Howl not playing well, but Ascent is just 11 points ahead of them. And they have their entire lineup playing right now, and hopefully, yeah, we'll see them turn things around. I think I've said that a lot today.
Yeah, either way, I mean, it's true though. I mean, it doesn't change it, you know. You do hope they turn things around, so, you know, no worries. Ascent just lost 3 spots on the leaderboard as well, just by that last game. Again, heavy edge. Again, these circles just not tending to, just don't tend to favor edge-heavy teams. That's a tough zone to rotate into. And I was saying, I'm hoping now for BBL, for a Sensei, that's what I was saying before the game, for some less hard shifty circles to potentially give the edge teams a little bit more of an advantage to get back into this, because yeah, they're not out of it, but it does become worrisome to some degree. I mean, in Tropic, for example, it's almost 20 points difference between them.
Yeah, it's I feel like even though we have FUT Esports currently in a very comfortable lead, somehow these tournaments always manage to go right down to the last game anyway. So I'm not sure which team or how FUT is going to throw that lead, but I feel like for the sake of what is PUBG Esports tournaments over at least the last 2 years where we've had this points format, we're bound for a close final game of this grand finals. I might be completely wrong, but I really hope that's going to be the case.
I kind of hope so as well. At the moment, we can't really say it's highly likely with Foot, like having, what was your calculation, like the same amount of points as like bottom 5 teams, which is crazy. I don't think that's the case anymore, but still, like it's still close to it. And yeah, them on triple digits after just
halfway through
7-8 games. I don't even know. It's crazy. BBL though, we're talking about it. Is there someone or is there something that you notice about BBL? Because I'm interested in your opinion on this. On why they haven't been performing so far in the grand finals? Because it was hard for me to pinpoint.
I think, and that's of course not only them, but many teams are impacted by this. I honestly think the whole emergency pickup situation has influenced. I mean, not only has it influenced the kind of, if we were to make not a heat map the same that we see with circles, but more in terms of where teams are at what stages of the game, that is something that teams have still yet to really get a chance to adapt to. And I feel like BBL is one of the teams that haven't really found the new rhythm, or like found the new pacing, I guess, after the emergency pickup has been added. They tend to. Not only have they been losing players very early on today, which of course is just incredibly frustrating, especially when you're a team that rely heavily on taking 4v4 fights and then always playing 3v4 or 2v4 even. That's not exactly going to make things any easier. But with that said, I feel like they have just gotten in on one of those angles that prior to this tournament would have been just fine, and they would have been able to play kind of their BBL style PUBG off of it. But now they're coming into it either with no one around or with way more teams around than they used to, and they just haven't been able to, like, kind of, one of those instant adapt sort of situations where you go, okay, they adapted really quickly. BBL has been a second or two too slow on those, and I think that's what's been, what's been getting them kind of at the bad hand on fights.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean. This, you could probably write like a whole 20-page article about what this could potentially mean for Edge playing better in general, and you briefly touched on this, but I think it's so interesting, because that means from phase 3 onwards, there's going to be way more spots for splitting that are less safe, and also way more spots that are still to be taken, despite there not being a clear rotation path towards them, just because you can drop on towards anything at this point. But it also means, and I'm quite interested to see the stats after this tournament, how often do teams get shot out of it? How often is it really a safe play? And that's where I want to see some statistics after the tournament has ended, also including the qualifiers. How often do emergency pickups are being used in phase 1, 2, 3, and how often it means that the team has found a good spot inside the circle and make it as a 4-man in there.
Yeah, it's I don't know how they would go about writing up that statistic, but I would definitely want to see something like that after this circle. Well, Taego though would have wanted to hit one more bullet, because that would have been Hicks down, and while I like the idea of shooting at a vehicle with 2 players in it, an entire 4-man team, it's maybe a bit too much to try and take down on your own.
Yeah, Taego's, I mean, he must have hurt the vehicle pretty early on, but it feels like it was still caught off guard that there was so many players in it, and I don't blame him. I mean, can you really expect that? He was probably waiting for 1 or 2 players inside that car, and that would have been surely a good opportunity for him to pick up 2, maybe 1 elimination point. But yeah, this time around, it's not going to happen, and that's going to be PUBG. 14 plays, and another early start that's been just not going their way, especially since Tech, as we've just seen him in the last game, finally stepping up. Lots of damage being dealt towards all the opposing teams just around him. But this game, not so much.
Yeah, not so much at all. And for Entropic, well, I mean, as we talked about in the previous game, good for them that they have Mexi looting up in and around No Lean, as some people like to call this compound, because they got a pretty easy entry to what is the very dead center of the circle. And with 2 crates now landing out in the middle of the water, we know, of course, that the crates, they predict where the circles go, so this game's gonna end down by the water.
Interesting rotation coming in from Afterworld as well, because I want to see where they're heading. This could potentially mean a breach on towards the 2-2 split from BBL. Good shots though from Smash. Gonna make things easier in case they do breach. Yeah. I think so.
Oh, and he spins out as well.
Rustam has so many good shots though.
1 more bullet. Come on, get it. Does he get to live? The Animal gets to live. Damn.
Wow. Okay, well, okay. I thought it was either going to be the vehicle explosion or surely Russell was going to shoot him out because he just hit 3 shots, I think, in quick succession before he even passed the compound.
Yeah.
But that very last one, the very last one was going to get him, was going to be denied. Russell was surely going to be sad about that one when he rewatches the VOD. But who else to open things up in this round as well? It's T-Bone. What a surprise to everyone. Goosey will be eliminated, and T-Bone picks up another one. If you've got this guy in your fantasy team, even though, okay, well, it's going to be Beamy. He's got the flash, though. Still, that kind of counts as an assist. If you've got this guy in your fantasy team right now, I mean, that's kind of half of what all the other teams, all the other 3 players are probably having combined.
Once again, now Twisted Minds here. They're fighting much more early game than what we've seen them do in the past, and whether that's because they're up against teams now that like to go aggressive more early, or whether it's Twisted Minds testing out some new, more kind of gatekeepy positions. Not that where they're currently set is exceptionally so. It's just they tend to be pretty good at avoiding confrontations in the early game, and now both in this one and previous matches as well. Here today we've seen them go out and take some of these early shots. It's a bit surprising, but also of course good to see teams and players go out and change things up a bit.
Definitely. It's what we want to see after all. Adaptation being a huge part, playing a huge role in PUBG Esports as well. Foot has arrived. The kings have arrived. The kings of this lobby. There is no other word for it at this point. They are the kings of this lobby. They have been dominating, and they could have secured their 4th win today, but haven't just barely haven't done so. And Win or Die has played a role in that as well. Very surprisingly stacked West side, I want to say, with Orclus being there, with BBL, with Foot, because none of these positions are particularly great.
The thing is, with one hard shift in that direction, those positions become, I mean, win conditions, and I think that's what they're hoping for. We've seen it so many times where these circles do end up shifting back towards the west, and I think that's what both BBL, Foot, Win or Die, and Orclus are kind of putting their money on right now. Uh-oh, timing.
Oh, no! Who's gonna die, though? I mean, Feck's gonna get this one. Oh, but what?
With a pistol!
Wow! Well, that was Ferris from the distance with the pistol! That did not just happen! That did not just happen! FaceClan in shambles! And has the flash gone through as well? Not yet, but it has now. FaceClan being 1 down by a pistol! I don't think... When was the last time we've seen that? That must have been months ago. That must have been months ago.
Not something you see too often, if ever at all. I can only recall having ever seen it once, so... Well, there you go! FaZe in trouble, as they as well run into some of these early weird scuffles. We were just talking about with PBL, right? How they were running into early game fights against teams that they wouldn't usually go up against all that much. This one here, I mean, not only is this vehicle timing just incredibly poor on both sides. I mean, you can't really blame anyone, because had they been able to not hit each other, he would have just kept on driving. But the savior, Ferris, with the pistol there, that was absolutely huge.
Yeah, don't be confused. It was Ferris in the other car that hit the shot. It wasn't the player running from him. That was Artix. It was Ferris. I remember one. I think
there's your hard shift.
Wow, okay. Quickly touching Magnus, I think we both remember the situation where that happened once. It was in the quarry, south of quarry, where you rotated the dip. Yeah. Who was it, though? Do you remember? I don't remember who it was.
No, I can't recall either.
Yeah, but I have it somewhere on Twitter. Maybe I'm going to find it until tomorrow. But either way. Small rotations coming through, and as you said, they were gambling on this western shift. That's where these circles also tend to go. That's the preparation that's sometimes needed, and I mean, Foot's in a good spot now. Interesting to see if they're going to split this with Severny, because that's also something we've seen, for example, Venture do. They haven't really found success with it, but it is more playing area at the end of the day, and no one's really breached Severny so far.
Nope, that's this is one of those situations where if you're anyone having ever landed in and around this area, you are now seeing Orclus make mistakes that ENCE used to make 3.5 years ago, and then other teams did them too. Skate, I believe, did it for a little while too, where they have all this area available because they were in this area early on, and then they don't regroup fast enough. So whenever a team pulls up on you, because there are so many open hills where teams will, even if you leave somewhat early, because there's hills are so open, these teams will get to shoot at you for like 15 seconds straight. You will die before you get to the compound. So it's just one of those where, had it been anywhere else on the map, you could have left a little later, would be fine. Here, as you can see here with Apocalypse as well, there's nowhere Fate can go where he's safe from the spray from Apocalypse. And if it's 4 players doing that, you're pretty much guaranteed that at least 1 or 2 players will die. I feel like every Severny looting or roaming team has learned that the hard way at one point or another. And well, here it's Orclus's turn. Whenever you're here, if you want to group up, you gotta do it faster. And Exalt died because of it.
Yeah, Exalt just being annihilated on that rotation. On any rotation, they pretty much just see. I was going to touch on Apocalypse. I mean, great spray from him. That wasn't an easy one. Sure, he drove fairly straight, but he was like driving halfway up a ridgeline, or at least quarter up a ridgeline. So not an easy shot to trace when we're talking about tracking and aiming. Push coming in though. That's the first emergency parachute as far as I'm concerned in this round.
And they're getting Severny for free. Not too shabby.
Yes.
If they're opting to go for it, that is. We'll see if they do end up going all the way east. But that's, again, where these emergency pickups can really become... Like, I feel like that's one of the main uses we will see once teams really master the timings and the use of them, is on hard shifts, where you can pretty much do that 180 rotation that would usually require that you drive all the way out into the blue and then go all the way around the circle. Here you can just cut straight across, and that's what Push and Shoot just did, and I think we'll see more of that kind of use of it in the future than just bombing center.
I agree. Yep. So far, it seems fairly balanced as well when it comes to probability of finding one, because I haven't really... Like, I gotta talk to the players, obviously, but I haven't really heard of anyone saying that when they wanted one, they couldn't find one. I'm also interested to see how much this is going to affect timings, because I feel like plenty of edge teams, potentially, if they don't find one early on, going to have an even later time, because they will just continuously loot until they do have one. So, but that could also amount to center teams. I mean, if they want to recenter and they're leaving their initial loot spot without having one, they certainly commit to just not playing with it for this whole round, and that could limit them in their playmaking ability.
And imagine everyone who's ever said that the crates don't predict circles. Look at that. Look at that river down there by Asnaya. 100% hard shifted towards, of course, the next one's going to shift away from the water, but it is totally rigged. The circles are always predicted by the crates.
PUBG is in shambles.
Yep. For those of you guys thinking that's something I meant, don't worry, it's just memes, but we just here to have a good time, you know? Here to see these teams rotate on through. I think, are they both committing to this shack this early on? Is that what they were going for? There's no way. I think this is just a case of, again, teams, they're on their rotation timing is going straight to the same spot at the, or trying to go in the same route, not necessarily wanting to end there, but having to get out of the cast because there are too many people around them.
Yeah, that's the problem with this circle. Lots of it is low ground, so it's really tough to get information if all around this low ground, all the positions are taken. I mean, you can see BBL has got the high ground, DA has got the low ground with a compound, and Tropic is above them. So how are you going to get info on this if you're behind the ridge lines? And that's where the circle center is. So you potentially just have to drive through, and you're doing that blindly to some degree. And that's what happens sometimes. In this case, it's been Orclus that you know, didn't get the better of it. Oh no.
Oh no. Apocalypse does peek on over. Able to get back down the ridge line though. They've allowed them in. We'll see now if Ascent can get out of here. Mika is down as Matt tries to peek on over. There's a vehicle parked there. I think that's actually the car from where he knocked him early out of the vehicle that just ended up parked down there.
That was Fate that died there, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. They coming on through. Oh, wow. How did he get it that far? What kind of throwing up? What kind of tennis arm is that? Okay, 40 damage. I thought that was way too far for anything to be hit, but apparently it isn't. Apocalypse still looking for it, though.
The issue for Howl is right now, they have Face coming in from behind. I think Lhasa might have just heard it. There you go, Apocalypse spots it too. I was just going to say, if they're if they're caught up on this hill, when Face comes across the bridge, they're going to be in so much trouble. They might still be in trouble, actually, because Face are committing to the push now. James is driving across.
This is so good for Ascent, though, because if that fight happens, that gives the opportunity to rotate out of it. Right now, Ascent has almost no playing ground. They've got the gas station. We all know how limited you are just playing off the gas station, because not even the ridgeline above them, south of it, is in. No information. Nothing really can be gathered, especially since Howler's going to limit them.
Yeah. It's still plenty of teams having to make the rotation in from the west side. James, just exactly able to get across, able to get to safety over on the other side. But FUT Esports ain't that just yet. Push and shoot aren't there, and up towards the north after all are only just exactly inside the circle. So where does all these teams go?
Yeah, that's the question. Once again, I was talking about this. Lots of unknown playing ground, almost no information on the circle center right now. There maybe goes one of the Twisted Mind players. No, somehow they're going to make it past with no one dying just yet. Push has got plenty of vehicles, but where they're going to find a spot, they could potentially breach the dip there, but it's going to be Code Marco first of all, getting the last hit on towards Blazer, and there should be a flush as well.
Yep, able to find the first that vehicle. It's gonna just keep on rolling as Marco finds yet another. Can he get to safety? I feel like, yep, he will get inside. Into safety. And now the fights are gonna continue popping off as Twisted Minds taking the fight to FUT Esports up towards the warehouse. That's just been shifted out of as well. It's not gonna be easy to try and get the safety from that position either.
I'm anxious to see what Twisted Mind's going to do now, because we once again have the one and pretty much first position team and the second one fight off immediately on that edge. This is an interesting fight now, but Tulins did get the flash on Beam. We didn't quite catch it. Yes, it's been the flash on Beamy, and that just leaves 80. We didn't see the beginnings of this fight, but this looks very dominant for Twisted Minds. They will surely just wrap around these smokes, and I don't want to hype myself too much because it's still 30 points different. Klepto in the distance somehow finds once again a headshot over distances that just should not be possible, and it's still one alive. 80 still very much inside that smoke. He's on 1 HP, but he can heal up.
He's been down to 1 twice now, and somehow able to live through this one. As I say that, Spiro sprays through the smoke, finds a headshot, and that is FUT once again out. Last game it was 0 points. This time around it's just 1.
Yeah, FUT doesn't have to worry. You know, you're cool. But still, I mean, these are the rounds where you want to solidify your positions. Maybe even just a couple of points will make it so much easier, especially since Twisted Minds, they are catching up. Slowly but surely, they are creeping up that leaderboard situation. 7 frags already, and we haven't even arrived in phase number 5. It is a tough entry for them, though.
Where's Smith? In front of his teammates. That's a smart decision. Baco, though, you have to imagine he's dead in, well, now. As I say that, not quite the case, though. Spins around, somehow is allowed to find Chris. You're all there.
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. That's a center losing another one. Mika gets found through the smoke as well. Hubuki and Kilyakai being flushed too. Oh, this could not get any worse for Ascend. They already are in 12th place right now. Preska, who's had such a massive performance yesterday, 12 kills on his lonesome, is the last one to potentially get his teammate back up and make something happen in round number 9 of the grand finals. But it's, man, it's looking tiresome for them. They can't find a footing in this grand finals so far, at least game number 2. Excuse me, day number 2.
Let's see, correct. Wraps around the back spot. Schofield able to get the knock, but has to instantly swing back the other direction. He is somewhat alone on. He is waiting for James to kind of engage up from the north side, but now, I mean, honestly, this couldn't be timed any more perfectly, because with Twisted Minds pushing up towards him, that's going to be Howl forced to look the other direction.
And look at this, yeah, as you said, this is interesting now. Like we were saying, Twisted Minds going to get a very tough entry, but they're stopping at the blue zone, almost to the meter, and they will be farmed away. But as I'm saying, this Howler's getting problems as well. They will be shot in their back. One player only has been finished from Twisted Minds, and the second one, they've got 34 seconds to potentially revive this, and they will do so. Look at this now. Apocalypto wants to go aggressive against Faceland. They're breaching this tower, but no one's there. No one's there to greet him. They thought Corexi was going to be closer.
He is. He's actually trying to run off with him, but the issue is Nailab is sat on the hillside, and he must have... Gustav, the savior from the other side. They're resting miles out in the open, but Gustav is keeping his team safe, and look at where he's doing it from. He is in the open himself.
And he stays just behind that ridge. I don't think he can be shot at. Apocalypse knows exactly where he is, but that's so frustrating. He can't do anything about it. And James, he just got ran off with, and he is going to be up on his feet again. The blue zone comes in now. There's going to be enough time to heal us. Maybe they can even get the return on this one. They are driving now. Corexi gets the first one. Apocalypse hits the ground, and maybe the second one surely is going to fall too. Howl is in shambles, but both of these have suddenly been taken down too. That just leaves Gustav.
Yep, now another fight. Bruce, as it I was gonna say unfolds, but it also ended as soon as it started, as BBL are completely demolished by Bitfix up towards the northern side of the circle. Ran into trouble early on, and the trouble followed them all the way through to the end. In 13th, they go down. Lassa, though, one of the last 2 players alive on Howl's team, needs the mat up here with him to take out Gustav. Somehow Gustav, with little to no space to maneuver, is still alive.
Yes, and he's still playing around that smoke. Max with the meanwhile is going to take down August. Make sure he's getting into that top 11. But surely that nade is going to clean things up. No, Mads has only got flashes as well now. Maybe a Molotov behind the smoke. Laza should be able to get some more damage in though. Gustav, how is he still living throughout all of this? How is... I mean, they do have time, but they're not pressuring this either.
Not in a hurry at all. Just let that smoke straight away. Don't take any chances. And then peek together. Smart play from Howl there. Again, not in a hurry to do anything. They have the entire South under their control. So play it slow. And in the meantime, Effectix eats a nade. And then the mat peeks on over, finds Sparrow, and that is going to be Twisted Minds out. So once again, top 4 dealt with very early on in the game.
Yes, it's going to be interesting seeing how far Winnerdie and Sharper can go with this one. Since they're very, very close, like, they'll probably catch up to FaZe, maybe to... I mean, not Twisted Minds, but probably, yeah, probably catch up to FaZe. Maybe not both of these teams, but at least one of them. But it's going to be a change up in the top 5. But other than that, I mean, they're not exactly in too great positions, and... Yeah, I don't see them making a huge shift now with this one. I mean, the ones that do have a great angle, do have great positioning, that's got to be Entropic.
Yeah.
Got to talk about Entropic with this one, even though there are only 2 players. And we got to talk about DA.
And it's a really important tournament for Entropic as well, considering the fact they did not qualify for the PEC Spring Finals. So they have yet to obtain any PTC points outside of what they've already got for qualifying for the finals here. So huge for them that they come off to a good start. It's been a pretty weird period for Entropic. Now with Mixture on the team, though, it seems like they've found some more... They've regained some of that consistency that we saw them have throughout the last year.
Definitely. Once again, I just want to reiterate, like, they are scary fraggers. These are the ones that you just don't want to mess with. I mean, even Na'Vi got set down by them. Na'Vi got put in the bin in some streamer words. Not my words. Someone that stream said that. Not my words. Don't blame me, please. But yes, I mean, they are scary. Even as a 2-man right here, they have the high ground. I'm sure they're going to do something with it as well.
Redstone Mika, they have the circle center. They have vehicles upside down, which grants them plenty of cover. But they can't be too kind of eager on these peaks, because they could potentially get pushed up on from behind. The good thing for them is, though, all the players down on this side, they can't really focus on them. Because because Push and Shoot knows that ADR is right down below, because they know that Winnerdie is right up here, they have to focus on teams closer. They have to focus on the immediate threats, and right now, that's the teams here.
Look at this, DA is going to breach this ridgeline now. As you said, immediate teams that you have to be dealt with. Nades are coming in. Hiruzen goes down. The flush with the nade follows immediately after. That's another one. Assistance goes down as well. But this doesn't look as clean as it could have possibly been, as Liren is, Trellix is on the ground. Liren is already picking it back up, though. But they still have to be careful. DA is not too safe as of right now. This could still mean a casualty.
Yep, sure could. They do manage to get the res on up, though. And, with Push and Shoot dealt with on the north side, I think they know not to fear anyone from the far north. But that ridgeline is still very open. I'm surprised they haven't deployed a smoke, anything yet, to make sure that spot is free. They want to secure, though, the spot on the other side. And here comes the peek on over, but Boogie finds a double instantly again. No smoke deployed. They even had one to use, but got greedy. Didn't respect the angle, and Boogie makes them pay.
And that's what we're saying. They are not safe off of casualties on the ridgeline, because 180R has got the angles. Not only 180R, Santos right now is chiming in as well. You can see Brex getting a frag on towards Code Marco. So all the flashes has been stolen. Wubiki makes his way further. We've seen him do absolutely massive things in the playoffs. Can he once again shine for his team? So far he has, but he has been taken down to low HP as well. Take things a little bit slower, maybe, just maybe. But then again, it's still working out for him either way.
Yep.
Look, he peeks around. He gets the third, but it is not done yet. There's still one left alive from DA. How are they doing this? No, excuse me. They have now been eliminated. Turrican, I think, do believe, got that last one. I was a bit confused there with the timing of the observing. But either way, they will clean up the south side. And I was saying, the south side of the ridge, it's not safe off of any casualties. 180 yards got the angles, and they will continuously wrap around.
Yep, it sure seems like they will. As they now get to slow things down for a bit. The thing is, they hurt Ivers wrap around here. They hurt Entropic on this side, and Hicks is very much in a bad position, but the nade trade comes through, and now it's a matter of who can fortify, who can come over here and regroup. Lucarooks does have the jump. He has the better position. Doesn't want to go for the immediate flush, though. Doesn't want to go for the immediate rest either. Wants to kind of assess the situation. Wants to figure out where his opponents are. And with shots coming in from the other side now, he knows from trying to get a better angle.
Oh my goodness, Lucarix, if he only would have known he had to hit one shot there to get the second knockdown. As Brexco falls, Wubuki is just not stoppable in this one. He took down Brexco just before that as well. Hurricane wants to do his on his lonesome though. 2 flashes, and he just barely didn't peek across that ridgeline far enough.
Wubuki falls to prone down. And with Lucarix now getting the people on the side. A little bit of a bait angle there. Can't do a whole lot. And then Tropic out victorious. I thought that had ADR written all over it, but a little mistiming on their push over the top takes them down. And now on the other side of the circle, yet another fight unfolds as Howl and Putt take it 1-1. Lassa, solo player left alive here for the team of Howl. No vest to work with at all. Has rocks at real low HP though.
He's got a bandage
and
up.
he dies to blue. Wow.
That's, yeah. Still though, Laza, I mean, he has a bandage up. That's the kind of situation he's in though. Quick want to touch on Ascent. This is looking like it's going to be the best round in the grand finals. No. And it's off of just a random send into one of the spots that they thought was open, where they lost Chris. I kind of want to say unnecessarily on in an unfortunate way, but suddenly they're with Entropic and Howl in a winning position. How did that just happen? Ascent playing it off cool.
See, Ives peeks on forward. Mika able to get the trade on through. So right now, that is just playing out perfectly for Howl, really. The team currently sat down in the bottom of the leaderboard. 13th place at that. Brexco does get the nade lopped on Ovo, so he's going to be able to take him down, but Brex should not be allowed to get the rest here. He's sprinting down the road, but those who get seen, you can see that both Matt and Lassa are running in this direction. I think here's the footsteps now.
I think so. Brexco's got to get the 1v2. He gets the first one. Headshot comes through, and he's got the ridgeline to top it off. He's got one more nade and one more Molotov. Can he do the impossible? Mika has bled out, so no more teammates to support him. More shots coming through. Flush goes the way of his end. That makes it a 1v1. Laja, sure, he's done incredible things, but this one is not safe yet.
It is sure not, especially considering that it doesn't have a vest, it doesn't have any utility, and he only has bandages to heal on up. Still money to work with the Brexco, not that that's going to have much impact, but I like the flank play here. Issue is for Lassa. Brexco has tried to execute the same thing, and he has no clue that he's trapped underneath, but shots are missed! Crucial shots being missed here by Brexco.
He shots out the Molotov, goes a little bit too short. He's still got one more, excuse me, to use the nade, but he's got one more flash. Laza to the right of the tree. Brexco doesn't expect him. Flash comes out. Brexco still gets the peak. And Ascent, in an impossible scenario, make it work. With that Ascent, they will win the round and find themselves in a chicken dinner with 10. Somehow, 10 kill points to top it off as well. What's a game coming in from Ascent?
The vest versus no vest, I think, was the win factor for Ascent in that one. Because, oh my lord, that Lassa getting melted once Brexco connected those shots there. But a crucial game for Ascent to come up victorious in here, despite it looking very, very ugly all the way through.
Yeah, you're saying the vest, but I actually think it was the healing, because the first play, I'm not sure who it was from Howl in the end of the day, but he went down immediately because he didn't have anything to heal. I think he had like 11 bandages.
No, that was him there, exactly. They couldn't get any more heals on up, and he felt the hurt. Felt the hurt from the Orc there, which now is in the hands of pretty much every player in these tournaments. But what a game. What a game from Ascent. Huge comeback on the leaderboard there for them too.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. I mean, I've got him in my fantasy team as well. That was a good comeback from Ascent. We are quickly going into the highlights, and we'll take a very short break though.
Hey guys, welcome back. That was our Erangel segment for game number 2. And first and foremost, welcome Hal and welcome Ascend. There's a lot to really break down during that game. Look, Alex, let's start off with Ascend. I personally felt like it was a bit of a guesstimation push from them into that location to then win from.
I mean, it was kind of a desperation play to get to that position, 100%. But the way they played the end game also worked out perfectly because all of the other teams around them were hurt badly. Like Entropic, for example, they were in that compound with a 2-man for a very long time, and that allowed, obviously, Ascent to capitalize on towards that. Not only Entropic, also Howl, and yeah, so that kind of made that 2-man work that, you know, they were able to clash out in the end.
No, sorry, let's talk about Howl. Good transition, because they were eager for that win, and there was a huge push from that southwest side, final for many teams.
And my mic was muted. I'm so sorry. But I was going to say, I'll just quickly recap it now as we see the leaderboard here, is that even without Ruin, that I've been talking about that being an issue for Howl, they were still able to pack a pretty good punch against multiple teams on that southern side. Something that I wouldn't have expected them to be able to survive for as long as they did. Until we saw it right here, right now. I mean, with how they've been playing so far throughout the grand finals here, I haven't been convinced that they could pull it off, but they did, so that's great.
No, because don't forget, obviously, for those who know whether the injuries and got coaching playing for them as well, and they're kind of tinkering around on the edge, but I definitely felt like a difference. Maybe the halfway point is where Hal turns up and kind of pushes through now as they are working their way up the total leaderboard in there. Wonderful production already ahead of before I transition it over. They have pushed themselves off the bottom. They now find themselves in 13th place, and I think a big storyline at the moment here is how BBL FedEx has been dropping down. Yes,
I mean, we're talking about Ascent and BBL about, in terms of the question, like, who's going to perform now in the last couple of games that we have for today. And I mean, Ascent has put up one great performance now, even though it might not have been the most deserving one. I'm sure they're happy after this game, but they sure as hell aren't going into the next game thinking, wow, okay, we just did a super incredible, massive game. It was mostly down to individual performances. So Howl, maybe they will have a similar spot now. Excuse me, not Howl. BBL, obviously. Maybe they'll have a similar spot now where it's going to be a little bit easier on the entries. And I got to say, BBL, obviously, they did have a tough entry, but they also, in this one, could have made things work easier in comparison to the games that we've had so far this day.
Yeah, definitely 100% could have made it easier. And some of those teams sort of divvying around, but definitely worth mentioning because a lot of the top 4 went out again, back-to-back games. We were losing that top part of the leaderboard. I think that's an indication for these teams to go, hey, let's go get some points, Toby.
I mean, you have to hope so. I think for the sake of BBL, now I don't usually like to credit it too much to teams, but they really have been getting hard shifted away from time and time again. So maybe less edge early on, or just get lucky, get circles, I suppose.
Well, that's it from me, guys. It is time for Mirror Match, match number 10 of 18. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
And yeah, just whenever you go back and you look at some of the BBL games, whenever we hit like phase 3, phase 4, wherever they have been, so far at least today, the circles has just decided to go the opposite direction. I don't usually like to credit that, or because there's always ways you can work around or like mitigate the chance of being in a bad spot like that. But for the sake of BBL today, they really have not been all that lucky.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. But also, these other fights just haven't gone their way. They're barely able to finish any fights with a clean 4-man slate, and that's gonna affect your play and playmaking ability, especially since the zones haven't gone their way. Next map is ready, and we do have the fight path. Just looking out for any kind of surprises, which I don't think we will have. Maybe we'll have Face and BBL going very close. I could see Clip potentially running into Clip and Smash, actually both focusing on Gustav. Are they going to contest this? I think they are. Maybe Gustav's going to go for the crossbone though.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine he takes the car and gets out of that. And he's
Yeah,
already in it.
okay.
But I see someone with an AK chasing him. Now the circle does go in that direction. Surprise, surprise. We've been here a billion times before. So at least this time around, for the sake of BBL, the first circle goes that way. We'll see though if it stays on him, or if they're gonna be forced to start maneuvering around once more.
Yeah, PUBG Esports going to start off from the Terra Bronca area as well. No problem for them, as we do have the first casualty. I do believe it was Push taking one from, who is it? From Oculus, actually. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. North of San Martin is the area where both these teams, or around San Martin is the area where both these teams loot. The first casualty has gone the way of Push. They will start this game with a bit of a lead.
Yeah, it's you always try, you know, like whenever you land next to the same team time and time again, you always try to push your boundaries. You always try to say, oh, could we maybe get that car too, or could we maybe get that house too? And sometimes your neighbor just gets too pissed off and you try to take their lot away from them, and they'll find a kill on you. So maybe next time, don't go for that extra vehicle, because they do have enough cars where they are. They just got a little eager to claim even more for themselves.
Monoduct and Exalt are also looking for more points. There are... in the meanwhile, they were surprisingly high up on the leaderboard, I want to say. I didn't expect that kind of performance. Looking at the leaderboard now, they still are pretty much in the mix, right? They're around that 8, 7, 6 placement. It's kind of switching around on that middle of the pack, but it's I gotta say, it's more than I expected, especially since it's only the start of the grand finals to some degree. At least it's been yesterday. Same goes for Erangel and Part. I think both of these teams, or all of 3 of these teams, are improving massively already throughout the grand finals, and I'm very surprised with their performance. Positively surprised.
And also, I mean, when you have a team like PUBG Esports and Twisted Minds, I suppose, to some extent, but mainly PUBG Esports, who rack up so many points, not necessarily every game, but like they take a lot of points away from other teams, that's gonna pretty much automatically mean that the rest of the teams are going to be that much closer on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I mean, look at, if we were to say Howl in 13th now, one good game from them, and they're potentially in top 5. Like, that's just 21 points. That's an 11 kill win. Obviously, assuming that no one else gets any points, but still, that would be them very much within breachable top 5 territory. And you can go all the way, like, even further down the leaderboard with that. Push and Bitfix need a little better. But a solid, like, double-digit win for either of those 2 teams, and all of a sudden, you're, like, well into the top 8.
Yeah, for Biffy it's going to be a little bit more complicated. Same goes for Push, obviously, but also for BBL. It does feel weird having them on 33 points. As we said, I mean, there's been numerous ways we can analyze this, but at the end of the day, I'm still not too worried about this, right? Because at the end, it's not the biggest tournament of the year, and that also means that they've still got lots more tournaments to play this year, and to potentially improve on the situation they have right now. Main thing is for them, I think, at this point in the finals, make sure to get as many PGC points as possible. Yeah. The exact plays they're going to finish off here, I think in the scenario they are right now, is probably not going to matter all too much. But, yeah.
You say that, but, I mean, while in terms of prize pool it might not be the biggest, there's a hell of a lot of PGC points on the line of this tournament, and you only get 4 chances in total, one of which is already gone. So I feel like you have to, like, if you're not playing to get the absolute best out of this tournament, then you, I mean, then you're not gonna make PGC at all, because there's only gonna be so many spots available for each region too. So you really, I mean, you can't just rely on winning PGC or PEC fall and qualify directly from that. I think I hope at least, that we'll see everyone go out and do their utmost to get the most PGC points possible, because it's going to be a very difficult race on the top of the PGC leaderboards.
Definitely. Yeah, I agree. Might just take that statement and roll back a little bit.
Now, let's see. Yeah, Win or Die. They need to watch out. I don't think they have any clue at all right now that Twisted Minds are sat just above them. Now, if you're an experienced viewer, you know to always look to the mountains for Twisted Minds, because they do tend to get eyes on. And here, you see the overhead protector. We have Petulance up close. We have Lou up close as well. And here we have ADR and Howl elsewhere on the map, just chilling.
Yeah, that's interesting. What we just saw Twisted Minds do is something that we've seen plenty of times all around that Minas area, is that they have 1 or 2 players up on the hillsides, and the rest just pressure that compound, because the compound itself can't really do much. Even if they get a knock, it's really hard to push out of it with 2 players just standing on the high ground and potentially harassing you. So it's a very clean way of opening up space on the northwestern side.
Let's see now as Hal try and peek on forward again. I mean, even if they get a knock here, there should be no good reason to make an aggressive play. They know that they have the team split on the other side, and what they currently have in terms of the positions they're in, I don't see them wanting to aggress. I think for Howl, they're just trying to pressure ADR off to not even think about looking down in this direction, but I don't think either of the 2 teams should try and make it like an over-aggressive play towards each other here.
No, not in phase 1. Surely not. 2 minutes 45, speaking about phase 1, until we will get to see maybe some more emergency parachutes. It's
yeah, I mean, that's what's going to happen in this game.
Yeah,
eventually.
I think so too. I mean, there's specifically with this circle, there's so many ways this can go, so many potential endings. That's why I love Miramar in this kind of area. The only real ending I don't see happening too much, but even that could still happen, like east of El Azhar and like west of El Azhar and all that, all around that El Azhar area. And you can see no one's really going for that either. The furthest north, the northest team, so the furthest team to the north is face scan, as we're seeing right now. That is still south of El Azhar.
Yeah, it's I think anything El Azhar-esque and north thereof is something you only even consider if you're A, push and shoot, who are coming in very, very late, or B, seeing the circle shift up in that direction. Until then, having to go across that entire valley and the road leading from El Azhar towards Hacienda, you just don't want to have to deal with it. Do not want to have to play around that at all, and I think that's why you're seeing everyone try to, for the best of their ability, claim something on the southern side of that road with, as you said, everyone, with the exception of push and shoot, has managed to do.
And here we've got the troublesome child, to some degree, of the EMEA partner teams. The one EMEA partner team that has, I want to say, disappointed us the most. We've talked about them.
Can I just ask you something before you finish your sentence? If BBL is that, then what is Navi? The abandoned child?
Yeah, he's the one that just doesn't get anything out of the will at this point anymore.
He's the one they forgot about. They left him somewhere at some point, and then they're like, oh wait, yeah. Oh, now it's BBL. True. Sorry, go on.
No, that's a pretty good observation. But yeah, Push is coming in, as you said, the only team north of El Azhar. And BBL this time around opting for a little bit more centralized spot. That's the one thing I really wanted to finish.
Yes.
Thought-wise, a little bit more centralized. Even though it's not too big of a split, it's not too much information. I mean, Michael Russell up top can get a lot of it. I'm not too sure about smashing clip. I mean, the only, I think, real reason why they play down there is not for information, but more for covering that rotation path and potentially, yeah, covering some more vehicles.
And also we've seen a lot of times when the game does end up just like in that northwest side of Junkyard area, playing out from that compound late game is incredibly good, especially if you're an edge fighting team, which BBL is. So they're not only now setting up for a good game, they're setting up for potentially the entire mid to end game, not expecting, but at least hoping that finally a couple of circles go that way.
Yeah, talking about circles going that way, we will see the circle shift now. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one for BBL. It's a pretty good one for FaceClan as well, unless they want to commit to this fight already. Which it seems like they do. They have to be careful. His foot is right below the hillside they're playing on. But, yeah, I mean, they will hear this fight, but they're not too close. So I'm maybe going to take this back as well. The way the foot is playing right now, I think they want to play this one through the southern side, through the valley that 80 is playing already onwards.
Unless if something crazy happens, which, for example, being T-Bone getting taken down by Lookarooks, I don't think they're going to go anywhere. But now that he did get knocked, obviously they're going to try and assess that situation. In the meantime here, correctly, headshot connected onto a boogie. Would have really wanted to get that knock, though, because now they know exactly where they have them. Now they know that FaZe is in the nearby vicinity. Usof,
though, gets hit from miles away. Rastama is sustained this one. And says, just be careful if you want to fight this, go ahead, but we'll have an angle on this. At least to some degree. In other else, this shouldn't be a problem, though. And FaceClan, it seems like they really want to come in towards them. I mean, they do have the advantage. They've got players all around it. They've pretty much got us around. This is the PUBG equivalent of FBI open up on this at this point.
We'll see now. Here's James finds one. Is that going to be them? Full speed sending it forward. They still have to find a couple of players. Still have to figure out exactly where they're positioned. So for FaceClan, can't go too overzealous. Can't get too eager here, which you might just run into trouble. We've seen Eddie already land some really good shots and fights already. Now James forced to prone on down while the rest of the team is fighting. Boogie finds one. Higgs finds one as well. And that's just what I was saying. FaZe needed to figure out exactly where they had their opponents. They didn't in time, and now it all rests on Gustav to try and turn this around.
And he's going to get one clean flick, maybe gets the second one, shits it to the smoke, but the last two shots are missing. And even though 180R is massively having the man advantage right now, it isn't safe just yet. Gustav's position is known, but he can still make something happen. First aid goes through. He should know where one of the players is. He's even aiming at the corner. The timing doesn't work out on both sides. Now he gets put in the back, and Hickses will shut it down. FaceClan is eliminated in last place in match number 10, and they are in fourth place in the middle of the pack up there. Despite being in fourth place, I just quickly want to remind you, it's 59 points. Below that is 58, 57, 54, 52. A lot of these teams have now got the opportunity to shove FaZe down all the way outside of the top 8, potentially.
Yep, could very well happen. Let's see now here with Howl pushing towards Bitfix. I think actually trying to kind of fortify this position that Lazarus already sat in. Schofield, first one to fall. Howl is still yet to really get anything going during this match. Damage coming through, but surprisingly enough, kind of contradicting the whole shotgun game. Doesn't find the knock. Yeah, one shotgun. Hello. Yeah. There you go. Howl able to survive it. The shotgun does come out victorious in the end.
I was going to say, we're going to have to replay that round if that would have happened again, but Lazar is going to get the frag with the shotgun. Not quite smash levels, but it's pretty good. Cleans up the compound. Surprisingly, a lot of early skirmishes, especially talking about teams losing a player or being eliminated just as a whole in the first 30 minutes of the game. Looking at how many teams have lost one, it's almost half the lobby.
Yep, it's quickly getting out of hand here. Matt now up on the hillside needs to get picked up by Lazar Apocalypse if he wants to stay alive. I don't think they're going to risk it. Also, that bike is almost blown up, so it's going to be dangerous. Now the circle comes towards the north. That is exactly what BPL were hoping for. There you go. You Clip. I just saw him on social media complaining about it too. There you go. Get yourself that shift going in your direction, and we'll see now that you got it what you can make of it.
I mean, I feel like that, surely it isn't the first time now they've played for Circle, but also they haven't played all of these rounds for these kinds of tendencies, I want to say, of these kinds of circle shifts. So it's good to see it work out now. Clip Smash, Mike and Restama, all of them sitting very comfortable. I'm not worried about any of them at the moment. Push has got their backs as well in case they get breached. There's players north of them, there's players east of them, but none of them could really push them at the moment. So BBL, man, they're set right now. Unless someone picks up an emergency parachute and just rains on down, which I can see happening.
Yeah.
Position-wise, they're set.
It's not the worst idea on the list of bad ideas
really
you can come up with. So I wouldn't be too surprised. D8 doing that exact thing, but without a parachute, just doing it in car instead.
There are ridge lines that are pretty good to pull up on, just east of Rasamab. You could pretty much pull up all the way, almost entirely, all the way up until the compound actually starts, or until you get the ridge lines of it, but DA is going to rotate on through. They will find themselves the shack. They will play around it, apparently. I didn't think it was a bad idea, but they didn't get shot from up top, and they still opted for the shack. That's how safe DA apparently wants to play this round. Yeah,
I mean, park the car safely. Again, you're getting into an area you haven't had any chance to scout whatsoever thus far. So play it smart, get out of the cars, get healed on up again for the few damage that you did, or the few shots that did come your way, and then take a breather for a moment and then spread out and take control. I should add as well that Foot Esports did manage to get the res up on T-Bone when he was pretty much surrounded by Entropic players. Not sure how they got back and managed to pick him up, but while he got back on his feet, Howl fell down. They will go out in 12th or 14th.
That push already didn't work out for FaZe Clan. Is Foot gonna try it, and how they're gonna be successful is the question. This time around, it is also a 4v4, and this time around it is also 100 ADR that wants to potentially defend this, and it's almost the exact same positions as well. Let's see how this one's gonna work. HC up top. Oh, we can spot it out. HC's got the angles covered though, and the first damage has been dealt.
Yeah, but HC trying to get the peek on over. Tries to kind of guide the troops of Vard and Beamy up close and tell them exactly where their position lies. And again, these buildings so damn difficult to push in, and so far, ADR have dealt with everything coming their way.
Let's see, they are slowly but surely making their way inside. They do feel like something is suspicious around here, right? They feel it. This is on the team on us clip update, Nate. Oh, that could have given it away. And the second one doesn't hit anyone either. At least doesn't take anyone down, but then they would have been perfect.
Issue here is even if they do get one, I feel like you're still, I mean, that might just be a blessing in disguise for ADR, because they still have the ankles, and it's so damn difficult to push this. Vardo does manage to spot Hicks. First one falls. Beamy caught in the open, taken down. Now one more falls from Boogie, finds a second. Hurry, finds a third, and now it's just Vard. And just like that, once again, ADR dismantling EMEA partner teams on their approach to this building.
Wow, 180 once again, as you said, making it look easy on that defense. Despite the nades, despite the entry, despite all VAR could do, it is not going to happen, and they will shut them down their tracks. And most of all, it is not any team, it's Foot right now. The one team that has won, at least during parts of the grand finals, the majority of the rounds. That's how crazy it is. So Foot will be shut down again. That's another round. I think the third one in a row, but they didn't really get any big points.
They're so difficult to push these buildings. As you can see, I mean, there's two very narrow entries in the doorways, and then Beamy, I mean, he has an angle, but he peeks out in the open. He has to go into the open in order to see Wubuki, and then he's just completely, like, full body exposed there. I feel like this is one of those areas that teams will go into practice mode or into, like, custom games and literally just practice flashbangs, practice nades, and lob them over. I know it's more of an arena FPS sort of thing to do, but a lot of these buildings, we see them everywhere on Miramar, are so damn difficult for the team pushing in. If you just have like 1 or 2 or 3 set flashes you can throw from each side of the building that you know is going to flash specific angles for you, maybe that's worth going in and practice those things for.
Definitely. And you can see, I mean, Foot in the beginning of the breach even had the advantage because of these nades. They just obviously didn't get the feedback on how well these nades were, and it could have very much gone differently as well. Chris gonna take one out, gets traded by the AWM of Danimon though. Barely. I thought he was by the ridge down already, but gets shot in the back, just enough to take him down.
Yeah. Let's see now, Mika tries to run further forward, able to dodge that nade, but the threat is still far from over, as he's now up close with Afteralt, just on the other side.
Oh, it goes a little bit too far. Enan doesn't get touched by it. Danimon not either. But they should know that Mika is still very close to this. Mika does have support in his back. It is Brexco on the ridgeline covering him, so Danimon can peek straight down. 118 going through. I don't think that one is cooked well enough either, but the zone is doing its work, and right now they don't need to do anything. In theory though, but Danimon peeks over. The timing is perfect. Mika goes down just as Brexco doesn't cover anymore. It's the first casualty for Zent.
Yeah, maybe the first of a few to come, depending on how after all opts to play this one. They kind of have to take the fight to them. They can't just full speed send it across. Instead, they send it through, or straight into, I should say. Killiakai gets blessed with a freebie of a double as they come flying down straight into his open arms.
And that's as easy as kills are gonna get in a grand final with some of the best teams in Europe. Ibako, the last one to be flashed to send. They will continue their reign, I want to say, that they have started in the last game. But they did lose Mika, and I'm not sure if that was avoidable. I feel like it maybe could have been, but also unfortunate that Mika's nades just didn't hit at all. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to be Denim on the last one left alive over there. He's going to heal and ascend with 3.
Now, the circle's shifting down towards the valley. Not completely in it, but at least towards it. I'm curious to see what Twisted Minds are planning on doing. I was going to say, are they going to take the fight straight to win or die? And I feel like they kind of have to. They need to clear this plateau. They need to clear the high ground before moving down. If they start moving down before they've dealt with all the threats nearby, they're just going to get shot in the back once they start moving. So I like the idea of them taking the fight actually to the edge of blue, even forcing win or die now into push and shoot.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I want to see what the silence are from DA, but I don't think they're good enough right now in this fight in case Twisted Minds peeks into the Richlands, right? Not so sure though. Lou's gonna open things up. Leos goes down. That's a key fragger for win or die, and he has been also not only in the playoffs but also in the grand finals. Maybe Perfectis can do some more. Nate goes through from Batulins. Lewis got one in his hands as well. Leos, no chance to recover him as more shots are being put out. This push is coming in the back, and they will shoot not only Leos but also Existence, and will pick up these frags as, yeah, Win or Die gets eliminated pretty fast. Perfectis, the last one to get any of the frags from Win or Die.
But where is push and shoot in all of this? They got 1 point off of that, but they didn't really claim any terrain off of it. They were just sat in the same position, didn't make an aggressive play, and now they kind of are the next team to have to take the fight to Twisted Minds. In the meantime, in Tropic, they have to somehow gain some space too, and now with the nade slopped on over, that might just happen in a brief moment.
The nades, unfortunately, all ended in the almost exact same spot. Nailup almost goes down. This could have been such an important entry for Ascend. They don't need to move just yet, but also in Tropic, the further the zone gets, the less problems they're going to have to peeking over this ridge line, because at some point Diaz is going to have to move downwards. But as of right now, they will both be running scared, at least to some degree. Look at the deployable shields. I love it. It's crazy.
Are they gonna?
So he's coming from the distance.
There's no way they're gonna emergency parachute from there. There's no way. Even if they try, they should get completely slaughtered when they do. I think this might just be Killiakai. Or, like, I think maybe one of the players are gonna try and fly to the middle and prone somewhere.
I could see that happening.
But you would definitely expect that they're gonna die if they try.
Look, this is just not what we're talking about. I could totally expect them to still just fly as a 3-man up with some couple of smokes on the other side of the ridge line. I think that should cover them enough to not be shot down immediately, but
Junkyard,
we'll see.
Though? And now it's gonna be in blue as well. They deployed it in blue.
Okay, I'm guessing it was just for bait then.
It must have been, or just instead of dropping it for an opponent to take, I guess maybe just for the memes deploy it. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be used in any way. It shouldn't be.
You're able to probably rotate in to the compound just below DI, and you can see them now. They're making their rotation in. It's not going to be the emergency parachute, but it's going to be a rotation just as risky, I want to say. With the whole circle almost looking at you, Brexcore would have to have one miracle run to make it through, but he does. Apparently he does. Maybe BBL can have a say in this one, but he's going to make it in. Even Kliakai is in this car as well. Didn't even see that in the beginning. And they will find a spot with the center. I mean, at the center shack. How in the hell did that just happen?
Last game they YOLO'd into the middle and risked pretty much going down instantly and still won the game. So you never know. Sometimes it works for you. Sometimes it works twice. We'll see if Ascent can come out victorious here from the shack down there in the middle. In the meantime, now push and shoot again. Didn't want to take the fight to Twisted Minds, so now they have to take the fight to BBL.
And it's going to be a 2-1-4 as two of the players have already rotated towards the next safe zone. Smash is opening up with one. He looks for the second one. He can't just get it. Maybe the nade to follow it off.
I do like the timing to push and shoot because they saw BBL send 2 players across. They saw Clip and Rustenmar leave to flex out in towards the circle, flex out to the shack on the other side, and that's what allowed them to make the aggressive play forward. But so for Smash and Michael, if you can now, leave. Of course they want to stay. Of course they want to get the flush and the knock player they already have. You can see Smash now, as he was about to peek through on that side, he instantly ran off the other direction. I think someone called him back. Someone said, Smash, no, we don't do this 2v4. Let's just play with our teammates.
The best to be careful. If he goes down, that would be the worst case scenario. But Smash, the only real position he just evacuated himself onto is that building still inside the compound. They still haven't made their way through. Now Smash gets another one. I feel like that's a third knock so far, but no flushes and not a real problem so far for Push to hold this off.
Let's see. Now, Exile up on the roof. They have to take this fight to Oculus Pot. Trying to dodge and weave as this fight unfolds, not wanting any third-party piece of this. Marco finds ADR. That's good nade slop done for it. But ADR, I mean, a lot of points coming their way this game as well with 7 kills.
Yeah, Fate looking for the entry on this fight. But yeah, same with them and Push. They need to make a move anytime soon. 46 seconds to the next zone. They're running out of options at this point, and Pod is just waiting for this to happen and to potentially shut this into chaos even further and potentially farm them as soon as they get out. Nakop with a nade on towards Monodog, but this isn't over yet. Still 6 players left alive in their building, and they all have to evacuate themselves.
And while the chaos commences in the building, Twisted Minds is sat just south of it, or north of it, I should say, taking them out as they try to leave. All of these players are feeling the hurt of the blue on their side, and now as soon as they get into the circle, they all get torn to pieces.
Wow, I was fearing that for both of these teams. Maybe one player can make it out. No, it's going to be denied by Levante. He hits the headshot and picks up the 3rd kill in this round. And yeah, 3 kills. It's all on him. Levante is having a good game.
And here comes Entropic. Somewhat quiet game for them here in the first Miramar of the day, but 4 alive still. They've been playing it slow in from the east, kind of a newer, not new completely, but newer approach to a game of PUBG that we're seeing from Entropic here, and slowing things down and not really aggressing too much until the very end.
Definitely. I'm still surprised how long it actually lasted since they were so close to each other. So DA and Entropic, they've been here for the last 2 phases and still none of them made a move.
Let's see. They're waiting for a good knock here, waiting for a good angle to kind of present itself for their chance to push forward. And also for Twisted Minds, I mean, 4 alive here still. The one team that we can right now kind of rely on to try and catch up to PUBG Esports. 20 points down still, though. Really is an impressive gap that Foot has been able to set up.
Top teams still alive in this lobby. Out of the top 4, it's still 3 left alive. And at the moment, the way these zones have been working, the last game, we might just see another sense chicken than at least just in theory. One more knock comes out, Ibis gets one, and this is just farming. This is just absolutely farming for them. Driving down the ridge line, not too hard in terms of hitting these shots, and even Pin gets cleaned up. Easy. What's important, though, is Entropic got all 4 of these frags, and no one could bet an eye on them.
Ooh, nail up, nice shots connected, double headshot onto one. Mexi finds the other. Go from one fight straight to the next, and now it's Twisted Minds feeding the herd, as Entropic is still inside the circle with full control of this ridgeline. Spiro tries to find something to throw down behind, but that ain't gonna happen either, as Ivers finds him underneath the vehicle. 10 kills for Entropic, just like that. They had 3 just before.
And look at this, BBL is now finally making the run downwards. They aren't spotted from up top just yet, but they do want to just clear out his end, because I think at this point they know they're not going to win this round either. More shots are coming in. Ascend with the opportunity to make something happen. Kill your guy gets down, though. It's the Molotov from Rustama somehow. And look at this Brexco. He's not even in the shack. No one's realizing that. Brexco has found himself a sneaky position inside a bush. Can you believe it? While Entropic keeps on clearing out this edge.
Yep, this already is a big game for Entropic, but it's going to be huge when they claim this win. I don't see them not coming out victorious here. It's just a matter of whether it's going to be Ascent to get 2nd place, or if it's going to be BBL. With how they're positioned right now, you'd have to imagine that Brex is able to prone this one out for long enough to get 2nd place confirmed, because BBL running around in the open down below ain't exactly the best place to be. But then again, Brex is prone in a bush. I feel like it's just a matter of time before Entropic spots him.
Yeah, the question is, are they going to have enough composure to check all the surrounding area? Because I feel like they're so sure. If you're so sure that someone is a specific spot, you're not looking any other way. And I feel like they want to focus on BBL first.
Yeah, but they're all 4 alive. Now they're backing off, even deploying smokes to allow BBL a foot in. They're looking. Like, they're looking for the... I think both teams currently are looking for Brexco. I think Brexco might have one of the broken cars to prone behind as well. Yep, exactly. He does. And I think at that angle, no one really has good lines of sight, because there's a bush down there too, so can't really fault Naileup for not seeing him.
Good could have just gotten an entry there. That would have been so incredibly important for BBL to yeah, still have a chance in this one. Kiyakai leads out. There's another frag on the way of BBL. We know they need to make something out of this round. I know A-Kills is very strong, but I feel like they wanted more out of this one.
Let's see here. If I think Entropic is just going to allow for BBL to run that round down below. I mean, again, with them being 4 alive and on the edge of the circle with pretty good control, they don't have to worry about anything. Just let BBL die to try and find Brexco, and then move it from there. Of course, even better if you get all the final 3 kills, but no reason to really risk it here and potentially get one knocked to the likes of Brexco and then have BBL push over the top. Just play it smart, play it slow, let the wounded teams take out one another, and then claim the chicken dinner in the end of it. Also surprised. How can they still not see him? I would like to see Brexco's position. Like, how are they still not seeing him? There's only so many bushes left in this circle.
That's what I'm saying. I think they're so sure that he's still inside that shack.
What is
Did Brexco just shoot?
I mean, somebody's shooting at that car.
Brexco is shooting. Oh, I think Brexco's shooting, isn't it? No. Sorry, that's a mini. It's got to be Michael. I think Michael spotted him.
He is still prone. But I don't think Ivers knows where he is.
No, I think Michael was literally shooting at it because he knows where Brexco is to make sure that Entropic in turn spots him so he gets taken out. Yeah, I think that's literally what might have just happened.
Trying to inform them. Come on, guys, take him out. He's prone over there. But Entropic ain't really all about that. Doesn't want to peek it too much now. As a matter of fact, Flash has been lobbed the other direction. Entropic still have yet to find Brexco. Now Michael, first one to fall. And again, Brexco just hiding this one out. Trying to play placement points. Trying to claim one extra over this one. And he will succeed in doing so. And there's like that. He dies instantly after. Naileup finally able to spot him. I believe Mexi actually might have been the one to see him. But Entropic... Huge game for Entropic. And once again, I mean, for Ascent, even though they didn't win, full speed YOLOing in it to the middle of the circle kind of worked out for them.
Yeah, I'm still kind of sad that the ridgeline... I'm not sad to some degree, but I'm still kind of upset that the ridgeline from Entropic was in for so long that that BBL had to fight down low before Entropic had to leave the ridgeline. Because otherwise, I think it would have been a 4-4 if BBL would have played that cleanly and wouldn't have just gotten farmed when they tried to make a move on Ascent. And then we would have had a little bit more of an interesting endgame. And I would have given that to BBL in a heartbeat. I mean, they have been struggling a lot, and I mean, we're all feeling for them to some degree at least. Well, I think we are going into the highlights really quick, and we'll be seeing each other after a quick pause.
Hey everyone, welcome back after that first Miramar. Miramar is always that map that does not disappoint at all. Foot did go out early, but it wasn't the top 4 though, Toby, all falling because Entropic took the win.
Yeah, good for them to show up here, and in pretty dominant fashion too. Again, liking the... I don't like to call it too much of a new play style for Entropic, because I feel like they've been trying to execute this for a while now, but maybe with the addition of Mexi, things have slowed down a little bit more, gotten a little more controlled, and now, again, the slow approach early on to then flex out, take control of the ridgeline late game, and come out with 12 kill win. That is absolutely phenomenal. You don't need the kills early if you can find them late.
No, definitely was a... They didn't even want to push over that ridge to take Ascend. I know they left It's Chris behind, and with that kind of baity emergency pick-up and play, they didn't even buy to that one, but they did rotate, as you mentioned, to that ridge, and they cleared out 100 ADR, who were the team that cleared out Foot, and then they just farmed points from there. And FedEx, a good showing. No, BBL able to get themselves now a second place, 8 kills on the board, but it seems like BBL, it maybe is preferring the Miramar segment to today.
Yeah, sure, they're preferring this one up until this point, but I also want to say, I feel like there was more in it, and I feel like they know it too. It was really unfortunate that, first of all, Brexco survived longer than they did, which I feel like would have been another point, potentially another kill point, and also that they couldn't make the run across, that the ridgeline from Entropic was in for so long, because if you're stuck below that mountain, it only really is a fair fight if, you know, there's not a team above you. So, I mean, BBL really not having a chance in the late game area there.
Yeah, no. It was quite hard, obviously, trying to work their way out. Sendos, he did take that area quite early on with that rotation in. And back-to-back games, I'm sitting here puzzled at, like, Toby, how does Ascend get away with just that magical bit of timing? And they just miss every team and find themselves centralized compound.
I mean, sometimes it works out for you. We see it time and time again, teams try and execute this. The good thing for Ascend is that they already had the kills before, like making their way to this position early on in this time around. So normally what you see is a team will try and do it early, die, and then get absolutely nothing off it. But now Ascend, having had 2 very successful attempts at it, and I mean making it work, found themselves up there in the 4th place despite starting the day really far down the leaderboard.
Yeah, and they went down. They actually went down. Yeah, they went to 12. Yeah, you're right. 12 is where they ended up. And then back-to-back, they pushed themselves to 4. So, again, massive kudos to them, a team which I got a lot of respect for. And I'm still scratching my head. That timing just seems to be on Ascend's radar. Today, they do push themselves now into 4th after all. And FaZe, though, they went out a bit earlier on that last round there, FedEx, and it forces them to drop down that leaderboard slightly.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of teams actually dropped out. I was saying that in the middle of the game, lots of teams in the middle of the pack went out early, and this time around, not the way we've seen it in the last games, lots of top teams were still alive. We saw 3 out of the top 4 teams still being alive in the very late game, so this is kind of going to even out that last round to some degree at least.
Yeah, now hopefully we've got 2 more rounds though that are left, but very quickly before we go into that, if I haven't already, give the guys Twitter a follow. PUBG Esports. I actually got a little cheeky look at what they're doing a giveaway, and there's one of those like little drinking hats. Like, I'm a sucker for those things. I am from the UK, but there's a load of other merch though. They do have the jumpers, they do have the t-shirts, key rings. There is a load of OG merch up for grabs. So if you haven't already, make sure you go and give them a follow. I don't think we're allowed to enter, Toby, are we?
I would imagine not. Also, I feel like it would be kind of unfair if we did. So we'll leave it for the viewers.
I don't think so. Give me the hat. I really need it. Honestly, now that you said, I'm gonna have to check it out. Once again, Twitter at PUBG Esports. Is there a picture of it?
I'm sure the guys will get a picture up in chat. I've been sent something. They are basically giving us the heads up that it's going to be going live in Twitter shortly. So if you haven't already, get yourself over there quickly. They have all graphics coming up though. I've seen it. Very jealous. I could be sitting here, casting, hosting with a little hat on and my drink inside. So I have to go run for those breaks. But yeah, I wish I could enter it, but if you haven't already yet, go give them a follow on Twitter now. I'm sure the guys will get the information on the stream. Also, before we throw ourselves to the game, don't forget about the ProPads.gg. We had the competition that we ran and we've done the giveaway. If you want a 10% discount though, hit the rotation, go to their website, get yourself a nice big Matt and we've got a couple to show off, but it is key to get yourself over there, get yourself ordered, get yourself that Pro Pad. But it's time for those sandy shores, the wonderful Miramar. It's our second one of the day, and over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Mark. Yes, one more Miramar to go after this one is done with. 2 more to go on the day before we round off day 2 of 3 here. And Felix, I'm not gonna lie, coming into this game, I did not expect that, or no, I should say coming into the previous one, seeing the lead that FUT Esports had, I would not expect that there's a chance after this game is over that that's gonna be completely gone. But with the amount of points that Entropic were able to get, they're now only 13 points down.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we were both sitting here in the middle of the day, even before that, actually, after the first 2 games, essentially, thinking that there's maybe there was the slight hope that someone's going to catch up today, but we really didn't think it was possible. At least I didn't. And I even went as far as saying before the day has even started, there's no way FUT is going to give up this lead, are they? I mean, they literally get a couple of rounds, a couple of points each game. Sure, it isn't easy, but it's definitely, I mean, looking at the performance day yesterday, definitely in the realm of possibility. And then they started off this day in a similar fashion. And since then, it's just been nothing. It's literally been nothing. So, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag for today for them. I'm still hoping we're going to see another great round, because if they pop off, man, they are so entertaining.
They sure are. Now, one thing that's going to pop up in just a moment's time is that circle. It was a very diagonal plane, so pretty much the entire map is up for grabs in terms of the circle. And also, we saw a bit of a skirmish down here in the previous game at which Oaklist ended up taking casualties. That might just be the case again this time around, though. I think he might be able to get out alive. I gotta say, while I respect it that he dies in a spot once and then goes back to it, I also feel like it's kind of an unnecessary risk to run. Yeah,
to some degree. But this is an interesting topic. You could talk about this topic for ages as well. I used to play in different teams where we would never do anything risky. And at that point, the game really didn't become the same kind of PUBG that you see at top level. You need to have some degree of freedom and some degree of playmaking and some degree of going for risky stuff, because that, in the end, was what makes the difference between a good team and a great team. And I've learned that the hard way. I used to play in teams where never peek, never solo peek, never go like solo out of your way to potentially get some kill points. Always play with the team. Always double peek. Always wait for your teammates. That only works up to a certain degree. And I know it doesn't sound logical that sometimes you have to take risks because, you know, if you always play it safe, it's perfect. It's not. It's really not. Take the risk. Get some single-handed peeks in there. We saw what T-Bone is, for example, doing with footballers throughout the whole grand finals. Sometimes you just see him running off. I mean, look at that Miramar game where we had the ending southeast of Los Leones, where he was just running out, push, for example, out of that ridgeline. That's the kind of guaranteed play. Sure, sometimes he's going to get punished for it, like in that game, but more often than not, if you're a great individual player, you're not, and that's going to make the difference between, good and great teams.
Yeah, I suppose I agree with you in that, but still,
I didn't answer the question, I know,
landing with 2 opponents in a compound just to steal their car when you've just been killed trying to do the same in the previous match.
It's a different question. It's true. It's true.
It's a little bit of a different situation. Well, I do agree with you. I do agree with you though that you have to be able to go out and make plays that you owe through in the like later down the line. But maybe when you land, just don't risk dying every time you land.
Yeah. No, I wholeheartedly agree. I don't think I made that clear. Yeah. No, completely agree. Not my type of play. Not what I would do either. But well, if worked out this time around. 64 players still left alive, and we saw. Look, this is interesting. Also, I want to ask you, what was the specific reason? Did you see a reason why we had so many skirmishes in the last game? It was very surprising to me because the circle didn't really. I didn't really expect it, judging by the circle. We had like almost half of the lobby having lost at least one player in phase 2.
I think it had to do with, very similar to now, a plane path where teams could land pretty far away, and a lot of these teams having yet to, I guess, really figure out each other's rotation timings, because, again, had we not had a single game at the 11th match we're in now, where emergency pickups had been a thing, then I think most teams would have already now figured out most teams' cadences and timings and things. But because there's been so many matches where a team like Win or Die, or maybe even Ascent, has opted to go with the emergency pickup, that's like a rotation timing you can just write off, because you're not going to learn anything off of that other than the fact that great, they just like went into the middle or flew all the way across the circle. So the timings are still somewhat off, which is why you're seeing some of these teams just drive into each other. You can say accidentally drive into each other, but having similar plans in mind and then ending up sitting on each other's shoulders because their time is off.
Yeah. Talking a lot about timings, but it really does make a huge difference, especially in the early stages of any match whatsoever. Early phases are the ones that really set up your game and really decide a lot. I know it's really easy to always just focus on the end product, on the very last situation, on how a team dies. But especially as a team that's analyzing, where you analyze your own rounds, especially if you play in a competitive setting, that's usually not where you start. You want to go all the way back, analyze your zones, how did that even came to be, or how any situation came to be, and you want to go back a couple of phases at the very least. But yeah, either way, Twisted Minds, big split right here. I'm excited to see if they're going to make something of the sidelines they have right now and win or die. Perfectly. So now we're going to start it, and Layers goes down immediately. Oh. Existence, apparently. Might have just lost Toby, but either way, I'm just going to pick it up from here. Lou, slumped over the ridge line. He's got great angles, but he has to be careful of being traded out. The rest of his team, except for Perfectix, is still very far. Now you can see someone creeping up in the distance. Gozy gets a couple of shots off, but it hasn't been enough for the knock. And Lou now realizes this is a very troubling situation. Despite them getting the first knock, Leosh now the Miwa has been revived, and that means it is back to a 4-4. Spiro's still going up close, though.
Yeah, it's sorry about that. By the way, Internet is
don't you worry.
having fun with my connection. For
we know the
reasons.
struggle.
Yeah, we're all back. We're all back. All's good. All's good. What is not so good though is for Win or Die. Trying to make their way up this hillside ain't gonna be easy, especially not now that A, they didn't get the kill they wanted. B, Heroes be messing up your vehicle in a position like that. That should be a guaranteed knock. As I say that though, Batul.
No,
that is that's a rare whiff.
But he had internet problems as well, surely.
Oh, that's what it was. Everyone's having
yeah.
internet issues right now. That's
He's had internet problems as well.
Yes. We'll blame the internet. And now Extens is actually turning this around. That if they somehow come out victorious from this, and he had the nade in hand too.
No,
this has just gone from unlucky to horrible.
Oh no, Batulans, at least bring it back, please. Yes, he's going to take down Leish, but he gets traded out, so that might not even matter in the end. Man, you got a few for Twisted Minds this round. Oh, Batulans not getting knocked. Spiro nading himself after he gets knocked. How could this get any worse is the question. Perfectix and the last one's alive, and they chose this fight. It wasn't the other way around. They chose this fight. Win or Die has just flipped the switch, and they're the ones in power now.
Yeah, and just to make things like to kind of the icing on the cake is that Perfectix has to leave this in a 3-seater. That's just it really doesn't get any worse. I guess I thought I had it bad with my internet messing up there for a second, but I suppose Twisted Minds had it even worse.
Yeah. yeah, definitely. Definitely. I'm surprised my internet didn't make any problems. Yeah, I'm German. It's kind of supposed to make problems, you know.
True. It's
not supposed to make problems on your side.
Yeah, no. It's happened twice in this tournament now, and I've literally worked from this home in over 3 years, and it has never happened before. So that's pretty impressive. Maybe I gotta call my internet provider tomorrow and complain.
Yeah,
that's what I gotta do.
I'm gonna call BBL in the meanwhile. Tell them I'm gonna play myself. I want to see you guys. I have you guys in my fantasy team. Look, I'm a fan of you guys. How are you doing this? It's 13th place. Come on.
Yeah.
They started in the last game, but still.
And even then, I mean, yes, they get the 3rd place, but not a whole lot boot to boot. But then again, I mean, sometimes you just need that one, not amazing game, but decent game in order to kind of get the boat rolling your way. And if that game means that BBL can avoid getting players killed in the early game now and maybe position themselves in a spot from where they can get a circle or two more than what they've been able to find early on in the tournament, then who knows? Maybe this is the turnaround point for them.
Might very well be. It better be. Because as you said, it is the PGG points that are after in this tournament, obviously, besides the prize pool. But it is the way to PGC that we are witnessing. It kind of feels surreal now thinking about it. Still. Even watching this tournament, even casting it, we are having a very integral part in which of these teams are making it to PGC. I could very well imagine a scenario in which, at the end of the year, we're looking back at this tournament and being like, yeah, maybe if they would have gotten like this position here, they would have made it and stuff like that. It's interesting. It's just interesting to think about how this whole PGC qualification is working. I personally love it. I love the format.
Yeah, it's Not something I'm going to be complaining about either. And as soon as this tournament comes to an end, we're going to have the PGC2 qualifiers coming up. If you haven't already, the sign-ups are open. So do make sure to hop on over and sign up for those qualifiers. And now, oh my lord, that is a hardship if I've seen one ever. I was just about to say there's so much space on the southern side. Well, in about 30 seconds there won't be.
No, there won't be. Can we talk about hardships today? Hardships have just been apparently the thing in phase 2, phase 3. Phase 2 is especially, I feel like. I mean, just looking back at Erangel, for example, on that multi-power shift all the way down south. But it's not an unusual hardship. I feel like all the teams should have prepared for this one.
Oh yeah, they've
we've
been
seen
down here
endings
before,
plenty of times. Yeah,
they've definitely been into this area of the map a billion times before. The issue is now with everyone coming into the circle and pretty much from the exact same direction. It's there's going to be some clusters. There's going to be some teams running over one another, and we will, or at least should, most definitely see some players go down because of it.
I really like what is Chris, and it has to be Kilyakai. Yes, it's Chris and Kilyakai are doing right now. They're playing the... Back in the day, you used to call this the Cloud9 compound, because they always just plowed through whenever it was a southern shift from Cloud onwards. But look at what Mika and Rex is in the island. They have a very fast bit right now, and despite that, I think they will group up in a second, and that will make them a very strong contender for that southern side in terms of one of the best positions that are to be had. I think Ascent could maybe back up their performance just based off of the position they have right now. Once again, we've seen Ascent struggle when they're on the edge. When they get the zone, they win games, even out of scenarios where they don't have the main advantage.
They sure do. Here comes B-Meat, front flipping his way forward in Rado. Luckily for him, no damage was done off of that vehicle hitting the ground, because he would have probably been knocked because of it. But Clip now out, spotting the rotation of FUT Esports.
Calculated.
Very, very lucky, honestly, for FUT Esports. They're able to regroup, because you saw Vard and Nates, who were already down here. They were rotating kind of in between the Entropic rotation, or the Entropic players, and despite that, none of them goes down there. Here, they avoid the what could have been a fight with BBL as well, and able to survive for this one too.
Calculated as calculated as calculations go from Limi there. Makes it over with a front flip. It's kind of clip worthy. If you want to share a clip, just it doesn't have to be the crazy 3Ks that we saw from Smash yesterday. It can also be this kind of clip. Share it on #TheRotation on Twitter, and you might just win yourself some G coins.
Yeah, true. Make sure to share those clips on in there. For Ascent, they managed to make their way down towards a very center southern position with pretty much no one south of them, with the exception now of 2 Twisted Minds players. They should be alright, and they didn't even have to use an emergency pickup to get here.
No. You kind of would expect to.
You would have thought
did they just get the job? Yeah, you would have thought though, right? I mean, they're the center. It's Ascent.
And they get a flare gun as well, or a flare gun boot as well. Not exactly
that is so good, by the way.
Position to be in.
Who's gonna get it? Is Mika? Mika doesn't pick up the weapon though. What kind of weapon was in there? Please tell me. Do we see an AWM? Because I feel like Kilyakai will play that.
Yeah, there you go. That's the arm.
Was it Kilyakai though?
I feel like Chris.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it's Chris, right? Yeah, Chris played that one.
I feel like Chris should get it. He has been kind of the green machine monster. We'll see if he can find... I mean, they are in a position where they can get a hell of a lot of knocks. The only thing is whether they can actually get kills confirmed off of it. Let's see now, as the new circle presents itself in just a couple of seconds. Yeah, because we see Twisted Minds wrapping in from the west side. Are they going to be blessed with it? Well, I guess almost everyone, really, is going to be blessed with this one.
I didn't expect this. I thought it was going to either go hard north or hard south. We've seen plenty of enemies on the DA road. We've seen plenty of enemies further down south. This is pretty centralized. It could still very much go anywhere. I'm not sure how well some of these teams are positioned now. Twisted Minds just rotating on through. Perfectis get caught out here. And the question now is just who's going to pick up these kill points, because the knock is Kilyakai's, but I don't think he has got the angle to flush it. No, it's going to be Arno picking one up.
Yep, unable to find that one. Simply too many teams out there in the open able to fight for that one. Here comes PPL. Where are they going? They're seeing a vehicle on fire and they're rotating in right behind it. Michael able to find one. Will get traded instantly in return as they falls to Entropic. And now PPL pulling up on Orkless. First one to fall, but instantly nailed up there with a response, finding to return.
There's just no chance for them to get any footing in this one. Suddenly it's smashed. Does he has a shotgun? That's probably the biggest question. Where else he doesn't need one. Oh, the barrel headshot against Snellcorp, and he takes him down. Look, this is not over despite them losing almost all of the players on that breach. It is only Honor left. Yep. Somehow the shots from all of the outside players have been enough. And look at that. Even the nade comes in. How did he not die? How did he not die? You know, a couple of these picks up. Rustamano, new nade comes in.
Dead.
He's dead. Wow, they made it work. Smash with a turnaround. It's not a great situation, but still, it is 2 more frags, and at least he's alive.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if we have to find a bright side, I suppose he's alive. But they probably would have wanted to keep at least. I feel like at least 1 more alive in this position would have made it a little more feasible for them to try and play in off. I'm not sure exactly why they would full speed send it that far in, considering where they were when this circle popped. But I think they thought they saw something that that Oculus clearly didn't agree with.
Interesting which one that Excel is playing here. I didn't expect them to be allowed to play that early. I mean, that's kind of down to win or die. I feel like not getting the angles just right, because I feel like they actually have an angle on this, don't they? They were playing the western hillside. Is Excel safe over there? I feel like they're not. Am I missing something? I think the sideline should
now
be
they are.
Pretty high up on the ridge side.
Yeah, I mean, for now they are. They have the dip to play on, and Bitfix isn't really looking at them because they're still, I mean, and for good reason, making sure that no one is wrapping in behind. As you can see from here, Physics can't really peek into that position without pretty much leaving himself exposed to everyone. Now he's spotting them down below, but even then, Exalt can just sit in the valley and not really have to worry about too much.
Yeah, I'm more confused about win or die, but either way. Yeah, Bitfix also playing high up, just putting a couple of pop shots on towards any of the players in the surrounding compounds. But their position might just get them into a lot of trouble with the next circle shift. This we're gonna see right now.
Let's see, up towards the north we go. We knew we were going to shift away from Los Leones and away from the southern side as well. As now, Howl, very center circle, but with what to play around. Not really a whole lot. In the meantime, PUBG Esports has to move from the southeast alongside push and shoot, and then Win or Die has to come off this mountain as well. They must have seen the chaos that was BBL and Oculus fighting. If they know there's only one from BBL in that compound, they might just want to pull up on it.
Yeah, they might. I think that's what they're going to do as well. I'm probably going to stop the ridgeline first of all and then keep on scouting from there. But Ruzen is driving way further north than I would have expected him to. They're going to stop down the ridgeline now. Good thing that Texas is not playing further downwards. Probably because Winnerdie was playing that position previously. Now he could. But it's definitely going to give some more space to Winnerdie.
Yeah. See here, Bitfix, they heard the vehicles earlier. The push on through from ADRs. They make their way into this compound. They want to make sure that as long as they can keep track of ADR, that's going to allow them to peek into the valley down below. As soon as they lose track or stop looking at them, I feel like you just can't over peek. We've seen it so many times where you have that gut position, being able to sit up gut from just perfect angles down below that you don't capitalize on at all because you get shut up from teams behind you.
She needs to be so careful. Yeah. Unfortunate. And look at that, they're not even going to stop with James. They're going to take down one from after all as well. Rocks and Ekatari on the far eastern side. Have to be careful, though, because the ridgeline has not been cleared yet. I'm not sure if they've got the information. Yes, they have. Okay, Ekatari opens things up with another headshot. And FaZe finds themselves in the middle of it. Despite James dying, they will be part of this fight too.
I love that FaZe are playing aggressive on this one, as you said, despite him dying, because they needed to fend them off. They needed to force them away. Like, there's no way that they get into this next circle alive if they have both Pod and After all sat right next to them. So even though you might have taken a casualty, go out here and force them to go elsewhere, force them to think twice about taking the fight to you. You have to try and, as I said, kind of fend them off in order to make a play here.
Yeah, you really do. Just as much as Foot has to fend off Entropic now any minute. But is playing heavily on the southeastern edge. They will find themselves in a tricky spot. They haven't found a position just yet. They really haven't, and it's gonna be troublesome. Just as much as after all, this in big trouble. Danny Mon gets shut down. I mean, there's players in both of these ridge lines to the left and the right. What more is that to do? Not really anything.
Yep, only so much space up here towards the northeast. In the meantime, now for the Esports. Oh, wait, see, trying to get down to safety. I think he is going to be all right for now, especially with B landing that headshot and returning back to the fight between Pod and FaZe we go. But I think FaZe is opting to leave this all together. Yeah, they're going to wrap down towards the south. They just saw a knock onto a Tropic in the kill feed as well, so maybe that's going to be what's going to allow them to make the play on forward.
I think that's what they're trying to do. Look, Mexi doesn't have a clue that they're pushing right now. Mexi is shooting, and I think he's even shooting inside the warehouse. This should be an easy push. I don't think he's got any way to get out of this. Gustav and Fex, they're already making their way towards. He spots out Corexi. Well, let's go head on over to a different fight as Food is making her way onwards. Brexco is taken out from the distance. Lyron shuts him down.
And Chris isn't here either. He's in the compound down below. He has to hold this angle. He has to not allow for 80 to wrap on over, but as you can see here, Foot, they ain't really too eager to make an aggressive play. They just want to get Vart back on his feet and then back off. Do they know, though, that they have DA right on their side? I think T-Bone just spotted them.
Wow, Skoffeleg took down Liron. One more nade comes through. Kilyakai is still alive. Itzker still got his teammates back. I think, though, with the way they're bleeding out, I think one of them has to be sacrificed at this one. I don't think the time is going to be enough for both of them.
Also surprised that Chris hasn't opted to push up yet. I know that he wants to be able to hold control of that southern edge, or southern ridge layer, but surprised that with both of them being knocked, as you said, might have. No, actually, as I say that, I think they might all get up on their feet. Yep, they will. Indeed, they will.
Wow.
And for these,
I think it's good though.
Yep, for esports not opting to use more utility, so I guess they were feeling comfortable enough that Foot weren't going to push that. So Chris never had to pull up and help.
I think it was good that he didn't pull up, actually, because he had a great angle from on top of the building, which is probably where he played, and he had an AWM. So no one can really peek that ridgeline, because there's a little bit of plateau on top of the ridgeline. So Foot really has to expose themselves or damage Chris before they can even push this.
Yeah.
So actually, good cover coming in from its Chris.
Yep.
Ooh, just be careful. He's the last player left alive as well.
Yeah, and now he's...
Oh.
I was just going to say, I don't think he's getting out of here alive, and indeed he didn't, as Entropic falls. Second and third place teams down respectively, so the hunt for first is going to have to wait for a little while longer. And now, well, T-Bone, his guests as such just arrived, and that's Face, pulling up in the compound right next to him. Vart obviously has heard this as well, instantly finds Fex.
And look at this, T-Bone is already pushed up on the other side of it. T-Bone sneaks in. This could be disastrous for FaZe Clan. Corexi doesn't have any idea. Is he just walking into T-Bone at this point? It's that one player you don't want to walk into. He even gets a couple of damage off. But it doesn't matter. T-Bone's shutting him down. Corexi being flushed as well. And that just leaves the rest of the team to group up on this and push Gustav out. There shouldn't be a way in which Gustav can make this work. Make the flash.
See, tries to make the aggressive play forward. Not gonna happen. Vart finds a double, and I feel like you have, like, there's some meme you can make about FaZe being cursed in these buildings today, because at least in the last two Miramar games, they have been absolutely demolished on entry in these warehouses. Same way as Enan just got taken out.
I already know the meme template. There's nothing that scares me with that building. That damn building. Just not happening for FaZe today. It's just not happening. Northern side is still going to be very interesting to watch, though, as we head on over to 180R. Pod is still very much above them, but they don't have the angles completely right. You can see Levante already pushed up very far towards the street. They do have the position with a good circle shift. Now that I'm saying that, with a good circle shift, Pod is in the running for this one.
Yeah, it's not exactly looking bad for them. The thing is, whenever, or if, I should say, for esports up to cross up to Levante, he is not going to be able to kind of be the overhead protector. But good thing, as you can see in the map feed on the right-hand side there, that Rux is now trying to suppress for esports, because they are kind of holding each other's backs right now on the side of Pod.
They really are. Ascent. 30 seconds to make something happen. DA is not exactly in a super prime spot to hold them off. But Marcus running across the street. That's because he should have seen that, right? So that means they should have a good count on where they are playing. Yeah,
how do they move? Like, where do they go from here? Is this going to be one more Ascent YOLO into the middle and hope for the best? It might just be the play to have to try and execute. Mika with a 15x on the MK12. We'll see if he can find something. Maybe one or two knocks onto win or die could allow for them to make a play on forward. But then, even then, that's not a position inside the circle. So what would you gain?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I feel like they have to take the straight-up fight with the A. Maybe with a lot of utility, they can make this happen. When the play is up on the ridgeline now, push the street. They aren't exactly in a good spot, but as I say that, they are rotating out by car.
Yep. Speaking of by car, here comes for esports. 8C finds the double. That's absolutely huge with T-Bone going down. Levante does get one from behind, and Pin is now trying to come up and help out as well. But 8C, so much damage coming through. I thought with T-Bone dying early, that was going to be them down, but 8C is able to turn it around. And now, with Vart still behind, you'd have to imagine the Pin falls too.
How is he not dead yet? Vart should clearly have an angle on this, but 8C pulls up to the ridgeline, gets a double, just as much as Ascent needs right now. But their pull-up does not work out just as well as 8C's did. Yeah. Brexco suddenly the last player left alive. The rest of it doesn't even make it to the shack, so that play, even though I like the thinking process behind it, won't be And successful fondness as Rex gets shut down as well. Mad is going to have an easy time clearing him.
Yeah, it was a hard fight to commit
that
to. Hard fight to take, and DA were just there, ready and waiting, essentially, for them to pull up on it. Let's see now if Exalt can make something happen here. This is such a cluster of a game, not gonna lie. Everyone running around here in the open trying to make something happen. It's really, really chaotic as Molodok tries to get to safety. 8C racks up his kill number 5. And PUBG Esports, that's their 10th kill of this round. So even though they get 1 point in the last 2 games combined, this time around they're able to rack up a ton.
Definitely. Maybe there is some more for them in this game. I say that, but depending on... Yeah, I mean, blood is down. It depends how much angles it's just going to go. But next circle is going to decide a lot as well. Either way, Howl, don't want to let them not be talked about because they still have a big split going on in that div. And they've had that for quite some time. Quickly want to shift your eyes on towards that. Unless DA makes a big play on towards that, which I think they're now trying to, they have a good saying in this as well.
Yep, they sure do. As well as DA approach this from how do they enter this circle. We have a lot of solos occupying what is the next circle. Nate C on the other side here, trying to stay put as well. I think right now DA is just gonna try and see how much damage they can do to Howl before eventually making their rotation themselves. They do have smoked out vehicles down below that they could try and drive down and play on. So we'll see. How long are they willing to take shots here, trying to suppress Howl?
Yeah, with that circle shift, DA also got a lot of playing room up on that southern side, so they can almost stay on the road. And that's going to give them a hell of a lot of opportunity in terms of getting kills. You can see they're literally staying on the road, shooting everything that is moving, and they're getting the frags too.
Yep. Able to find even more. Huge game for DA here would really turn things around for them. With how close the mid pack is in this tournament, I think, let's see, FaZe and 64 all the way down to... Well, really 13th. I mean, 5th to 13th right now is just 14 points. With DA being able to rack up so many points here, that could really help them try and separate themselves from the rest of the pack coming into tomorrow's game.
Yeah, I mean, DA with this round, the way it's looking right now, they're surely going to clean up some more plays. They could go up to 4th place and push down Ascent off that 4th spot as well.
Let's see. As the Mad lops a nade on forward, if they could find a Hail Mary with a nade lopping over here, that would really take some of the pressure off their shoulders. As you can see here, Howl going from tree to car to vehicle to try and find some sort of cover. Also, how do they go from a car to a vehicle? I'm not quite sure. In any case, that's what they're doing. That's how little they have to work with, as they use the same cover twice in making their way further forward. And Matt right now, I think he feels like he has to try and make a solo play, but that push up the hillside is just practically impossible.
Yeah, practically is. Trying to create a little bit of a space, maybe draw some attention on towards him, make sure DA can just play as freely as they want to, but it doesn't really matter. The ridge line they have, it's too superb. It really doesn't matter. Honestly, it's absolutely crazy. You can see they can shoot the whole circle. I mean, this is just free kills for them, essentially. Liren gets another one. Unless anything completely crazy happens, AZ maybe tosses a nade over, suddenly breaks the laws of physics. I don't see a way out of this one for any team to escape them.
It's not going to be easy. That's for sure. It's very similar to the Entropic win of the previous game, where one team just has the perfect ridge line, which is high ground as well.
Yeah.
Kind of overlook the rest of the circle, and all you can do is run around down below and hope that somehow they nade themselves. I mean, I don't know. It's you're very limited in winning options here, and for Howl right now, they might have the last say in this. I mean, if Foot, Bitfix, and ADR just say, you know what, Howl, we won't shoot you if you run up this hillside. So how about you do that? The only thing on the other side of that might come out to help now is that DA has to come off this ridge, but not yet. They're just exactly inside for a little while longer. And now HC started shooting. I thought he was going to try and play it safe for longer, but he just wants extra points here.
Yeah. I like his play, though. I'm not sure on the ridge line that 180R has, but it's either way, it's good seeing them in the late game again, because we haven't really seen too much in the last couple of games. And I feel like they are very underrated at the moment. We saw in that fight against Ascent, or in that round that Ascent won, which was that 2 rounds or 1 round ago? My brain is playing games on me. Either way, they had some great fights also against DA, is what I'm trying to say. And they fought that ridgeline so well. Wubuki is a star player in my eyes on that team. But the big points still haven't been gathered. They're in 10th place.
Yep.
It's mega close, but they need another good round. This could be the chance.
I mean, we say 10th place, and it sounds like they're really far down the leaderboard. Again,
yeah,
it's just 9 points to 4th. It's not like it's an abysmal performance they've been putting up so far. No, quite the contrary. They could definitely come out victorious here, especially if they can lay low for a little while longer and let some of these other teams fight one another.
So DA has to move at least a couple of meters. Gonna give them a little bit of breathing room in terms of staying alive, but so far no knocks after the initial one on Scofie.
How much utility are you willing to spend if you're DA? I'm trying to see with Hal down below. Could you wrap into the north side of this now? The issue is because DA has not only but primarily been focusing on Howl, that's going to allow for ADR to wrap over the ridgeline to peek forward themselves, because they're still inside the circle too. It's now pressure onto DA all of a sudden, having not really made more space for themselves before now.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like they should have maybe gathered a couple of rocks down there earlier. Now they have to rotate, and without all of the players being full HP, they're not having a whole lot of cover. Look at this, they're rotating in. Howell has got the angles on them. Bolero somehow returns one, and Lazar goes down. They still got one up on the ridgeline. Maybe he can make something work. Glaren, that's the key player, that's the Joker, but he gets taken down by Hurricane, and it's only a flash, it's not a nade. Howell is still in this.
Spotted in the middle of the open as Matt now prones down once again, and this is allowed for ADR to now start spreading out on the northern side. They don't have a whole lot to work with, but look at the little ridge that they do have, and it's just enough for them to make something happen here.
Maybe I underestimated 180. Mad opens it up. Mitrelius goes down. Suddenly it's a 2-lane only from DA. And as you said, they didn't take enough space early on, and that is paying. But they have to pay the price dearly now.
Yeah, Bitfix still has a play up and alive as well. Look, can't count out physics just yet. Finds for Boogie. The flush will come over the map as the Howl finds kill number 2. With how much they've been in the action so far, only finding 2 kills is pretty wild, but goes to show the chaos they've been unfolded through. And now DA out in 4th. Bitfix instantly there to follow. 2v2, make that a 2v1 as Lassa peeks on over once again. Do they know the position of Hurricane? You'd have to imagine. I think Lassa just saw him. Yes, knows exactly where his headshot. Confirmed. Body shot to follow. Finds him, and Howl in desperate times finally able to turn things around.
Desperate times call desperate measures, and they make it out of this. I was saying it earlier on, they do have a say in this, but after I saw that initial circle shift in phase 8, I thought DA was going to do it. They're going to spread out and make something happen. But I didn't calculate there was so many good ridgelines for 180 yards to push, and therefore deny DA of taking any more space than they had.
Absolutely insane that Howl comes out victorious here. They were sat down in the valley below. They were sat on the, like, a shack and a vehicle, really, as all 4 of them had for cover. And then we were talking about how much pressure is DA going to put on them. How much are they going to focus on dealing with Howl rather than take that spot in the circle themselves? They opted to go for the position, and in the end, that ended up kind of getting the better of them. ADR was able to spread out. Howl somehow able to lift through all of the barrage that came from DA up on the hillside and come out victorious. Huge game for them. Not a massive kill game for Howl, but a good way to kind of finish off the second to last game of the day and then maybe carry some of that momentum into tomorrow's games.
Absolutely. We will be going into the highlights really quickly before we will join Mark back at the desk, and therefore, just stay tuned. Quick break.
Hey guys, and welcome back. Second Miramar done. Map number 5 has been done and dusted. Kind of a bit of a horrible zone, but worth noting, Phalanx, that that's the second time I had a chance to get a chicken dinner, but they managed to get it over the line this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited for this because they started off the day in the very last place, and they couldn't get a foot into the grand finals so far. Now they've had plenty of chances, and they finally made it work.
Let's have a quick look though at that game leaderboard, and obviously with the injuries, they are getting it starting to work, and they are able to get that chicken dinner. But DA, Toby, was in such a controlling position. We'll go back and talk about it later, but they were just really farming kills from that sort of south section of zone.
Yeah, I like how they spread out to try and take control down towards the south. After they dealt with Ascent, I felt that now was really their time to kind of just claim it. But in the end, as we saw, Hal were the victors in that. So it's still 12 kills is huge, but for everyone on the server, the fact that PUBG Esports got to live for as long as they did and get 10 kills with it too, I think that's a little annoying because teams are finally starting to catch up to them.
Yeah, let's talk about Foot actually, because on that south side, I kind of felt for them. They kind of like had a target on their back. They were pushing their way in. They weren't quite in zone. And then we saw in Tropic, they swept in from the east. They were trying to get involved with them, but then we saw FaZe sort of backfilling them, so they had to turn back. And then Ascend plus DA also tried to push down to take Foot Esports, but they were able just to survive. Obviously, looking at... Oh, sorry, Felix, go on.
No, yeah, it's completely crazy. I just want to quickly touch on something because I just noticed. Top 6 teams, all the EMEA partner teams, that's as much as I want to say. The only teams are missing, obviously, is Na'Vi, which didn't qualify, and BBL. So, quickly touching on BBL. Man, it is weird seeing them in 14th place. All I want to say.
Oh, yeah. Very, very, very strong games. But yeah, overall leaderboard, though, not too much change. Obviously, in Tropic were eager to maybe take Foot off the top spot from that game, but unable to do it because they did go out. But there is something that we need to go and do, and it's the final time today, but we get to have a look at the wanted again. So don't forget, in chat you can guess along, and pretty much they were instantly right in chat last time, and it carried on at least 5-10 minutes after. But Toby, let's ask you this time, who do you think the pro player is?
I feel like this is someone that Felix knows completely. Half Canadian, has a German accent. I'm gonna go with Mika. Is it?
I feel like I played in a team with Mika. I feel like I would know if he's half Canadian.
Well, then it's definitely not him.
So what's your guess? What's your guess?
I don't know people's parents.
I feel like I would know. He's definitely German. And he's definitely got a German accent when speaking English. I'm just gonna... Oh, who does it look like? The picture is always the dead giveaway. The dead giveaway. Is it really Mika?
It is, mate.
How in the hell has you never told me?
This is why I went for Toby first, because I thought you'll get that straight off the bat.
Am I 2 for 2 today? Actually, pretty damn impressive.
This is embarrassing now.
First, I get Mika right, and then first I got T-Bone right, and then I got Mika right. Damn, Felix.
Look, the guilty pleasure would have totally given it away, but I feel like there's not enough pizza in that. This guy is eating more pizza than I've eaten the last 3 years combined, probably in this week alone. He is the pizza guy. If you guys don't know, he is the pizza guy. If you want to know any German city, you want to know the best pizza, just ask Mika. He's gonna know it.
What type of pizza?
Any pizza. This guy probably has eaten all the pizzas.
2 for 2. That's all I can say. 2 for 2.
Mate, I think your Twire is also potentially
not know that?
Putting you over to the top spot.
Felix, the German person, gets the German player wrong. I mean,
look, I spent more time with him in game than probably okay, not more than I said. Well, I've spent time with him in game. I've never heard of that. Look, I'm gonna have to have a talk with him after this one.
Oh, you can go have a talk with him, but it's gonna be after this game. It's the final game for game number 2. It's another Miramar. I'll see you guys in a bit.
One more Miramar as we once again take to the sandy dunes here for, as Mark just said, the final match of day number 2. It's been a pretty shaky one, I feel like, on Miramar so far. A lot of early skirmishes, a lot of players dead in some of these early mid games where, I mean, Felix, in this last one, it had kind of a TDM vibe from phase 3 and onward. So much open space that teams had to battle through.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the beauty of Miramar. I feel like now that I say it, it's also the beauty of Taego to some degree. Don't you agree? Because I feel like there's so many similarities in fighting styles between these two maps.
Yeah, I feel, yes, Taego is Miramar with trees. I'll give you that.
Taego's mirror-mouthed trees.
Because there ain't a whole lot of grass that I'm prone in, and the amount of compounds is spread pretty vastly as well. So I suppose there is. I mean, not completely the same, definitely, but I think the Taego discussion is one we're gonna continue to see, obviously, both throughout our games tomorrow and also for all the tournaments to come. Where it's gonna lie in terms of its place in the esports, what can we call it, atmosphere, in comparison to Erangel and Miramar. I honestly think that it's not gonna be long until some teams are gonna like Taego over either Erangel or Miramar. I don't think it's gonna be a lot initially, but with a few changes here and there, I think Taego could very easily become a very household map in the esports circuit.
Yeah. Because I'm hoping for it to some degree as well, because it's always... Look, changing a map is not too much of a complete 180 turnaround, but it's a pretty big impact on the scene. And I think it's interesting for all of these teams, for all these players. I think it's a lot of fun discovering a new map, discovering new kind of little secrets to some degree. And it also rewards all the teams that put in most work. And that's what I love in this game. I mean, getting rewarded for work is there's nothing more fulfilling.
Now, push and shoot were taking out players from Oglis in the previous ones. And this time around, it's actually push and shoot who's getting pulled up on. So, I don't think, unluckily for Schengen, he has any clue whatsoever what waits him right outside this door. But let's see if he goes to open it. Because what is indeed behind door number 2? Well, I guess we'll never know, as he only opened door 1. So, Schengen, maybe it's the eye in the sky that's telling him, don't go that way, don't go that way. But I think for him, wait, there's no way just crouch down. Oh, he's running around. The way that he crouched down had me thinking, wait, does he know there is someone there? Because there should be absolutely no way. I'm looking at his team now, they're nowhere near. They're nowhere near to give him this information. So he shouldn't have a clue whatsoever, but he's actually running the other way. He looked at the door and thought, not today, and ran the other way.
Yeah, what do we say to the god? But yeah, that would have been a Vec moment. Spam it in the chat. But no, he's gonna be fine.
Is he?
He's gonna be all good. He doesn't even have a weapon in hand. Existence, if you would know this. But he's playing this one patiently. I'm wondering why Existence chose that door necessarily, because he could have walked around the compound just entirely while he was looting that building without him hearing him, and he would be in a better spot to pick him apart as soon as he leaves.
Better spot potentially, but from here he knows that no one's able to see him from above or from any other side, because he's, I mean...
Oh, the car is to the left.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, never mind me. He's probably gonna take the buggy afterwards. Yeah. This is...
He's waiting for him to go to the car.
Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please.
And...
hate
to see it.
What?
Only one hit as well.
Doesn't have a flash. And he does. Doesn't hit. Peeks around the corner. This is getting more interesting by the second.
Yep, there's still no cavalry here, but Bugger is pulling up now. Goose is actually pulling up to help out as well. Headshot it though. On arrival, Extens needs to commit to this push, I feel like. He has to do it, and he has to do it now, and good thing for him is that he succeeds in doing it, and I think that's going to be Bugger just leaving, going the other direction. Now all of Win or Die coming down here. Blazo and Solf are kind of approaching this spot too, but nowhere near in time to attempt any sort of rescue.
Yeah, definitely. He's off. Well, that was, for a second there, I was very, very worried. Unfortunately, the one team that, should worry even more than me is Push. They will once again lose a player. They are already in the 16th. Push and shoot. Man, it's a tough lobby, obviously, and there's some incredible teams in here, but they just, I'm not sure when it's going to start for them. At least one thing's guaranteed, and that's PGC points.
Yep. Looking back at Foot. Course, currently sat in first place. Definitely not structured, aggressive, quiet and concentrated. I like to think that their aggressive is true, but also that they have shown us they can play more passive, which is something I think that this roster has sort of been lacking. Now, it does say they don't have a coach, so as we were saying during the qualifiers. If you need a coaching job, well, apparently the Foot team is open for applications. Couldn't find a worthy coach, so T-Bone has to play IGL and coach at the same time. There you go. And also frag like a beast. What can this man not do?
Yeah, apparently he's doing all of it. He is the ultimate player in the grand finals so far. I want to quickly touch on his stats. But as I say that, okay, no, so I always thought he was going to shoot him out. we were touching the stat. He has 100 score on Twire when it comes to stealing kills.
Pretty decent.
Apparently, he's also not too shabby at finishing stuff. He's also pretty good at stealing stuff, and also utility and survivability. T-Bone is just he's ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, he is. Honestly, I mean, the ability to steal kills is it's like a statistic. Exactly, it's a statistic that people don't always look at too much. I always think back to the not the early days, but the earlier days when Uber was on FaZe. He was a genius when it came to positioning himself in spots where he would have a chance to third party with his mini and just get flushes after flushes after flushes. And you'd see, like, halfway through a game, when you thought about it, FaZe hadn't been in a single fight the entire game. But you look at it and it's like, wait, why does Uber have 3 kills? And he has maybe like 90 damage done at that point. You're like, wait, how did he get 3 kills and 90 damage? He's just been farming like flushes. So having a player who is able, as you said yourself earlier as well, T-Bone, when he flanks out and does some of these seemingly crazy solo plays, if he can just sit like 300 meters away and flush knock players, that's points as free as they come.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, it's underrated. Yeah, it is very much underrated. If you can get yourself into spots where you can get 3 kills, essentially without risking anything. And that's the big thing, without risking yourself, without risking your cars, without risking your utility. There is nothing to lose, and some of these players are just better at that than others. BBL on the rotate. I was saying, it is a weird one. They did have a good circle in the Miramar games just 2 games ago. And since then, it's been diresome again.
Yeah, it's been a tricky road for BBL to navigate. Having said that, though, and as much as it's gonna sound bad saying, "Oh, they're in 14th place," I have to underline how absurdly close this leaderboard is right now. For 14th to ascend in 4th is 16 points. I mean, it's literally a 6-kill game, or a 6-kill win, and you're in top 5. So just because they're in 14th, it's they're 1 game away from top 5.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now that you say it, I could totally see BBL not finishing this in the second leaderboard half, but instead going up towards the first one. Finishing off strong is especially in this circles where I see a lot of potential. They will rotate in northeast, and this, for the first time, I feel like is a circle where you cannot predict anything. It could literally shift anywhere.
Yeah, and I think that's also part of the reason why we haven't seen anyone go for the emergency pickups just yet. We will probably see it phase 2, because if any PUBG these days is anything to go about, then hard chips are gonna come. If not phase 2, then pretty much guaranteed in phase 3. So we'll see how brutal it's gonna be this time around. But everyone has been able to drive to the circle, which is something we haven't seen in a while. Excuse me. As after all, really is the only one down towards Pado Paraíso who will be coming in a little later than everyone else.
Yeah. Talking about coming in a little bit later, after all, it still has about 3 players in the blue zone. They will not arrive for... Actually, they might arrive. No, they will not arrive. At least Klim and Ian aren't going to arrive for the circle pop. At least Ibaku and Danimon is. You can see Ascend really quick. We want to touch on them as well, while FaZe and Pod has got a little bit of skirmish together with BBL. That is very interesting, actually.
I'm looking at the FaZe split right now, with teams sat north of Picado, Correxy running around in the open on an hillside, now getting knocked by BBL, and Gustav and Fex in the compound in the middle of all of it. That is, I don't dislike wide splits, but doing it here with so many teams still coming in from behind, that is so dangerous.
We're gonna have to take a look back at this and maybe try and find out how that happened. What we see, talking about defying the laws of physics, and I'm making their way up. But quickly look at this next section. Just before you start something on FaZe, I wanted to touch on Ascent, because they had some of the biggest split ever, I feel like. Not only had the info on Chuma, It's Chris had the info on west side of Chuma, Kiliakai had the info on south, Mika on northeast. They had all the information to perfectly position themselves in this circle shift. This is literally the dream shift for Ascent right now. You've seen it in the last game. They couldn't really make too much work with it, and with the phase 2 center on top of them, maybe they can do something with it now. The
thing is, just, I mean, while it looks really good for them right now with how they're currently in a 2-1-1 split, one bad shift from here, and that west side position becomes completely worthless. If it shifts east here, it's very difficult, I feel like, to transition across that field over towards the east, because you're pretty much forced to either take the fight to the compound that Bitfix are currently sat in, or wrap into the hills down below, where you're just going to be cannon fodder to the teams on the hills above you. So we'll see. We'll see how the next shift goes, as James is able to find one, and I think now realize that there's an entire team next to him. He finds the second, though, as well, as Goose feels the pain, and James finds a double.
Well, win or die, that's what you get for peeking solo. And James will shut them down. Great headshot on towards Goosey as well. That was clean. As clean as it gets. He jumps up, and exactly in that moment, he just spins his crosshair on towards the exact headshot level where he was peeking, where Goosey was peeking. Great job coming in from James. That's just James for you. He's as clean as it gets in terms of the mechanics. He has zero wasted movement.
What is
Talking about someone who also has had almost zero wasted movement in this tournament, it's Timon. Yeah.
What is it with everyone catching each other in weird positions right now? I feel like we're seeing teams run into one another in areas of the map that you would never see teams even consider fighting in. But here we are. Once again, 12 minutes in, we already have a loss of 5 players, and not just, I mean, any 5 players. We've lost a FaZe player and a Tropic player, and now, I mean, it's just players that you don't think of being ones to go down early game for not no reason, but at least caught unaware.
Yeah, I'm thinking about on the topic of getting caught unaware, where win or die is going to rotate in just as much as FaZe Clan, because that circle shift is going to pose huge problems. You pretty much have a team holding the edge on all sides of the circle right now. You have BBL on the east, you have Afterworld on the south, you have Push on the northwest, and to some degree Perfectix and Twisted Minds apart on the north. This is going to be really tough. Not even the straight send through the church is going to be able to to have as a potential rotation power, because DA's sitting with a 4-man stack on church as well. Yeah. I don't know how you get into the circle, honestly.
Well, I think if you're FaZe right now, you just full speed send it into the rainbow compound down below and hope that you live to write home about it. Because there are going to be people shooting at you in that transition. Speaking of shooting at you, place up, spots one. Solution falling down. Win or die running from trouble to trouble. And now the new circle pops, and Chumacera is where we are going.
This is going to be interesting, especially for push and shoot, depending on how long they're going to take. But that's what I was saying, like, there's no entry on this northwestern side for win or die, and they will be bullet away. Push and shoot only leaves a 3-man though in this game, unfortunately. With this circle shift, I'm wondering why they're not repositioning a little bit earlier. They did get the hard shift though.
I like this shift, not gonna lie. We always see these circles end in the fields down south, or far out towards the southeast side where Foot and ADR are currently set. I love this this circle shift, and also FaZe in parachutes. See them flying around, also seeing them getting shot at by like half the server. We'll see if they end up getting taken out in the air, or if they actually make it somewhere. They're forced to land in the middle of the open. That is not where you want to be, having no vehicles to hide behind.
I love it though. I feel like that was the only try for them. The only real opportunity in this game. And look at that, James and Fex both making it into their own. Maybe there's potential for a move on towards BBL. Maybe a good nade as the next one goes down. That's another nade coming in from Orclus. One nade from James could steal all of it. But it's going to be Orclus shutting it down beforehand. And BBL gets eliminated in absolutely last place. And this is very, very gruesome now for any BBL fan, because they're leaving this day. While everyone else can make a couple of points, while everyone else has still got a chance, they're going to leave this with the best case scenario of 14th place.
This is a hell of a start to this one. We swing up towards the northwest, and just like that, chaos commences. It is now DA. Know they've been breached by 180 out. They found the first one already. They know that they have one sat on the other side, and now with Hicks inside, Lyra needs all the help he can get.
Yeah, he really does. Look, FaZe is even pushing up on this compound. They heard this. James, this is such a smart play. He heard the fight. He wants to get in on the action. Amatrelis is still kind of thinking about what kind of entry he wants to see. He sees James, but James gets the headshot. Matrelius goes down. There is still something to say about in terms of FaZe Clan in game number 6 of day number 2. As James shuts it down, and one more casualty for DA. as they find themselves as a three-party compound kind of weird situation now.
Yeah, it's
Church is just breached from all sides now.
Church is an amazing place to be if you have like all of the place to yourself. You can just play full control and peek forward. But here, exactly the perfect situation. And I think James might have just... Was it him flashing himself?
Yeah, I was thinking,
I'm not quite sure if it came through the window. In any case, FaZe will fall in 15th place.
That was either that was Huth Flash, and he just did a phenomenal job of putting that one into his living room downstairs, or that was actually James accidentally flashing himself. Either way, it's gonna be 100 ADR and DA still remaining in that one. Oh, look who's pushing up. Look who's freaking up on this.
Yep, trying to sneak up. Taego is now wrapping in from behind as well. Brexco finds a double. That's Entropic down and out. So second place eliminated. And I think for the server, for everyone coming into tomorrow, they would really want to see PUBG Esports be the next ones to be taken down here as they try to wrap north around. The circle shifts back towards the east side. We're shifting away from some of the mountains in and around Chumacera. And now, I mean, if you're foot here, do you push up on this knowing there are multiple teams in here? Or do you wait for something like this to happen and then try and time a push accordingly?
Yeah, that's the big question. At least WM has been cleared out of the building now, as DA has found at least half of the compound secured for them. Interested, the 180R is just gonna let him die there, essentially. They could have made a push. They should know that this is a 3-on-2, and they still decided to let him get the 1v2.
I mean, they did just hear an entire team pull up behind them. Oh, that doesn't look good. Kind of uncomfortable position to lie in, not gonna lie. But, of course, doesn't feel it, because he's pretty dead at this point. In the meantime, PUBG Esports have opted to 2-2 split the east side. Again, not in a hurry to go out and claim aggressive points if they can just lay low, wait this one out, and let Defiance present themselves.
Talking about fights presented themselves, Bitfix has been in the circuit center now for the duration of this phase, and this is always a position where I'm not so sure how beneficial it is at the end of the day, because towards the north, you don't really have any vision. Towards the south, unless someone breaches you, you don't really get anything either. So it's pretty much just stay alive as 4, but you really don't have any control of the circle so far. And
that's kind of been Bitfix's situation for, I feel like, throughout these finals so far, because they have been getting a lot of these circles. They have been sat dead center in quite a few of them, and yet they're sat in 15th, not within that easy-to-reach top 5 position, but a bit down below BBL, currently in 14th. So, as you're saying, I mean, yes, center is great and all, but if you don't get the points early, the kills early to kind of make up for potentially not that late placement points, then it's just not gonna add up to a whole lot. So yes, they got placement points, yes, they get the circles, but a 7th place with no kills is still only 1 point total.
Definitely. Let's take a look if Exalt is gonna make this rotation work. Push and Shoot has been holding that north side during pretty much the complete game so far, and they will continue to do so as Exalt leaves it. And is this going to be the breach on BFG? It does look like it. I mean, it's a breachable compound, but it's not as easy as if everyone is just shooting at you. But Vectis gets the entry. That is caught off guard in the open here. And this is cleanup. This is as easy as it gets for Twisted Minds, who have just annihilated Exalt. And yeah, these are just easy 4 frags for them. No other way. No other words for it.
Delivered on a platter. They don't come a whole lot easier than that right there. Let's see now. Next circle. Where are we going? How brutal are you gonna be? I guess Howl really prayed for that one. And Ascent to some extent as well. Able to still sit up on that mountain is gonna really be good for them. But we'll see if anyone dares to take the fight to them. I don't expect that to be the case, honestly. But they're gonna be completely blessed with that shift. Maybe even more so than many other teams.
I don't see any other position than what's being played right now. I see one team in Church that could potentially survive this. One team on BFG, one team on Twisted Minds, one team on Ascent, one team on Howl. That's 5 teams. I don't see another position that could potentially be played here. We will have 5 teams after this phase, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely room for one more team towards Bitfix, depending on how well they manage to hold off. But there is, for sure, also going to be a lot of fighting out here on the edges.
Yeah, Bitfix has to hold that northern edge, as you said. Talking about that northern edge, Parter's going to open things up. Kepler goes down. That's what they need. Pin as the primary fragger. Levante gets one as well. And that's another down for them. Nearcop hits the ground.
It's going quiet once again, at least for a little while. As Hagatori tries to smoke off the building altogether. Maybe wanting to just not go into the building at all, but wrap further around. I would actually kind of love to see them do that, not go for the building at all, but now they smoke it to push up on it, so that's not exactly the strat they're trying to utilize. Booker, though, is able to find one, so a little bit of help coming through from the other side.
Great stuff, that's exactly what he needed, otherwise Levante would have been knocked down. But that also means it's another knock against the way of Orcus. We've already cleaned up quite a bit. Push and shoot, actually. Now that I say it, completely eliminated 5 kills and counting for Orcus.
More points coming their way. The fight is still not done yet. Needs to try and make their way out of this one with Pot nearby. That is not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all, Pot. No casualties on their side thus far. Don't have a whole lot of kills, but also have yet to really put on a big fight.
No, not really. After all, that's so unfortunate. All of them dying to the blue zone. I think they took Kiliakai with them. Man, that's gotta hurt as well. Ascend, unfortunately, losing a player here in such a crucial round in terms of solidifying their position. Maybe Mika at least gets one more kill point, and he does. Klim, that's an easy knock. And since he exited out of the vehicle on his side, it's an easy flush as well. Ascend, the 4th frag.
I'm surprised the set wasn't not more ready necessarily, but in a better position to take on a fight to anyone wrapping up towards him. But I guess they were too not eager, but really wanted to find somewhere to go whenever this circle, which you have to imagine, shifts off this position, and that kind of allowed for After All to backfill more effectively than I thought it was going to be. But they still only take 1 casualty, so they end up the world.
That's just not what you want to see happen now. Out of that position, losing a play. But that's the fight I was talking about. That northern side, there is no way for these teams to coexist as much as they do right now. 80 gets one, even inside the Busha and Wubuki. The big hard, I wouldn't want to say hard carry, but the big carry inside fights at least for them has just been taken down. But Part has just arrived too, and the utility is coming in.
18 goes down to blue. Able to crawl out of this building, get to safety. No one's really in position to flush him out right now. Beamy finds a knock though, so FUT Esports has to figure, do we want to go aggressive on this? Or should we just buy a little more time and go for the safe res on 80? I think the decision is pretty easy to call here. Get the res up on 80, get him back into the action, and then make the aggressive push towards Pot afterwards.
Definitely. And as you can see, it's just a matter of time at this point. Pin gets taken out by T-Bone. Once again, it's not surprising anymore. It is not surprising at all that he opens things up again and again and again. Good flash against Vart. Gonna leave him a bit of space. They do have the blue zone advantage a little bit, but as long as FUT doesn't completely waste the opportunity of hitting these shots, and they don't, FUT should win this. And yeah, as they do. Quick cleanup against Part. They're down to the dip. No chance for them.
Yeah, I should say that. Here comes Bitfix. It's been very quiet for them. They haven't been wanting to kind of flex out of this building at all up until this point. But now finally they do take us. Able to find T-Bone mid-air. And the 8C not having any smokes here. That could really end up being them going down because of it. And now Ascend a full speed sending it down the hill on the backside of this. I think they saw Bitfix leave the compound, and therefore they're driving full speed down the hillside, but the timing is off. And now I think it's just Mika left alive.
And he doesn't opt to go inside the trailer just yet. Now he goes, but it's too late. He can split it out for Tilden. Takes him down. And that means, again, the Ascend staying way below their potential in these rounds. 74 points still. And unless Howler's going to make a miraculous run in this round, and they're going to clean up all the kills, they're going to stay there as well. Top 5 for Ascend. They did make, despite not having any real great games, well, except for that one game, but still, staying below their potential. They are going to stay inside top 5 and make a couple of placements.
Bitfix had such a good chance to make an aggressive play onto FUT Esports, but they opted not to. Now, especially because Twisted Minds pulled across. But I feel like as soon as Ascent comes down that hillside, as soon as you know no one can spot you over the top, you have to try and deal. You have to try and finish off FUT Esports. FUT Esports is just not a team you're allowed to live on that side of the circle. But again, hesitation on the side of Bitfix. Maybe feeling too comfortable inside the walls of that compound, but we've seen it so many times where a team getting too comfortable in a compound, that usually also is a team that dies without a whole lot of kills.
Yeah, and as you said, that's been the storylines for Bitfix. I mean, you analyzed that 2 phases ago pretty accurately. And look at them, they've got 2 kills.
Yep.
Look at Twisted Minds, they've got 10. Look at FUT, even they have got 6, but they fight their way through. And that's just not the confidence that we're seeing right now from BFG.
Not at all. Speaking of confidence, though, look down towards Howl. They've essentially taken half the circle. They quickly read that there was no one down there with them. They had the compound under control for quite a while. A couple of circles go their way. And look at this now. Firing squad lined up. on the ridgeline, and the circle goes to them as well. Howl came out victorious in the previous one in a very different fashion, I would say, though, to how they've been playing this one. Last game was them on their stomachs, on their bellies, for the last 10 minutes of the game, trying to crawl to safety as they were constantly getting shot at. This time around, well, they've practically gotten half a circle for free.
Yeah, it's massive map control for them. And despite only having 2 frags right now, question is, how much more can they get? Because the opportunity is there, but it's not exactly as easy as Twisted Minds had it with, I think it was Orclas, who literally just rotate in front of their compound. So they'll have some more trouble with this. As you can see, already pop shots going back and forth, and if that fight happens between Bitfix and Twisted Minds, which is pretty much just about to, I'm not sure how much third-party action can be put out from them.
We'll have to wait and see as it goes quiet again for a little while longer, but now the circle's going to start closing in. The action should commence once more. I think for 80 right now, the win is out of the question, but if maybe Bitfix and Twisted Minds takes a proper 4v4, if maybe Howl extends to go for it, can he find one more kill? Can he find maybe 2 flushes his way? And then maybe a placement point or 2 to boot. That would be all he would want here.
Let's see. Oh, Lazar's actually got a great spot. I didn't even think about that. Lazar, by walking outside of the current safe zone, he might just get an angle on some of these Twisted Minds players. But Spiro has found it. And we'll cover his team for now. Now the smokes are coming out. 8 is going to take on Tekken Z. Even he has got more impact than BFG would like to. And you said it. You can't leave a player like 8 alive on the edge like this.
Nope, really can't. Patulans now falls. Instantly Perfectus is there to follow. Howl now with the man advantage, able to sweep up, able to push on forward. They have not had to use any utility at all this game up until this point. So now, able to spread out, able to cross on over, but you cannot get too greedy. You cannot try and claim this one before it's yours to claim. As I say that though, Matt continues the wrap around, but once these smokes fade, he is going to be very far out in the open. There is a bit of a slant to the roadside though, so they might be able to put on down here, but they need to find some cover too, in case Twisted Minds and Bitfix start shooting back.
This is so interesting. Look at look at what Howl is doing. They're actually playing up on the street, even though they have a complete ridgeline, but they could be safe behind. They want to take the fight towards these players left alive, and they've got great angles from all the way down towards the east, Apocalypse, and obviously Lazar all the way to the left. So it's going to be interesting seeing how this is going to work out. Still more pressure being put on towards Twisted Minds. Salty finds Spiro on the lurk, and suddenly it's only Salty and Lou left alive. With Howl looking to clean this one up. They're pushing.
I mean, this is exactly how Howl set it up. They pressure the left side, allowing or forcing for Twisted Minds and Bitfix to fight one another, but you cannot take these guys out easily, and Lou shows them right there. Matt goes down, but still, I mean, with 3 alive on Howl, you'd have to imagine they survive this one through to the end. One more down, that's Twisted Minds out. Now the last Bitfix player has been spotted. Physics falls down. Only Salty left alive.
And he should be cleaned up easily. Shots coming in. Schofield shuts it down, and it's going to be Howl with another chicken dinner. 9 kills in the back, and sure, the zone had some impact in this one. And sure, it was at least more than the last game, but it still wasn't double digits. But it's been what they needed. They've been so far down a leaderboard situation for so long. They're finally showing their true potential.
Back-to-back wins for them is absolutely huge, and flying the way of the leaderboard because of it now is well-deserved, especially in this game here.
Good game all in all, yeah, and how, God, the fans in chat will be screaming out a nice little back-to-back, though, from them. It's worth noting, before we throw to the highlight side of things, though, how we're in that compound for quite some time. I think you guys called it out, but it was actually DA that was holding them. They did try a couple of times get into that ridge, but DA was stopping them from that shack in the corner.
Yeah, in the end, I mean, DA survived as long as they could have. But it was doomed. I feel like it was doomed from the beginning. It was destined to be Howl just pushing this. I was surprised that Ascent didn't want to try and harass them further, that they rotated downwards so early. But then again, I think that was the only play from Ascent as well. But yeah, as I said, I mean, Howl, they cleared that edge methodically, and as I said, there wasn't much more for them to get than these 9 kills. But these 9 kills, I mean, that was just clean.
Very, very, very clean game. Interesting zone. Obviously, it did pull back, and we saw it kind of spin around, which forced some crazy plays like we see now from FaZe having to kind of parachute them way into next to no man's land, really.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly an easy area to play around. I think they very quickly read that, okay, there's literally no place for us to play. in this circle. I would have hoped maybe to try and see them try and go further to at least crash a compound, because landing in the open, you don't have a smokes deployed yet, you don't have any vehicles to take cover behind. It's just going to be practically impossible to survive.
Yeah, very, very hard to survive with that zone shift. Obviously, at first we go look back at phase 2, and it was an Ascend. Ascend dropped down this neck of the woods. They had like 50% of the zone. It then swung up back to this top, and then we get this wonderful area with multiple teams trying to hold out the church area. A bit puzzling. Exalt obviously pulling themselves up on the ridge here, and they were kind of deleted very, very quickly by Twisted Minds. But Falex, push and shoot also then pushed into this area, getting destroyed as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was really much to be done for any of the teams that piped on the northern side, except for getting all the frags. And I mean, you can see, not even Foot had any real competition in terms of winning this game. What they did was salvage the round, and that's what they did perfectly. They got all the frags up on Church. They made it through very aggressively, and obviously it was a good place up, because they knew there were a lot of skirmishes beforehand on Church already, so they capitalized on towards that, and yeah, great showing from them. That's exactly how we need to salvage the rounds where you don't get the zone.
Yeah, okay, they had to make something back, right? And it's 100% worth mentioning that Foot pulled up to that church, didn't they? And they held just sort of outside of it. They could hear the fight, and they were on a 2-2 split at that time. And they actually then, when the zone shifted away, they moved to a different 2-2 split. They took the guys from the north side very much down to the south, trying to cover off. But I think the moment they saw how we're trying to get out of that compound, that was the end of that push. So I think at that point, they went for that commit. We didn't work our way, though, in that towards the final. And Falex, you called this out to a T. How fighting in the middle of the road? Wait, can we ever see that again in the final?
I mean, it's great. I was very surprised at how I was actually going to push this as much as they did, because I felt like there was still a lot of dangerous situations that could have happened off of, it's Twisted Minds at the end of the day and BFG, but they kept track of the kill feed really well, and they knew what they were faced up with.
A very little cheeky look though at the leaderboard. I think the guys are just trying to 100% confirm it's right before we throw it back up to side. But a couple of teams. Let's talk. Toby, you mentioned there's 16 points between. I think it was 4th and 15th place before we count that game. Like, it's such a tight though grand final for day number 2.
It really is, and to whoever was able to mitigate that off of this game will come into tomorrow much more confident, whereas the teams like BBL that died early in this one, a little more of a gap to breach coming into tomorrow's final games.
I've been told the leaderboard is now ready after you guys got a little sneaky look. So let's go have a look, though, at that final leaderboard after day number 2. And for still holding on to it there, Falex, 126 points, but the gap is closing down.
Yeah, it really is. It's 27 points, though. Still, that's one hell of a lead to go into the final 6 games. I mean, I'm surprised it isn't bigger, but that's mainly, not to take away anything from football, that's mainly due to the fact that Twisted Minds has also played a grand final, and we're talking about foot all the time, but Twisted Minds, for them to not win 3 rounds, essentially, still be at 99 points total, that's, I think, where we have to give credit where credit is due.
Oh, yeah, 100% credit due. And I think very much that last game really affected it, because, Toby, we had the top 4 teams in 3 of our matches this season, so half our games going out quite early, so opening up really other teams to try and get some points.
Yeah, it's been closing up because of it too, but even when I look at it here, I mean, it's still the 60, like high 70s in the 60 and high 50s down through 13th, where it's really close. Then we have a bit of a jump from 6th and up, and then of course top 3 slowly but steadily starting to separate themselves.
Yeah, only a little bit of an increase. 24 points now we find ourselves with that split, but we've seen 20-point game, 20-kill games, so easy teams can put it back, though, for obviously the final day. But unfortunately, that is really it from us this evening, because we've had our 6 games for day number 2. They have been some outstanding games. We've had some crazy circles, and look, be last time really to mine. Go give PUBG Esports a follow at Twitter. I can see the competition is about to go out live. There is some wonderful merch. I shared it with you guys. Like, you guys have now got to see it in Discord. And obviously, thank you very much for PUBG Esports, and obviously for hosting this amazing day. Toby, any final words from yourself from today to sum up day number 2?
I think glad to see that teams are now slowly trying to catch up to PUBG Esports. Also impressive to see them being able to maintain the lead to the extent that they have been for today. I thought they were going to get caught up on after one of the first games finished off, but able to then again come out and separate themselves. I hope that we'll see them continue it through to tomorrow. It's always impressive to see one team able to do that with an entire lobby just looking to take you down.
I felt it's something slightly different. Any highlights you want to take away from day 2? I know you've mentioned a few during the stream, but anything that really stood out for you today?
I gotta give credit to T-Bone. I mean, his grand final performance so far is absolutely absurd. I think he's having the final... If we can name out one individual player, it has to be T-Bone. It's his final so far, and I don't know. I just really wanted to take the second to give credit to it. But yeah, as Toby said, I mean, teams are quickly catching up. It's not only Twisted Minds, it's Entropic as well. For any other teams, it's going to get really tough tomorrow, and they need to start off strong.
Yeah, well, T-Bone, I must admit, in chat they've been saying someone pay him 3 times over if he's coaching and winning and causing these crazy plays. But look, that's it from us. We will see you exactly the same time, same place, but it is our final 6 games. The money and the points are on the prize, but that's it from us. See you guys tomorrow.